Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 3 of today's order of business. I also table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order of the day number 78. Building and Construction Industry, Restoring Integrity and Reducing Building Cost Bill 2024. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Will I rise to speak on the Building and Construction Industry, Restoring Integrity and Reducing Building Costs Bill 2024, and I congratulate Senator Cash for introducing this private senator's bill into this chamber. Nothing has been clearer over the past few months than the fact that this ABCC is absolutely needed. A tough cop on the beat is absolutely needed in the building and construction industry. It was an absolute travesty that this Labor government, once again, following the instruction set given to them from above by their union masters, wiped out the ABCC, wiped out the tough cop on the beat that kept the building and construction industry in some semblance of order. It is quite shocking, quite revealing to see those opposite, after having spent years and years and years in opposition, running a protection racket for the ACTU and the CFMEU in particular, over these kinds of behaviours, not after one or two examples of malfeasance, of wrongdoing, of criminal activity, but after literally thousands. They continued to run the protection racket for the CFMEU until the evidence just got so overwhelming that they themselves had to appoint an administrator to the union. That's how bad it got. But before appointing that administrator, of course, they made the situation worse. They made the situation worse by repealing the role of the ABCC, by removing the ABCC, the Building and Construction Commission, from the scene of the building and construction industry. And it's not Liberal Party politicians who are pointing out the serious problems with the CFMEU. It's Labor's own Fair Work Commission. It's Labor's own Fair Work Commission. The Fair Work Commission, in court documents, has said that the CFMEU broke the law 2,600 times. 2,600 times. They have a $24 million levied against them in fines over 20 years. So this is not something that just appeared a couple of months ago when the Labor Party finally decided to take action. This is something that has been going on and has been being talked about for decades. And that is why, when we were in government, we did introduce the ABCC. We did introduce the cop on the beat to police this industry. Now, ironically, those opposite say, oh, but it should have been tougher. It needed to be tougher. We tried to make it tough. We tried to give it more powers. You stopped us. The Labor Party and the Greens combined to stop giving the ABCC the powers it needed. And now, dragged kicking and screaming in the face of just overwhelming evidence of wrongdoing, finally the Labor Party has done something about it, and it was kicking and screaming. And the reason why is pretty clear. I mean, the CFMEU has donated $6.2 million to the Labor Party, and the time of Anthony Albanese's leadership alone. You know, that is quite extraordinary, that this is the sort of funds that are flowing from an organisation that broke the law 2,600 times. Again, not my words, not Senator Cash's statistics. This is coming from Labor's Fair Work Commission. And have faced $24 million in fine. I do wonder what the outrage we would see from those opposite, and particularly from the Greens, if a private company had faced 2,600 breaches of the law and faced fines of $24 million. Think about the howls of outrage that would have come from the left if a company had been found to be that bad, had been found to be that criminal, whose behaviour, repeated behaviour, not just once or twice, 2,600 incidents, 2,600 breaches of the law. You know, think about the howls of outrage you would get from the left, that you would get from the Labor Party, you would particularly get from the Greens, if a company had done this sort of activity. But what do you get about the CFMEU? I mean, particularly from the Greens, absolute crickets, absolute crickets. Now, the Labor Party has been dragged kicking and screaming to put the union into administration after years and years and years of running their protection racket. You know, they in estimates, time after time, we saw coalition senators attacked for daring to raise issues about the CFMEU's behaviour on work sites. You know, we got attacked over and over again for daring to say that there was a problem in the construction industry that needed to be fixed. Some industries do have systemic problems. They have systemic issues that means that the government's response, the legal response to those industries, does have to be different. Not all industries are the same. We have a different legal framework around, for example, casinos, because there is the risk of things like money laundering. So sometimes we look at an industry and as legislators we say, there's a problem here. There's a problem here, it needs to be fixed. And that's what the previous Liberal government did with the building and construction industry. And Labor unwound, again, following the playbook, following the instruction list handed to them from above by the union movement. And then they regretted it, because then, as the clear criminality and lawlessness with inside the building and construction industry, with inside particularly the CFMEU, came to light, they came under political pressure to act. I'm sure there was a lot of internal political pressure not to act as well, but they did act. But now they have an opportunity to actually restore the balance in the building and construction industry. There is plenty of evidence that the presence of the behaviour of the CFMEU, their approach to the building and construction industry, has forced up costs for every Australian. Forced up costs. And that's not just that's not just something that affects perhaps governments or perhaps large companies. That affects people. That affects people. That affects people buying an apartment, buying a house. It pushes up costs in the industry by some evidence by 30%. A 30% increase in construction costs thanks to the behaviour and activity of the CFMEU. I mean, that is quite extraordinary. That is something that would be tolerated by any government. And so this legislation before the chamber today gives us the opportunity to redress the balance, to get some semblance of legal order back into the building and construction industry, and to make sure that these behaviours that have been on display in the past, that have been clearly revealed through these 2,600 breaches of the law, through the $24 million of fines levied against the CFMEU over the last 20 years, that we get this kind of lawlessness, this kind of let's face it, it is a form of corruption. It is a form of corruption in our society which allows for effectively standover tactics, heavy-handed behaviour, bullying, abuse, potentially direct corruption, i.e. the payment of bribes, to flourish. And we need a tough cop on the beat to make sure that these kinds of behaviours are investigated and are, where they are found, are punished with the full force of the law. This kind of behaviour cannot be allowed to stand. I mean, I find it quite extraordinary in Australia of 2024 that we have someone like John Setka, who up until a few months ago was considered a leading light of the union movement, who then goes, once he is removed from his union, and gets a tattoo saying, God forgives, the CFMEU doesn't. I mean, that is a direct threat. It's a direct threat against Labor politicians. It's a direct threat against those who don't want to deal with the CFMEU for very obvious reasons why they don't want to deal with the CFMEU. And it's a direct threat to the legal system of this country. And it should have opened everybody's eyes to just how dreadful this organisation has become. But it's not something that just appeared. It's something that's been around for a long time. And once again, those opposite cry crocodile tears and say, oh, well, you were in government, do something about it. We tried to strengthen the laws. And those opposite know this. We tried to strengthen the laws, and the Labor Party and the Greens blocked us at every turn. And they did not want a tough cop on the beat, but they've got a chance. They've got a chance to prove they're actually serious about this issue now. They have a chance to support this legislation, to recognise that this industry is one that does need special consideration in terms of the way it is policed, the way it is oversighted by this Parliament and the legal system as a whole. Once again, if we saw an individual or a company, a private company, with 2,600 offences listed against it, if we saw an individual or a private company with $24 million worth of fines levied against it, I mean, that business, that individual would be in jail probably, but the business would be out of business. I mean, let's face it. But here we have a union that, sure, it's been put into administration, but it still continues on. It still exists. I feel that unless we return to having a strong body with powers of investigation, powers to actually go into the workplaces and to see what is going on in those workplaces, that this bullying, this harassment, these standover tactics, this criminality, it may disappear for a little while, but it'll creep back in. It'll creep back in. So unless we take a stand, unless we stand up to the thuggery, unless we actually recognise what is happening here in a genuine way, unless the Labor Party stops following the playbook handed to them by the union movement, we will never solve these issues.
Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, it's with great pleasure I rise as the Shadow Infrastructure Minister to speak in support of the building and construction industry restoring integrity and reducing building costs Bill 2024 that is introduced by Senator Cash. This is an important piece of legislation that will restore the rule of law to the construction industry. It will help remove lawlessness, corruption and thuggery from our building sites. And importantly, this bill will help reduce the cost of building homes, roads, rail lines and other public infrastructure assets right across Australia. The Albanese government's decision to abolish the ABCC has had a devastating impact on the Australian economy and on law-abiding businesses in the construction sector. We know that CFMEU-controlled projects are 30% more expensive to build. They also take 50% longer to build. So not only are taxpayers being charged more, they're having to wait longer to actually avail themselves of critical infrastructure projects to increase productivity, make sure we move people and products around this country more efficiently and safely. And even on this very day, the brazen thuggery that has become synonymous with the CFMEU is on display, with the senior union official overseeing the intimidation of an Indigenous Labor hire company able to keep his job under the nose of the administrator that the Minister, Murray Watt, assured us would have this union and its reckless behaviour under control. Well, Minister, it's great to have you in the chamber today to actually hear the fact that the administrator isn't making a difference to the behaviour on site of the CFMEU. We read in The Australian today that CFMEU Administrator Mark Irving has decided to keep employing senior union organiser Joel Shackleton, despite him being charged by police with threatening to kill an owner of an Indigenous Labor hire company and losing his right to enter building sites. I'll be interested to hear what the Minister for Indigenous Affairs has to say about this. The Minister for Small Business, who should be backing Indigenous Australians getting involved in the construction sector and not having to face intimidation and bullying by this union that we all know has a culture problem. It always has, whether it was called the BLF or now the CFMEU, and an administrator is not going to change that culture, as we see. It's an absolute disgrace. And I wanted to read into Hansard today the report so the Australian people know exactly the character of this cowardly Labor government who've to take on this union and their inability to do that. The union official in question, John Shackleton, was charged after being captured on video telling the owner, and I quote, "I'll effing soul and rip your effing head off," would still be employed in an office job with the CFMEU's branch. According to today's Australian, police said investigators would allege that Mr Shackleton made threats to inflict serious injury on the owners of an Indigenous Labor hire company during a confrontation on a Victorian big build site. A video shows Mr Shackleton telling one owner that he would effing and you see NT and you know it, don't F with me, I'll effing take your soul, I'll rip your effing head off, don't F with me, you see you next Tuesday, you're an effing dog. If nothing changes, nothing actually changes. So a big song and dance by Anthony Albanese and Minister Watt on getting tough on the CFMEU. Well, what is going wrong on building sites in my home state of Victoria? A lot of big talk, But once again, no action from a government that thinks talking about it is the solution. It's like we're still at our Sydney University, our Queensland University debate class. We're still in student politics. We had that big rant, that big rally, but you lack the capacity and the political will to take the tough action. And why? Because you're inherently conflicted when it comes to this union. This union funds your election campaigns. This union controls your pre-selections. So many of the MPs and senators that sit in this place. So it is no wonder they lack the grit and the courage to take them on. That's why I'm so proud to be part of an opposition that's not afraid to take this union to task, that's not afraid to move legislation in this place that will make a difference to the behaviour of the CFMEU. No one should forget it was aided and abetted by Teal MPs, the government, in the lower house, and made possible only by the votes of a couple of independent senators and the Greens to actually get rid of the ABCC. Without those supporting votes of the Teal MPs, very, very big on integrity, aren't they? Unless it's on a building site, unless it's about threatening Indigenous construction businesses, Teals, Independents and the Greens, Labor would never have actually been able to abolish the ABCC, which has actually resulted in the floodgates opening. In the debate today, the Coalition asks those that voted with the Labor Party 2 years ago to abolish the ABCC to reflect on the gravity of the situation we find ourselves in today. You were sold a pup by then Minister Burke. You know, he's a sweet talker. We all know that. Charming, some would say. Not me. I know, Senator Cattell. I'm with you there. But, you know, I'll give credit where credit's due. Flattery got Mr Burke everywhere. And in the end, they folded and backed this government's desire and indeed the CFMEU's number one ask going into the election to get rid of the ABCC. Couldn't get it done quick enough. Can't get anything done about cost of living, but mate, we can get rid of the ABCC for you. No worries there. So to the independents, to the Greens in this place, this is the opportunity to rectify that mistake, because as the facts make clear, abolishing the ABCC has had a material impact on work sites around the country, on the costs of public infrastructure and on bullying and intimidation, which is there for all to see. On Monday this week, 9th of Labor's Infrastructure Minister reminded us all what it means to have the CFMEU, sorry, not Monday this week. On the 9th of September 2024, Labor's Infrastructure Minister reminded us all what it means to have the CFMEU in control of infrastructure. With reports, the mid-year budget update will include millions of dollars to plug blowouts in road and rail projects. In fact, there was an additional $10.1 billion in that update given to states by Commonwealth taxpayers for project blowouts. Are state governments so bad at managing infrastructure projects? Or is it actually the cost of doing business on public infrastructure projects that are controlled by the CFMEU? $5 billion of that $10.1 billion blowout was for my Victorian state government, with not one extra kilometre of road built for all that taxpayer-funded money. These cost blowouts followed payments of $6.77 billion for construction blowouts last November, after Catherine King's short, sharp 200-day review of the infrastructure pipeline saw that we had to find, Commonwealth taxpayers had to find another $6.77 billion for cost blowouts. Is it because Labor governments can't manage projects, or is it that they are complicit in CFMEU-controlled projects blowing out costers? Every Australian family, taxpayer, every small business is paying more taxes to cover the increased cost of delivering these cost blowouts. It's appalling. And yet silence from the Labor Party. Silence in the face of Indigenous construction workers being bullied, intimidated and harassed. Silence from the feminists in the left when the misogyny that is endemic in the CFMEU is laid clear. Silence from the feminists in the Greens. Why? Because somehow they owe the CFMEU, and this is how this union works. It's a quid pro quo relationship. I'll donate to you. I'll make sure you get pre-selected as long as you stay silent when we do our business on building sites, when we drive up the costs, when we make it impossible for building businesses, mum and dad businesses, whether they're Indigenous or not, to actually turn a profit and keep people employed. It's an absolute indictment, and I'm hopeful that everyone in this Senate will actually support our measures to bring some integrity back into the construction sector. There were independent senators who bought Tony Burke's lines, who now know they were sold a pup. This bill is an opportunity for them to rectify that mistake, and for the Greens and the Labor Party to realise that an administrator is not enough, that there does need to be a regulator in charge of this industry which historically has lent itself to lawlessness, thuggery and corruption. And it doesn't matter who's in charge. It is time to actually stand up and do the right thing. The right thing for the workers involved, the right thing for the businesses involved, the right thing for taxpayers. Because, you know, new investments in the Bruce Highway, for instance, have seen heavy restrictions. Roadworks are needing to be fixed, and the damaged roads unlikely to be completed next month because they can't actually get the project built because of go-slows and cost. So it's just not good enough when the Prime Minister undertook a full review of infrastructure needs only a year ago. They failed to identify new investments to improve the safety of the Bruce Highway, and now they're wanting to deflect attention now. Labor had to cancel $2 billion from Greater Western Sydney infrastructure following the infrastructure review last year, stripping promised and contracted funding from the Cardinia and Yarra Ranges Shire to seal residential roads in the Dandenongs. These are all projects that had to be cancelled or delayed as a result of billions and billions of dollars of cost blowouts thanks to the CFMEU. Future funding for regional roads has been put at risk by construction cost blowouts, with the Albanese government promising to reduce Commonwealth funding for regional roads from 80% down to 50%. And as was pointed out in Jane Holton's 2023 review of the National Partnership Agreement on Land Transport Infrastructure, reducing the Commonwealth funding split for regional roads will result in fewer regional projects being prioritised by state and territories. So if you ever had any doubt that this Labor government doesn't care what happens outside capital city boundaries, it is evidenced in their own infrastructure National Partnership Agreement review, which blatantly states if you change this funding arrangement to 50-50, states and territories will not invest in regional roads. So road toll will continue to rise. The cost of goods will continue to rise as it costs more and more in time and in maintenance costs for our truckies to actually deliver the same amount of goods. That is the reality of infrastructure funding under Anthony Albanese. This bill represents a sensible return to regulating a lawless industry that Labor seems intent on continuing, fulfilling, enabling and facilitating. So despite the minister's tough words, once again we see Labor failing and delivering not on cost of living, not for the regions, not for Jewish Australians with their response to the Gaza war, but delivering for one stakeholder, the only stakeholder that really matters, and that's the ACTU.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Well, the problem we have with this government is that they seem unable to admit when they got it wrong. They've got it wrong on budget spending, which has added fuel to inflation around our country. They've got it wrong on energy policy, where their intransigence on nuclear energy is pushing up the price of power and leaving Australia behind in the race to build data centres and catch up with the information economy. And they've clearly also got it wrong here when it came to abolishing the cop on the beat, the regulator here to deal with misconduct in the construction sector. Obviously, this has been a problem that has bedevilled Australia's construction sector for decades upon decades. It goes way back to the 70s and 80s, and Bob Hawke had to deal with this when he was in government. But at least then we had a Prime Minister that was willing to stand up to the thugs and some criminals that have often beset our construction sector. He took them on. Instead, when Anthony Albanese became Prime Minister, very differently from Bob Hawke, he rolled over to the criminals and thugs in the construction sector. And this should not have been news to anyone, the least of which news to the Prime Minister of the land, that there were elements of criminality and thuggery in our construction sector. This has been a long-standing problem, as I said, since in the last couple of decades the CFMEU has been found guilty over 2,000 times, I'm told over 2,600 times since 2003, and paid $24 million in penalties. It's a shocking rate of law breaking that is hard to compare to any other organisation in this country. Certainly no other organisations that are welcome in polite society as the CFMEU were for the Labor Party and the Greens parties, who are happy to take donations from the CFMEU, who regularly broke the law in this fashion. As I say, who worse, were happy to then change the law of the land in response to CFMEU requests, to take away this oversight and control over their law-breaking activities. The ABCC, the Australian Building Construction Commission, was clearly working. It was working to at least help rein in some of this blatant breaking of the law. The ABCC had actually over a 90% success rate in prosecutions, and they weren't short of work, as I've mentioned. They were doing their job and doing a job for all of us and all of our country. But Anthony Albanese came into government. He got the request, obviously, from his donors in the CFMEU, and then went to remove this cop on the beat that was reining them in. And we have this sort of shock that we've seen from the new Minister for the Workplace Relations and others saying, oh wow, we didn't know there was all this criminality in the sector. What a shock, what a surprise, as it's become even impossible for the former defenders of the CFMEU to defend the indefensible, when we've seen multiple revelations, mainly from the good work in the Nine media network, to expose rampant criminality, not just thuggery, not just the bullying, not just the harassment that we all knew occurred, but rampant criminality across the CFMEU. It became too much of a stench for even this Labor government to ignore. But instead, as I say, instead of just admitting they got it wrong and re-establishing the ABCC, get this cop on the beat back going, they are instead putting in place only a limited control, a temporary control on the CFMEU in response to the public outcry. Now, I think what would be much better would just be go back what was working. Go back what was working. That's what this bill does, and that's why I'm happy to support the efforts of my colleague Senator Michaelia Cash to just re-establish, just go back what was working. Very simple. Put it back in place. It had been in place for many years. It works. We can just reintroduce this legislation. No need for heaps of new committees or drafting of new laws. It's all ready to go. Here is one we prepared earlier that works. Let's just do that. Now, this bill obviously is to re-establish the ABCC. There's two C's in that name, but I'd just like to, in the rest of the time I have available here, to concentrate on three C's here. The three C's that bedevil our construction sector of criminality, impacts on cost of living and conflicts of interest. As I said, we have seen terrible examples of criminal behaviour from CFMEU officials, including cosy relationships with bikie gangs and outright criminals, and that is why we have supported the government's efforts to place the CFMEU into administration. But it just, to me, does not seem to be strong enough an action here, especially when you see the administrator that has been appointed already comment that the level of criminality is much, much worse. This is, I've found his name now, this is Mr Mark Irving QC. He's admitted that the union's corruption is much worse than initially reported. Well, what extra steps are being taken, given that information, to rein this in? Another step we could do is to pass this legislation and get it back into place. This action, this exposure of criminality, as I say, should not come as any news to people that have been following this. There have been many examples of the CFMEU's misconduct in recent years. There have been much speculation of its influence over or with bikie gangs and others, and now that it's all been confirmed, the government's just acting too late. That belated action from the government has also had a real cost on all Australians. Not just those that might be directly affected by the criminal behaviour of this organisation. The rampant thuggery, bullying, threats and intimidation that exists in this industry have ruined the productivity and performance of our construction sector. And this has a real and direct impact on Australians in many, many ways. Perhaps the one that is most felt by Australians today is the fact that we don't have enough homes for people. I'm astounded that I now live in a country where there are large tent cities in our major capitals. It is incredibly sad when you walk or run around our major cities and you have to go past people in the most dire circumstances who do not have a roof over their head. I never thought I would live in a country that I live in Australia. Australia would never get to that position. We're a prosperous and wealthy nation. Why can't we provide homes to the Australians that live here? Some of these families, there's always an element of homelessness, of course. As Bob Hawke did try and say, get rid of homelessness. We're probably never going to get there. People are often in sometimes unfortunate, desperate, very tragic circumstances. But it is clear that many of these families living in tents or otherwise often have jobs, have lives that are functional and otherwise in any other normal time would be able to have a house. There is just simply not enough houses for Australians. And some people are the victims of that shortage and have nothing but a sheet of plastic to put over their head every night. That is at least in part. There's a lot of reasons for that. But it's not helped. The situation is not helped by the shocking underperformance of our construction sector in able to build things at a reasonable cost. We are actually building fewer and fewer homes over the last few years, despite the increased demand and the increased population growth we've crashed to below 170,000 homes being built a year, despite bringing in 500,000 people a year in net terms. It's just not enough homes being built, of course, also needing to replace homes that are knocked down from time to time, that are old and condemned. It's just not enough. And we should therefore be prioritising seeking to increase and uplift the performance of the construction sector so we can build more homes without them costing. You know, it's pretty hard to build a home now for less than $250,000, $300,000. It's ridiculous, it's crazy. And And that is why we've got this housing shortage now in our country. It's not helped by the fact that we have an industry, a construction sector, where builders are the people building the homes, the people that have to hire all the contractors, the subcontractors, the chippies, the sparkies, the concreters, everybody to build a home. They often live in fear at the moment. You talk to many of these small businesses, they are in fear of the CFMEU and the retaliatory bullying tactics that could be inflicted on them if they have the temerity to employ people that are not approved by the CFMEU just to get something built, to get a job done. And that clearly has impacts then on being able to get jobs done. Because if you've only got a small menu of suppliers of contractors to be able to deal with, because there's a CFMEU's corruption and criminality, you're going to have fewer homes built. You're going to have a lot more delays in construction. You're going to increase the cost of home building in this country, and that is what we see in front of us. So passing this bill would help alleviate this situation. And we have a situation right now where the government's coming in and waxing lyrical about their home-to-rent scheme, buy-to-rent scheme, sorry. They think this is going to be the panacea and the solution. It's clearly not. It's clearly not going to build enough homes. What we have to do is to lower the costs and make it easier for all businesses, the myriad of thousands of builders across our country, to get things done. Our housing crisis is not going to be solved by spending more taxpayer dollars from Canberra. It's going to be solved when we remove the red tape and constraints that are holding back the many thousands more people who actually know how to build homes. I mean, the Labor Party might be good at some things, I don't know, I struggle to think of them, but I don't think they're good at building homes. I don't think I'm good at building homes. I don't think Senator Cadell's good at building homes. I think any of us are good at building homes. The people who are good at building homes are, surprise, surprise, builders. And so why don't we help them? Why don't we help those businesses take this anchor and weight, the CFMEU crushing anvil off their heads, off their businesses, and help them do what they do best for the Australian people and fix this crisis that are in front of us. Now, I'm going to run out of time because I wanted to also talk about well, I should actually, before I do get off that, I meant to also, in the terms of cost of living, the other aspect of this hits is our infrastructure challenges. Not just our homes, of course. In my state of Queensland, we have, I don't understand what's happening with the Bruce Highway. I drive that, to the length of that, at least from Rocky to Brisbane, probably 5 to 6 times a year at least, the length of it, and I drive parts of it many more times throughout the year. And I've never seen it like this. It's never been a great road. No one's ever written poems in ode to the Bruce Highway, but it's been workable. You can drive it, but some parts of the Bruce Highway have been good. You know, the coalition has helped fund the Gympie bypass. That's going to be excellent. It opened in about a month, but it's a small section. And now north of Gympie, you get these potholes in the road that if you're in a little hatchback, you're taking your life in your hands, particularly if you're at night and you can't see these things. They're as big as a tyre, these potholes, and you're going to lose a car in them, you bottom out. This is not a national highway. It's not some rural road. It's the number one, the Highway 1, national highway linking our major towns. And it's been left in a state of disrepair. Now, I don't know all the answers for that. The Queensland Government won't let us meet the Main Roads Department anymore because they like to play politics with people's lives on roads rather than just get the information out there. But at least partly it can't be helped again by this situation in our construction sector where, again, every construction project, every road project seems to come back 50, 60, 100% more in costs than what it was originally costed. The Rocky Ring Road was originally costed at $1.1 billion, ended up coming back at 1.6, 1.7 billion. A lot of contractors blame the Queensland Government's union-aligned, so-called best practice industry conditions or something, I can't remember what the C stands for that result. And it's not helped. And people's lives are hurt by this. There's lives being lost on the Bruce Highway because we just can't simply build something like a road anymore in this country. What is happening to our nation is crumbling before our eyes. And look, finally, I want to finish on the other C. I wanted to highlight the conflicts of interest. This government has taken millions and millions of dollars from the CFMEU in donations to the Australian Labor Party. Since Anthony Albanese was leader, it's over $6 million. it's hard to believe that why the government won't agree to pay that money back or give that money to charity or something. Obviously, don't want to give it back to CFMEU, but you know that's tainted. That's tainted money now. It's come from an organisation that's been exposed to be criminals and engaging in criminal conduct. How could any self-respecting political party continue to hold that fund, those funds, when they've got such a taint to them? Give them back if you're really fair dinkum about trying to fix the mess in our construction sector. Give that money back and work with the coalition to get a strong cop on the beat back in the construction industry.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I really should coordinate better with my coalition and party colleagues when we sit here, and most of my talking notes were very similar to Senator Canavan. So when we get up here and we talk about this bill, the building construction industry, restoring integrity and reducing building costs bill, I want to focus on that second part, that reducing building costs. Because many people will sit in here and say, why do I care about the coalition beating up on a union? You know, this is politics, this is normal, doesn't affect me, doesn't worry me, doesn't do anything like that. It was far more than that. This is about what Senator Canavan said, the very fact of affording housing. Housing is such a big debate in here. We hear government ministers stand up and throw barbs at those in that corner, the Greens and us, for not passing their bills that will put more money into the housing market, and no doubt will make it easier for some 10,000 people to buy a home, but it just gives them a comparative advantage over the 10,000 people that were going to buy a home anyway that no longer will have that advantage. So it's just choosing who gets the home, not building more homes and putting more people in homes. And this is what this comes down to. Because if you are in a major city where these apartment blocks, where heavy union industry, heavy union influence are, you are paying too much for your unit. The estimates are 30% higher costs in your unit to get into it. So you are paying more. That's a real cost in your pocket. That is a real cost for people trying to get in their first home, to get in their units, to build these things. It is a housing supply thing. But what's not seen is the number of builders and the number of projects that decide not to go ahead with a proposal, not to go ahead with a development, because it is no longer viable because of these costs. And when they are saying, no, I won't go ahead with this apartment block, no, I won't go ahead with this land development, well, I won't go ahead with these things that would house people, these bedrooms that will put people in at night, that means more people stay homeless. That means more people bid higher again on the top of the higher construction costs. More people have to pay more for the less supply of housing out there. So if you're at home and you're concerned about the cost of housing, this has a direct impact on you. If you limit supply, if you raise the cost of that supply, we will build less. It is simple economics. And the control the CMFEU has showed over time on major projects has had that effect. So putting some more cash in the hands of others simply feeds this beast of industry, simply feeds this beast of corruption, and simply feeds the beast of greed. What we need to do is to get building more, building quicker, developing more, right across the spectrum. And people who build bedrooms, people who create land, people who create homes are the solution, yet they are demonised in here. Now, I will demonise some of them straight after that. There are people in this industry that paid the bribes, that paid the kickbacks, and then relied on consumers to pay higher prices so that they could pay the union officials, to pay for the access, to pay for the right to sites. And that is wrong. And what this is seeking to do is to bring in a policeman, a body that can try and catch some of that. It will not catch all of that. When we're talking about the bill to bring in the administrator, I spoke of first-hand seeing a video of a site manager being assaulted by union officials on a site in the Hunter Valley. And I went to the developer and I said, do you want me to raise this? And he said, no, I am told my building will never pass inspection if I cause a problem. I am told I will have safety breaches on my site every week if I raise this. And the piece was he would no longer have a problem on site if he didn't raise a problem with the assault of his site manager. I'm not sure what his site manager thought about that, but that is the deal that had to be done. If that is not basic corruption and criminality, I don't know what is. And we heard from other speakers here, over 2,000 breaches found, over $24 million worth of fines levied. If this is in America, this would be a RICO case. This would be a criminal or registered criminal organisation, not a union. But here, we had the perverse case of this government removing the policeman only 4 months later to deal with the consequences of it. And I spoke on that bill that night and about it not being a problem of a union. It was a problem of the creeping of the wrong people into that union that was not dealt with. When you get criminals coming in, when you get corruption coming in, and you don't have the leadership strong enough to say no, a leadership so weakened that they say, yes, come on in and create this thing, that is what's wrong. When you don't have a policeman, this makes it worse. Imagine watching a football game, talking real football, rugby league here, Senator Ciccone, where you take the referee off the field. When you take off the referee off the field and say, have at it. You don't have a game, you have a farce. You have arguments, you have fights, you have everything wrong going on. And that is what we have here. They took the referee off the field in the ABCC. And so, as a reaction, you at home who are saying, why does this matter to me? You pay more for everything. And government's not great. We heard Senator at building houses. Of course they're not. We're not great at doing anything. I went into my new office. I'm a new senator, only been here 2 years, and they gave me a big, beautiful empty space, and they said they'll develop it and put walls in and all these sorts of things over time. So I don't have an open space. We allow people into our office other than the front door, and then they've got access to everywhere. And just a mere 18 months after I came here, they got that done. And I have a mate who's a shop fitter, does this professionally, walked into our beautiful open space, looked up, high ceilings, heritage building, and says, ooh, this is an expensive shop fit. This is $250,000, $300,000. I said, wow, that's expensive. Because under our disclosures, all the expenses that go to our offices are disclosed. We don't have a say in it. Every senator will know here that they come in, they do what they do, goes on your expense account, but you don't actually choose the contractor or the project. But what happened when our budget finally happened? It's a lovely office. It is probably 5 or 6 internal walls, a slight refit of a bathroom, a few other things, a lot of data and cabling, a bit of security, I get that. But what we cost? $800,000 is our budget as a government for what something as a professional shop fitter says $250,000, $300,000. And I've no doubt that will come up on my expense report, this extravagant office that I've asked for. But that is the process of government doing here, and is the process of involvement and red tape and everything we do, and the cost being levied by the rules that those in power, and I'm talking about not just unions, I'm talking about big business that paid these bribes because it was cushy. And the ABCC should be able to come down on all of those people and say that is wrong. And so when you're at home and you're paying these extra expenses and you can't get a home, and we're bringing on all these people, and people saying no to developments and no to bedrooms so more people remain homeless, that is the real problem. And then we look at the infrastructure side of things. When they build your roads, when they build your dams, when they build your water infrastructure, when they build all of that, and the same thing, 30% higher costs. So if you're looking at $100 billion, I think it's infrastructure pipeline, I think that's the number for it. If you're talking about $30 billion in extra costs because of these rules, because of these kickbacks, because of these problems, that is half the cost of running the NDIS for a year. It is 2/3 of the cost of Medicare for a year. It is, I think the Greens have costed dental across for elders and stuff like that as a PBO for putting a seniors child dental benefit scheme in. It is 3 times what a seniors child benefit scheme is, the cost of extra infrastructure. That is the things you don't get because of these actions. This is the money we have to tax taxpayers more to do these things. So at home in mum and dad land, you're not only paying extra for the homes you get, for the buildings you get, for the construction you get, you actually have to pay more tax to compensate the government for the extra cost in infrastructure. So one thing sure, coming off the supermarket inquiry, supermarkets will always get you, but the government will always get you too. We don't miss out on a tax dollar when it's there to be had. So if we're paying more for stuff, we know where we can get it. It's from your pocket. So this is what happens. This is a bad situation that has got out of control because this government took the policeman off the beat. They took the umpire off the field, and everyone suffers. It's not just a coalition opposition beating up on union. It's standing up for basic economic principles of not allowing standover and bullying tactics. As I go back to the union links and their actions in this regard to organised crime. It is hush money being paid by corporations to the unions for access. It is donations being made to organisations that make decisions about the rules. And it is the very worst of corrupt practice, the very worst, when the powerless are run over, and that's in the home buyers, it is in the small contractors, are run over by the powerful, which are the big corporations willing to pay kickbacks and the unions willing to take them. And that is fundamentally why we're here, to protect the little people, to protect those that don't have the power. And by bringing back this bill, by bringing back the ABCC, it's not a fix-all. It's not a fix-all. It is a step in the right direction. And that is the side of reducing building costs. It is getting more people in houses, it is getting your house cheaper, it is getting developers to say yes to the projects that are marginal, so there are more choice for you to go and buy, there is greater supply, and that is the housing policy we have here. A greater supply is what's needed in housing. More money into it can just pump up everything if we're not getting that supply right. And the actions here have done that. And let's go back to the integrity bit. If we want to vacate the field, if we want to remove law, if we don't want to stand up and say we set the rules, if we create a vacuum, other people will fill that vacuum with their power. We've seen it in countries when there is a coup, when there is a vacuum in power, bad elements come in. Chaos creates opportunity for bad people. And that is what's happened here. For within months of removing the ABCC, the stories came out. It is natural human nature. Human nature loves chaos, and it was created when we took the players off the field. Bringing it back will create some form of intimidation, some form of barrier to going out and rampantly doing this. And as I said, it won't fix all. It will still have the powerful running over the powerless. And as I remember hearing in the debate on the appointment of the administrator, Senator Scarr, a story that has had the most impact on me of any speech I've heard in this place at any time, about the poor worker who, young guy, had a job, worked for an organisation that didn't pay the right amount of money or didn't do the right thing by the union, who got another job and wore a T-shirt of his previous employer to a site, who was locked in the shed, bullied mercilessly, threatened, who went home, put himself in his bedroom and made sure he never woke up. Took his own life because of wearing a T-shirt to a union site. Nothing has struck me in this chamber as much as that story. Does anyone deserve to lose their life for wearing a wrong T-shirt to work? And if you ever think that union power didn't get too far, and let's not even call the CMFEU a union in its end regard, because a union does represent its workers, it does do the right thing. This crime body that it became didn't have too much power, wasn't abusing that power. That story in itself is enough to say it is wrong. So if we don't put the policeman back on the beat, we've put him in custody for a couple of years to have a look at what they've done. I get that. That is something. But when he gets out, haven't we just got the same animal back on the streets? Without the policeman to enforce it, without the rules to contain it, without the ability to say you are doing the wrong thing, the vacuum will create chaos again. So that's why this bill is so important. This bill is important so that that story never has to get retold. This bill is important so that people can afford houses. And this bill is important so that you get the infrastructure you need, the government can spend money on better things, and we can all move on.
Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, this is a bill which sets out to do exactly what it says, which is restore integrity and reduce building costs in an industry which is incredibly important for Australia, the construction industry, which accounts for about 10% of Australia's GDP, but which we also rely upon to build new hospitals, roads, airports, transport, schools, and also to build homes. And we need to recognise that this industry, the construction industry, is in great trouble right now. We've seen labour productivity in the industry fall by 18% over the past decade. So a job that would have taken you 100 workers to complete in 6 months, say, in 2014, you now need 18 extra workers to do that same role. More workers, less output. And we've also seen some 3,010 construction businesses enter external administration in the year to 1 July 2024, which is up 30% from a year earlier. And in fact, construction businesses now account for 1/4 of the insolvencies that are taking place at a record level in Australia. We also see that housing targets are not being met. The necessary increase in the supply of residential housing is not even close to being met. The National Housing Accord sets a target of 1.2 million new homes over the next 5 years. To just take New South Wales, the New South Wales share of that is 377,000, which means New South Wales needs to be building 75,000 approximately new homes per year. But there are only 43,000 new homes commenced in New South Wales in the year to March 2024. If you look back to the period 2013 to 2018, New South Wales was building 67,000 new homes per year on average, pretty close to the 75,000 target. But right now it's languishing at $43,000. And the other big problem, of course, is that inefficiency, low productivity and failures in the construction sector, business failures, insolvencies, are pushing up the costs of infrastructure, meaning major projects like Western Sydney Airport, like new hospitals and schools, like highway upgrades, are costing much more than they should. Now, this is because this is a sector, since this government has come into office, which has been characterised by a lack of competition and an abuse of market power. There has effectively been a monopolistic provider of labour to the construction sector, and that has been the CFMEU. And unsurprisingly, when a single player enjoys market dominance, they tend to abuse that market power. Now, we have no problems recognising this in other sectors, whether it's in retail with supermarkets, whether it's in electricity and gas with a couple of major players, whether it's in banking and finance with 4 major banks. We recognise that when market power is concentrated, the case for abuse of market power is rife, and we often either create a special regulator or give enhanced powers to the ACCC or other regulators to police those sectors. And that is why the coalition government first established the ABCC, the Australian Building and Construction Commission, to tackle lawlessness, corruption, thuggery and intimidation in the sector, which was caused by the dominance of a single player and a single union, the CFMEU, which exerted a stranglehold over providers and was able to use its market power to intimidate the purchasers of its services. Now, that body, the ABCC, had a 91% success rate in prosecuting union misconduct and was also highly successful in curbing intimidation, thuggery and corruption in the sector. Unsurprisingly, the CFMEU, which saw its own powers trimmed by this body, saw it could no longer use its market power to get its own way and to dictate terms. The CFMEU lobbied for the abolition of the ABCC. And that's why the Albanese government, which has taken $6.2 million in CFMEU donations since Anthony Albanese became the opposition leader in 2019, that's why this government, the Albanese Labor government, abolished the ABCC as one of their first acts in office. This was a quid pro quo. The CFMEU made quite clear that their continued support for Labor, not only at the 2022 election, but their continued donations, was contingent upon their interests being looked after, and that's what's happened. Now, wind the clock forward 2 years, and as a result of a media expose that was too large and too significant to ignore, and full credit to the Nine Media Group for exposing intimidation, corruption, thuggery in the building sector as they did, Labor has been forced into appointing an administrator into the CFMEU. The administrator has said that corruption was worse than expected, more entrenched, and that the problems are going to take longer to fix. Now, why is this such a problem? Well, some of the biggest buyers of construction services are Labor governments, Labor state and federal governments, and they've been handing over millions of dollars of taxpayer money in inflated costs to the CFMEU, leading to big cost bloats, which we've all heard about, on infrastructure projects. But we've also seen in the private sector the CFMEU effectively allowed to exercise a veto, so that big private civil construction companies do not get to decide who they employ. The union does, the CFMEU gets to do that. And in residential, the result of this, of course, in residential building is that workers are fleeing to the union-dominated projects where wages are high because the CFMEU demands as much from the Labor government. And as a result, you see smaller construction players in the residential sector, by and large, go to the wall, worker shortages, and as a result, residential construction, particularly detached residential dwellings, is almost flat. It's largely unviable commercially, at least in New South Wales, to build detached dwellings simply because the costs are too high and the labour is too scarce. Now, the problem with the government's approach of appointing a CFMEU administrator is it's not going to fix the problem. If you talk to anyone in the private sector, they are still intimidated. They fully expect that once this period of administration is over, the CFMEU is going to return stronger than ever, more bent on revenge than ever, more likely to abuse its market power than ever. And indeed, they are telling the private sector that explicitly and implicitly. No one in the private sector is prepared to look at renegotiating enterprise bargain agreements or look at touching any of the special privileges the CFMEU enjoys on their sites or touching the veto they exercise over their choice of subcontractors, because they are concerned that in a year or two they will be back, and if they haven't played ball in the meantime, the CFMEU will extract their revenge. Now, the Hawke government was brave enough to take on the BLF because of the problems it was causing the construction sector. The Howard government was brave enough to take on the Maritime Union of Australia in the late 1990s and early 2000s because of the stranglehold that union militancy was exacting on our waterfront. Given the importance of the construction sector to the national economy, given the fact that we all pay a tax, either directly through our taxes or indirectly as purchasers of these services, any Australian who buys a home, who seeks to do a renovation, who wants to construct a granny flat, they are paying the inflated cost that is the result of union militancy running rampant in the construction sector and all the flow-on effects. We all have an interest in fixing this issue, and that is why this bill is the only genuine solution to continued abuse, corruption, intimidation and misuse of market power in the construction sector, and that is why I support this bill.
If there are no further speakers, Senator, quorum required. Ring the bells. No, 10, 12. There's another one's come in. 19. We have quorum. The time for the debate has expired. So I'm now going to proceed to the consideration of government business, and I call the clerk.
Government business orders of the day number 1, Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment Omnibus number 1 Bill 2024, second reading debate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, and I rise to speak on the Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment Omnibus number 1 Bill 2024. The Omnibus Bill makes a range of changes to our criminal law investigation and enforcement apparatus. It is a bill that has received appropriate scrutiny through the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and as a result of the scrutiny of that bill, there are some minor changes that will now take place. Following that scrutiny, the government did work with the coalition to settle the amendments that will be made to the bill and otherwise improve the bill. I have to say that we welcome that sensible approach and in light of the amendments, as accepted by the government and recommended by the PJCIS, we are pleased to support the bill. In terms of the bill itself, there are 5 schedules. The first schedule is in relation to the seizure of digital assets. What the first schedule does is amend the Crimes Act, the Proceeds of Crimes Act and the National Anti-Corruption Commission Act to enhance the legal framework relating to the seizure of digital assets. The proposed amendments, they are going to expressly clarify that a warrant may authorise the seizure of digital assets, that an executing officer is able to access a person's digital wallet and transfer its contents as a means of, in this case in inverted commas, seizing the digital asset. We know that criminals, it's 2024, technology has rapidly advanced, and as have our criminals. They are increasingly sophisticated and they now use cryptocurrency as a way of storing and distributing the proceeds of illicit activities. In fact, evidence before the PJCIS has made it very clear that this is an issue that is frequently encountered by the Australian Federal Police. Indeed, the AFP made the point to members of the PJCIS that it had restrained more than $41 million in cryptocurrency across the 2022-23 financial year alone. In fact, in one large-scale disruption of a money laundering operation in 2023, the AFP executed 13 warrants and charged 10 alleged offenders with approximately $215 million in criminal assets restrained to date, including over $30 million in cryptocurrency. So there is no real argument about the scale of the problem or the need to have adequate powers to issue search warrants for and seize digital assets such as cryptocurrencies. Currently under the Crimes Act, police are permitted to seize certain items discovered in the course of executing the warrant. Now, to lawfully do so, the officer must believe on reasonable grounds that the item is evidential material in relation to the offence and seizure is necessary to prevent concealment, loss, destruction or its use in committing an offence. Now, unfortunately, these thresholds just don't cut it, and again it refers to the advancement of technology. We're in 2024, so these technologies just don't cut it in the age of digital assets and cryptocurrency. By way of illustration, where large sums of physical cash are found during a search warrant, it may be relatively easy for an executing officer to believe on reasonable grounds that the funds are tainted property, e.g. the proceeds of crime, and that seizure is necessary. But the same cannot be said of digital assets like cryptocurrency. The mere holding of large amounts of a digital asset is unlikely on its own to be as suspicious. There would need to be a level of analysis to develop some understanding of the source of those funds and the reason for holding digital assets that presently have a large value. Among other reasons, this is because there are sometimes legitimate reasons to hold digital assets that have a large value. For instance, the value of the asset may have changed significantly since it was obtained, noting that cryptocurrencies are notoriously volatile and that changes in their value are therefore common. On the other side of the ledger, if police cannot take immediate action, that then means that the risk is high. Unlike physical assets, such as cash, criminals can remotely and near instantaneously, and this is where there is a huge problem, move a digital asset beyond the reach of law enforcement via an online transaction. So, to deal with those issues, Schedule 1 of the bill proposes to lower the threshold for lawfully seizing digital assets. So to seize those assets, an officer must reasonably suspect that the digital asset is evidential material and seizing the digital asset is necessary to prevent the digital asset's concealment, loss or destruction or its use in committing an offence. We would say that the revised threshold is appropriate given the unique challenges created by the discovery of digital assets in the course of executing a search warrant. Now, in relation to Schedule 2, digital currency exchanges, Schedule 2 of the bill relates to the Proceeds of Crime Act and its interaction with digital currency exchanges. The Proceeds of Crime Act gives law enforcement agencies broad powers to monitor, freeze, restrain and forfeit proceeds and instruments of a crime. So this includes investigative and freezing powers in relation to financial institutions. In terms of the proposed amendments to the bill that we have before the Senate, they'll extend those investigative and freezing powers in relation to certain digital currency exchanges. Importantly, this expansion of the Proceeds of Crime Act retains the existing safeguards. Now, these existing safeguards include independent oversight by a magistrate, limitations on the time during which orders made under the Act can operate, and powers to vary a freezing order in appropriate cases. When you look at the amendment to the Act, but also the fact that we are retaining the existing safeguards. The net effect of this is to ensure that freezing and monitoring orders under the Proceeds of Crime Act can be applied in relation to Australian-based cryptocurrency exchanges in the same way as to traditional financial institutions. Again, these are appropriate changes and we welcome them. In terms of Schedule 3 to this bill, this deals with what are known as Commonwealth penalty units. So Schedule 3 to the bill will increase the value of a Commonwealth penalty unit to $330. In other words, that is the value, $330, of one Commonwealth penalty unit. So what a penalty unit does is it sets the maximum financial penalty that can be awarded by a court for an offence. Ordinarily, the value of a penalty unit is indexed every 3 years in accordance with CPI. So the value of a penalty unit at the time that the Coalition left office in May 2022 was $222. This is now the third time in less than 2 years the Albanese government has increased the value of penalty units. So there's been a 49% increase in the value of Commonwealth penalty units over an 18-month period. On the 1st of January 2023, the penalty units increased from $222 to $275. And then in July of 2023, they then increased it to $313. And when this measure, the one that we're discussing in this bill, the changes to Schedule 3, come into force, they will lift it to $330. Now, the government explains the rationale for the latest increase as follows. The current penalty unit amount does not act as an effective deterrent for the most serious offending. The reality, of course, is, as we all know, this is actually a revenue measure for the Albanese government. Now, while we do not object in principle to increases in maximum penalties by courts for those convicted of a crime, there is a slew of regulatory offences, such as a failure to lodge a business activity statement on time. Let's be clear about this. Failure to lodge a business activity statement on time, small businesses, be aware, for which the ATO will impose a penalty equivalent to one penalty unit every 28 days. So it should not go without comment that despite the bill we are talking about here, debating in the Senate, which, as I said, we agree with, it should not go without comment that the Albanese government has slugged small businesses, and we all saw the front page of the newspapers yesterday in terms of the record number of small businesses in Australia that are going insolvent because of the regulatory burden that has been placed on them by the Albanese government, the cost, the complexity, the confusion. A business that has to close employs no one, and you now have a record high number of small businesses in this country that have closed their doors because of the regulatory burden imposed on them by the Albanese government. So, as I said, this extends further than the bill that we're just talking about. Effectively, the Albanese government has slugged small businesses with a 49% increase in penalties for late paperwork. And these poor people don't sleep at the best of times. They work 8 days a week, 25 hours a day. They never sleep. They don't pay themselves super, and under the Albanese government, they're not paying themselves a salary. And now, late paperwork, 49% increase in the penalty unit that can be applied. Now, Schedule 4, Telecommunications Interception and Access. This actually amends the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act 2, clarify the functions of the Communications Access Coordinator in the Attorney-General's Department, and create the position of Communications Security Coordinator within the Home Affairs Department. Now, essentially, this change reflects changes to the administrative arrangements under the current government, and while there are no concerns about the specifics of the measure in this schedule, they are symptomatic of a broader concern, and that concern relates to the concentration of national security operational functions in the Attorney-General's Department, the same department that exercises oversight of those functions, and I'm sure Senator Patterson would agree with that, and it gives rise to a model that raises legitimate questions. Now, in relation to Schedule 5, information sharing with state and territory oversight bodies, Schedule 5 of the bill deals with information sharing arrangements under, again, the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act. Now, it's going to amend the arrangements that apply to state-level bodies which oversee state-based integrity agencies. Now, note that this is not the integrity agencies themselves. That is very important to note, like the ICAC in South Australia. It is the oversight bodies for those state agencies. So it is a fundamental difference. The inspectors who are meant to ensure that the state integrity agencies exercise their powers appropriately. New evidence before the PJSIS made clear that state-based oversight bodies, that limitations in the legislations are causing difficulty for them in discharging their functions. And these limitations arise because under the TIA Act, the oversight bodies are only able to receive information for a permitted purpose or for an eligible purpose. But the definitions of these terms do not capture all of the functions that the oversight bodies are meant to perform. So the changes in Schedule 5 were welcomed by the PJSIS, with one minor recommendation that has now been addressed, and as such, we welcome the straightforward changes. It's just worth commenting on two additional changes in the bill. In addition to the matters considered by the PJSIS, the government proposed two additional amendments and has worked with the coalition on those two issues. The first change pushes the sunsetting arrangements for security provisions in the Criminal Code by 18 months, so they're pushed back by the 18 months. The secrecy provisions are currently due to sunset on the 29th of December this year. What this amendment will do is push back this date to the 29th of June 2026, and we have no objection to this. It is in no one's interest for Commonwealth secrecy offences to lapse without replacement being ready to go, and it's clear the Attorney won't be in a position to pass his proposed changes to Commonwealth secrecy provisions before the 29th of December deadline. Now, the second change relates to a particular definition in the Criminal Code, cause to combat. This is a term that, roughly speaking, describes a person who cannot legitimately be targeted in military operations. Now, the government has told us that they're replacing the existing definition to address a long-standing drafting error dating back to the 2000s. The Attorney-General's Office advises us that the gist of the error is that the definition uses the word "and" when it should use the word "or." We have been assured that the changes avoids a potential unintended consequence but does not otherwise change the intended operation or effect of the definition. I am relying on the advice provided to us by the Attorney-General's Office about the intent and the effect of the change, and supported on the basis of the assurance that we have been provided, and as such,
Senator
we are
Cash, your
pleased to
time
support
has
the bill.
expired. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I rise to speak to the Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment Omnibus Number 1 Bill of 2024, perhaps one of the most inspiring long titles for a bill that we've had come before the House. This is a miscellaneous bill that makes a number of, some modest, some slightly less modest changes to legislation. It includes expressly authorising police, when executing search warrants issued under the 1914 Crimes Act or the 2002 Proceeds of Crimes Act, to also seize digital assets such as cryptocurrency, including by accessing a person's digital wallet and transferring its contents to a state account. This is a timely and important change. As we have seen in multiple reports, aspects of organised crime have changed some of their financing, in some cases much of their financing, into these crypto assets. And it makes no sense, if we are to have Proceeds of Crimes Act, for that legislation, for those assets to be beyond the reach of police when they're executing search warrants. Without this power, of course, that fund can simply be transferred, or it can just remain in the wallet and not be accessible for proceeds of crime legislation. It also extends the investigative and freezing powers under the 2002 Proceeds of Crimes Act that currently apply to financial institutions, to also extend them to digital currency exchanges. And for the same reasons as the earlier amendments are supported, the Greens also support those amends. It makes sense and reflects the changing nature of organised crime and how money is hidden and laundered through digital currencies. I will just pause to note that we often hear the AFP talk up the numbers of proceeds of crimes, seizures and the like, and they talk in the 20 millions, sometimes they talk over a decade in the hundreds of millions. And I think we should acknowledge that when we're talking about the scale of organised crime, much of it through drugs, that is a tiny, tiny fraction of the problem. And if anyone thinks proceeds of crimes legislation is the primary way in which we're going to deal with the scale of the problem of financing for organised crime, they haven't been watching. So these changes will make a marginal change. There'll be instances where some funds that have been obtained through organised crime will now be able to be seized, but this is in no way a systemic solution to the scale of organised crime, much of which lies in addressing our completely broken way we deal with drugs of addiction in this country. The bill also seeks to increase the value of the Commonwealth Penalty Unit. It increases it from the recently upped $313 per unit to now $330 per unit. Thankfully, there were some amendments in the Federation Chamber that clarified that the increases to the penalty unit clause only take effect from the commencement of this legislation rather than from 1 July. The concept that the bill as initially drafted, having come from the Attorney General's office, would have retrospectively increased the penalty units for criminal offences. It's remarkable that that ever got through the AG's office, a retrospective increase in criminal penalties. But thankfully, it's now been remedied from an amendment in the Federation Chamber. While the Greens recognise its standard practice to increase Commonwealth penalty units over time so that they keep pace with inflation, what we see now from both this government and the former government has been aggressive repeated increases in the value of a penalty unit. We know that people are doing it extremely tough right now. We know that there's a cost of living crisis. We know that individuals in particular are finding it hard to make ends meet. So I think the government owes the public an explanation for why from 2017 to now 2024, the value of a penalty unit has increased by 54%, and the bulk of that under this government, while inflation over the same time is less than half of that, just over 20%. So how is it that the cost of a penalty unit, which is meant to be broadly indexed to inflation, has increased by 54%, while inflation has increased by less than half of that, and the bulk of that happening under this government's watch? The explanation we got in the second reading contribution by the attorney in the other place did not explain that. And perhaps it's because there is no adequate explanation for it other than it's a revenue gouge disguised as an inflationary measure. But I think the public deserve an explanation, as this chamber deserves an explanation from the government about that aggressive increase in penalty units. And I want to be clear from the Greens' perspective that the way in which penalty units operate and fines operate in the criminal justice system at a Commonwealth level, and it's reflected in most other states and territories, save for New South Wales, and I'll speak to that briefly, the way in which fines operate create a two-tier justice system. It means if you're wealthy and you have financial resources, the fine often is almost negligible. It doesn't impact on your life, it doesn't impact on your lifestyle. Although it may be unpleasant to pay a fine of hundreds or thousands of dollars, people who are wealthy roll on as though little, if anything, happened. Whereas people who are trying to survive on Centrelink or a public or a Commonwealth benefit or a pension, they get a fine in the hundreds or thousands of dollars, and it's financially disastrous for them. means they have trouble affording the next trolley of groceries in the supermarket. It means they're wondering whether they'll pay the energy bill or the phone bill. They're wondering if they can defer the rates notice. They're wondering if they can afford the rent. That's the difference. When we have this one-size-fits-all fine system, it means that those who are wealthy just brush it off and get on and can commit offences with almost no impact on their life. But those who are financially struggling are doubly penalised with these fines that can be absolutely financially disastrous to them. That's not a justice system. That's an injustice system, and it's got worse with this legislation that is, again, ramping up the size of penalty units. That is why I am moving, and I'll move it now, a second reading amendment that's been distributed. And the second reading amendment to the bill is as follows. It notes the bill increases the value of the Commonwealth penalty unit, and the Senate recognises that set financial penalties produce unfair and uneven impacts where they are not levied according to income, so that people on high incomes can easily afford to pay a fine that would be financially disastrous to someone on Commonwealth income support, such as job seeker or the age pension. Recognising this unfairness, the Senate urges the government to explore a fairer system for fines that would reduce penalty amounts for those on Commonwealth income support and increase penalty amounts for those earning over $180,000 a year. If the criminal justice system is to strive to be at least slightly fair, then fines should have the same effective impact on people if they're wealthy or if they're not. And the way you do that is you look to other countries like Norway, which has its fine system graduated against income. So the wealthier you are, the higher the fine you pay for the same offence under their fine system. Thankfully, we have seen some changes in Australia. After some years of struggle in New South Wales and some active negotiation with the then government, a few years ago, with action brought by the Greens and indeed at that time it was a coalition amendment that went to the New South Wales Parliament, there's a provision under the New South Wales Fines Act so that if somebody is on a government support payment, that they have a right to apply to have their fine halved on proof that they're on a Commonwealth support payment. That at least produces a measure of equitable impact under the fine system in New South Wales. That's been in operation now for a number of years and has been a really important measure to produce increased fairness in how fines operate in New South Wales. We have a federal Labor government, and one of the ideological pillars of Labor is meant to be some kind of approach to equity. And instead of even following what we managed to get in New South Wales, instead we have a bill here now from the federal Labor that just wants to ramp up fines. And we know who that's going to hurt most. Not a billionaire, not a millionaire. That is going to hurt somebody who has the least. And again, I'd ask an explanation from the minister. Why is it you're choosing to do this? Why have you increased fines by, together with the coalition, between 2027 and 2024 by 54%, more than double inflation? And do you recognise what an impact that has, particularly on people who are struggling to get by financially? The bill also makes changes to information sharing provisions in the Telecommunications Intercept and Access Act of 1979 to make it simpler for state-based oversight bodies to receive intercept information and intercept warrant information from agencies within their jurisdictions. This is an outstanding issue. This has been a long-running concern, particularly for state oversight agencies such as the New South Wales ICAC and police oversight bodies and corruption bodies in states and territories. It's a useful change, but I think it will require close monitoring, both by the Commonwealth Ombudsman and by this chamber. There's an outstanding issue in that stored communications or telecommunications data accessed by state-based integrity agencies should be disclosable to the oversight bodies for those agencies. Fixing this was indeed a recommendation 2 of the PJSIS report on this bill. That recommendation read, "The committee recommends that as part of the proposed electronic surveillance reforms or other future reforms to the Telecommunications Intercept and Access Act, the government consider whether state-based oversight bodies should be given access to stored communications and telecommunications data held by the agencies within their jurisdiction, in addition to the access to lawfully intercepted information and intercept warrant information conferred by the bill." I further note that this bill was amended in the Federation Chamber to stop the secrecy provisions from sunsetting, and to this I note that the sun never sets on any additional power that's granted to a Commonwealth security agency. Acting Deputy, I do look forward to the government responding to these issues of substance on the bill. I particularly look forward to an explanation from the government as to why it thinks it's legitimate to so aggressively increase fines, knowing that those who will be most harmed are those with the least. And I look forward to the Chamber supporting our second reading amendment that would finally say the criminal justice system should actually be graduated for fairness. That if you're a millionaire, a fine should actually have an impact on you and a similar impact on you to if you're surviving on JobSeeker. And the only way you can do that is if you graduate fines based on income. We surely should be moving towards that.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I certainly won't be supporting the Green second reading amendment in this respect. And it astounds me, with all due respect to Senator Shoebridge, who I serve with on the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, that he made that blithe argument, and I'll call it a blithe argument, around calibrating fees to someone's income without once referring to a fundamental principle of our justice system, which is that everyone should be treated equally before the law. Not once did Senator Shoebridge actually make the point that everyone should be treated equally before the law. He just went into a blithe recitation about, well, the fine system can have uneven impacts in terms of this and that. We should just abandon it. And for the first time under any Commonwealth law that I'm aware of, we would start to treat people differently under our justice system based upon their individual circumstances in terms of the application of penalties in our justice system. For the first time, Senator Shoebridge is proposing a change to our system of laws, to our rule of law, whereby people would be treated differently based on their individual characteristics. We have a system based on rule of law, which means that everyone who attends before our court system is treated equally. That is a fundamental principle. If you go to many of the courts around our country, you will see the statue of Justitia, typically portrayed as a woman with a sword, scale of justice and a blindfold. Why does she have a blindfold? Because it doesn't matter who appears in our court system. It doesn't matter their religion, their ethnicity, their background, whether or not they came to this country a year ago or they've been here as part of our oldest living community, our First Nations people. Everyone should be treated equally in our justice system. The law should be treated equally and apply to everyone equally. We have a system of rule of law, not rule of men, rule of law, everyone treated equally. And yet in that blithe, and I'll call it a blithe contribution to the debate, Senator Shoebridge would tear that principle down. And it's just symptomatic of the radical extreme policies we hear in this place from the Greens again and again and again. Rule of law, everyone treated equally before the law, a fundamental principle of our system of justice, and yet in that 10-minute contribution, Senator Shoebridge would tear away that constitutional principle, that legal principle, going all the way back to John Locke, second treatise on government, even beyond that. A fundamental principle under our system. It doesn't matter if you're a king or a serf, you're all treated the same before the law. Doesn't matter. Everyone treated the same before the law. fundamental principle that Senator Shoebridge would tear down with that blithe contribution. Very, very disappointing. Very disappointing. Another radical extreme proposition put by the Australian Greens. I believe, this is what I believe, it doesn't matter who you are, a millionaire, someone who's on the age pension, it doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, how long you've been in this country, whether or not you're a new Australian or you can trace your heritage back thousands of years. Doesn't matter. When you attend a court, the judge applies the law equally to everyone. A fundamental principle of our justice system. Fundamental principle of our justice system, and it's certainly a hill I'd be prepared to die on. It'd be a hill I'd be prepared to die on, because I think the way that Senator Shoebridge presents that amendment would lead to all sorts of injustices, and opens the door up to people being treated differently based on their individual circumstances in our laws. It is fundamentally flawed. Senator Shoebridge, I'll take the interjection. I'll take the interjection, Senator Shoebridge. I'll take the interjection, Senator Shoebridge. And what I'll say is, what particularly disappoints me in that contribution, not once did you weigh up the principle of equality before the law. You didn't actually once weigh that principle up. You didn't give it any consideration at all in terms of what a fundamental change to our justice system that would constitute. Not once. It's very atypical of you, Senator Shoebridge. It's very atypical of you, Senator Shoebridge.
Senator Scarr, can I just interrupt you for 1 second? It is the right of all senators in this chamber to be heard in silence, so I would appreciate the respect across the chamber. It is quite disruptive if Senator Scarr can, who has the call, continue his contribution. Thank you.
The basic proposition, Acting Deputy President, is our laws should not differentiate between Australians on the basis of their individual characteristics. Whatever those characteristics are, they should treat everyone equally. Everyone should be treated equally under the law. That is a basic, fundamental proposition underpinning our justice system. And in my view, we depart from that proposition at great risk to our justice system. And so I say, through you, Acting Deputy President, to all the members of this chamber, do not support this extreme amendment being put forward by the Greens. Whilst it is put in a blithe way, as if this is simply a natural progression in terms of our justice system, it is far, far more profoundly dangerous than that, because it tears at one of the fundamental principles of our justice system, that everyone should be treated equally before the law. And there are some other fundamental flaws with respect to what the Greens are proposing in terms of this radical amendment. And that is, the penalties which are set under our laws are maximum penalties. They're maximum penalties. And of course, we respect those in the coalition are supporting the principles of the rule of law, that our judges, our justices, need to have discretion when they apply the law to the individual circumstances of the case. And they do that in terms of how they apply the law, and they should continue to do that. We don't take issue with that principle. We support that issue. But what Senator Shoebridge's amendment would seek to do is to change the law and its application to different categories of people based on their particular attributes, And that is a pathway leading to great danger and would diminish rule of law in this country. So it's a fundamental principle, Acting Deputy President, and I call upon all senators to defend our system, defend that concept that when every Australian, in the court where I was admitted, the Supreme Court of Queensland, when I was admitted as a lawyer to my profession back in 1994, I walked past the statue of Justitia, and she is blindfolded. She has a sword, she has the scars of justice and a blindfold. And that blindfold means that our principle of justice is blind as to the attributes, the particular attributes of those appearing before the courts. Everyone is treated, or should be treated equally, in our courts. Everyone should be treated equally in our courts. That needs to be the fundamental principle that underpins our system of justice. The penalties included in our laws are maximum penalties. They're maximum penalties. And so judges and justices can consider the individual circumstances of the case. And they should consider the individual circumstances of the case when they set the penalty that applies in an individual case. And when they set the penalty to apply in an individual case, they should apply the rule of law. The rule of law, principles of common law, statute law that apply to the individual case. It is not for me, as a senator in this place, to impose my view as to what a judge should apply in a particular case. It should be up to judicial discretion. Again, it's a principle of rule of law. Everyone being treated before the law and the law being applied equally to everyone in our community. Absolutely, a fundamental principle of rule of law. And then the other point I'd make with respect to this proposition is that whilst I accept the comments Senator Shoebridge made around the increase in the amount of penalty units over the course of the last few years, the fact of the matter is that those penalty units are the same in our legislation, in our criminal justice system. The maximums that apply, and they are maximums, they apply equally to everyone. I would hate to see this country move away from that principle of equality of law. I would hate to see us start in this chamber to look deeply into laws and how do we tweak this law to apply to that category of people, or how are we going to tweak that law to apply to another category of people. We would cease to be the society we are if we move down that path. Would cease to be the society that we are. And I think one of the strengths of our society is, it doesn't matter if you're a millionaire, if you're an aged care pensioner, it doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, it doesn't matter what your religion is, it doesn't matter whether or not you can trace your heritage back for thousands of years in this country, or whether or not you're a new Australian. When you enter into that courtroom, when you enter into that court, we're all treated the same. We're all treated equally. That's how our laws should respond. So whilst this, and I know Senator Shoebridge says rubbish, and I know Senator Shoebridge, under your philosophy, under the Greens' philosophy, I understand.
Senator Scarr, please take your seat. Senator Shoebridge.
Senator Scarr is misrepresenting my interjection. I said it's not how it works. We know,
it's not a point of order.
We know that's not how the criminal justice
Senator
system
Shoebridge,
works.
please take your seat. Senator Shoebridge, it's not a point of order. Senator Scarr, before I allocate the call to you, can I remind all senators to continue their contributions through the chair instead of across the chamber to assist in the contributions being respectful. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, through you, Acting Deputy President, I note that Senator Shoebridge referred to my propositions as rubbish. And it doesn't surprise me that he does so, because the radical extreme Greens Party doesn't have respect for the fundamental principles underlying our Australian democracy. They have a different philosophical view. Madam Acting Deputy President. My concern is to defend some of the fundamental democratic principles of our country's judicial system, our justice system, against the attack from the radical extreme Greens. And I'll continue to do so. And Senator Shoebridge, through you, Acting Deputy President, can interject and take issue with my point of view. That's fine. I accept Senator Shoebridge has a different philosophical disposition. It's a radical disposition. It's an extreme disposition. He seeks to undermine the rule of law in this country. That's his right to come into this place.
Senator Scarr, please take your seat. Senator Shoebridge.
Senator Scarr is now falsely seeking to impugn my motives and seeking to make personal reflections on another member. I'd ask him to withdraw them and to desist from them. It's contrary to the standing orders. He knows it's contrary to the standing orders. He says he respects the rule of law, and he's flouting the standing orders right now.
Senator Scarr, I would invite you to withdraw the comment with impugning Senator Shivridge's motives.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
From my perspective, when the Greens, and I'll speak generally, when the Greens put forward resolutions like this, they are actually providing an insight into their philosophy, into their radical ideological philosophy. So far from impugning anyone's motives, in many respects, what is proposed in this second reading amendment is entirely consistent with their philosophical perspective. It's entirely consistent. The motivation aligns with the political disposition of the Greens Party. It's radical, it's extreme, and it seeks to attack some of the fundamental principles underpinning our justice system. So far from impugning anyone's motives, I'm actually making the observation that this amendment is entirely consistent with their radical ideological philosophical disposition, which I fiercely contend with. So it baffles me somewhat to hear people being particularly sensitive about that. However, let's move on. I believe that our justice system has served us well. Our justice system, which treats everyone equal before the law, has served us extremely well, and that every time an Australian enters into our court system, justice should be blind as to their individual attributes, about their income, about their religion, ethnicity, their connections with people of power. It shouldn't matter if I, as a senator, enter into a court subject to our justice system, or someone who is a constituent of mine. We should be treated equally. We should be treated the same, Acting Deputy President. There should be no distinction made based on our personal attributes. And that is the fundamental philosophical point at stake in terms of this amendment. That is the fundamental philosophical point in relation to this amendment. There are those, the Greens with their radical extreme ideology, who would like us to be judged in our legal system based on our personal attributes, disconnected from the offence which has been committed or alleged to have been committed. And I would hope that the vast majority of senators in this place agree with the current system, that we are all equal before the law, that Lady Justice is blindfolded as to the personal attributes of those entering into our courts. It doesn't matter if you're a senator, it doesn't matter if you're someone sitting in the public gallery today. We are all treated equally before the law. That is a fundamental principle which must be fiercely defended, and on that basis, Madam Acting Deputy President, I beseech all the senators in this chamber to vote against this ill-considered radical extreme amendment put forward by the Greens.
Senator Thorpe.
To move the second reading amendment standing in my name. I want to take this opportunity to remind the Senate that there is a committee in this building called the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. This committee, which I am a member of, does the job of scrutinising legislation and regulations that come through this place and checks for human rights compatibility. It is a committee whose work you should all be paying far more attention to, considering it is your individual responsibility to your constituents to represent their rights. This includes their inalienable human rights. This country has agreed to be bound by these obligations, and that is what you all committed to upholding when you became members of Parliament. Unfortunately, we know that human rights are something the colony of so-called Australia has little respect for, no matter who is in government. The culture in this place is one of impunity for human rights violations, with human rights being at best selectively applied depending on political whims. Respecting human rights does not just mean simply pointing at some words on a piece of paper, which you choose to ignore, explain away or break at any time. It is a practice that needs to be applied in our every action. From where we are now, it's about a significant shift in culture. The government and Attorney General consider this bill, which proposes to expand the powers to search, seize and freeze digital assets like cryptocurrency as being compatible with human rights. This is strange considering the Human Rights Committee brought to the attention of the Senate the fact that the legislation being amended has never been scrutinised for human rights compliance in the first place. This includes the following: the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Crimes Act, the Telecommunications Act. When questioned by the Human Rights Committee on human rights compatibility of the expansion of the rights contained in this Act, the Attorney General's answer was, well, we already have this power, so what is the problem in expanding it to another area? And that this is a necessary move to stop criminals. This raises the fundamental question: how can we justify expanding powers under laws that may already violate basic human rights? Most people in this country are probably not aware of the full extent of the hugely expansive powers police have across the country in the name of our safety. One of the key issues is the right to privacy. Whistleblower and anti-surveillance advocate Edward Snowden stated that arguing that you don't care about the right to privacy because you have nothing to hide is no different than saying that you don't care about free speech because you have nothing to say. Under this bill, law enforcement agencies could search for and seize digital assets remotely, meaning cops could search through a person's computer or smartphone even if the device belongs to someone else. That means the police can access your smartphone because it was once used by someone that they are investigating, even if you had no involvement. This bill also lowers the threshold for seizing digital assets. Currently, a cop must reasonably believe that the property they're seizing is linked to a crime. With the changes in this bill, the only need to reasonably suspect it is the difference between belief and suspicion. But it's huge in legal terms of safeguarding people's rights. Suspecting something doesn't require much proof and could lead to serious overreach and unnecessary seizure of personal property, which could have devastating consequences, especially for innocent individuals. Let's not forget the Proceeds of Crimes Act, which I think the colony should be criminalised for, because you are accepting the proceeds of crime because it's stolen land and you benefit from the proceeds of stolen land. But anyway, that's another speech for another time. But in relation to this bill, this Proceeds of Crime Act has provisions that allow for the freezing or confiscation of assets, even if the person is acquitted of a crime. Think about that. You could be cleared of wrongdoing in a court, yet still lose your property. This flies in the face of the right to a fair trial, another fundamental human right. Additionally, there is a need to scrutinise the powers being granted to integrity agencies under this bill. It expands their ability to receive and use intercepted communications for oversight purposes. While this may sound good on the surface, there's a risk of privacy breaches when agencies gain increased access to personal communications without clear, strong safeguards. Are we confident these measures are proportionate to the task of ensuring integrity, or are we simply broadening the scope for surveillance without adequate checks? Are we giving in to a path to Orwell's 1984? This government would do well to get its priorities in order.
and act in the best interests of the people as first priority. Why are we seeing constant further expansion of policing and surveillance instead of bills and actions that implement the recommendation of the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody? Why aren't we seeing a national effort to measure all our existing legislation against minimum human rights standards? Minimum human rights standards. And seeking ways to facilitate the rights of communities as self-determined by them. These are rights all of you are obliged to uphold in each of your offices and portfolios, and you must do so as a priority. The bottom line is that before we expand any of these powers through any legislation, we must first ensure the laws they build on are fundamentally sound from a human rights perspective. Human rights, like it's not a joke. Human rights is something we all should have in this country. And this parliament and this government should not play with people's human rights, basic human rights. So this means conducting a full, foundational human rights assessment of the Crimes Act, the Proceeds of Crimes Act, and the Telecommunications Interception Act. What's the point of having a committee in this place, taxpayers' money, where we sit around and talk about human rights, and we only get given certain legislation that the government decides that we can look at? We go through it with expertise from human rights lawyers around that table, and we identify breaches of human rights in the legislation that comes before us. Then we write a report. Then we send it to the government, and the government just come up with all the reasons why they want to continue to breach human rights. Like, talk about waste of time. Talk about waste of taxpayers' money. Talk about denying basic human rights to every person in this country. It's shameful. Why have committees that, for the sake of committees, it's got to do something, right? Surely. Anyway, maybe I'm just in the wrong place, I don't know. But I'm not going anywhere, so you have to put up with it. So, until this is done, it is reckless to move forward with these bills that haven't been scrutinised by the Human Rights Committee. And expanding powers in areas that continue to breach human rights is a breach of human rights. Giving more powers to the cops to go through people's phones, giving more powers to the cops to take people's assets. It's disgusting. What are you saying? Who runs this country? The cops or the government? There are serious systemic problems within the police force. We know that. They target innocent people too. So unless those human rights issues are dealt with, we cannot pass this bill. And stop the genocide.
Senator Thorpe, I just advise you, Senator Shoebridge has moved the second reading amendment, so if you just foreshadow it.
I foreshadow.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator
you.
Thorpe. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I move my amendment as well, but I just want to quickly just take 60 seconds. I won't take long of the Minister's time because I know he needs to say things, but I just want to explain quickly to the Australian people what my amendment will do. It will bring the mechanism for financial penalties into the Parliamentary Privileges Act into line with financial penalties in the majority of legislation, replacing hard numbers with a mechanism to adjust for inflation as well. A penalty unit was established as a way of ensuring financial penalties remained in check with inflation as per the Crimes Act. We used penalty units in tax legislation, occupational health and safety legislation, but apparently the Parliamentary Privileges Act of 1987, and I reinforce back in 1987 Australians, is locked into financial penalties up to $5,000 for a person and $25,000 for a corporation, and no adjustment for inflation. The average punter stares down the barrel of penalty units for a financial penalty. Why not people that mislead Parliament? By voting down this amendment, the major parties are seeking to limit accountability for their ministers. And quite frankly, I thought we were turning a leaf up here and leading by example. So I just don't know why you won't vote this through. We should be held accountable like everybody else in society, and that is the way it needs to go down.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. I'll just inform the Senate. It's my understanding that that amendment is a committee stage amendment. Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Watt.
Thank you, President. I want to thank all honourable members for their contribution to the debate on this bill. The bill will update, improve and clarify the intended operation of key provisions in the Crimes Act 1914, the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, the National Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2022, the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act 1979, the Telecommunications Act 1997, and the Criminal Code Act 1995. These amendments are required to support the proper administration of regulatory, law enforcement and oversight processes. The amendments to the Crimes Act and the Proceeds of Crime Act and consequential amendments to the National Anti-Corruption Commission Act in Schedule 1 of the bill will modernise law enforcement search and seizure powers for cryptocurrency and other digital assets. These amendments are necessary because of the evolving nature of crime and the tools that criminals are using, including things like cryptocurrency and other digital assets. So these amendments are intended to keep pace with those actions of criminals and ensure that law enforcement bodies have the powers that they need. Similarly, the amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act in Schedule 2 of the bill will modernise law enforcement powers in relation to information gathering powers and freezing orders to apply to cryptocurrency exchanges and the accounts they administer, and that's for the same reason I outlined before. The amendments to the Crimes Act in Schedule 3 of the bill will increase the value of the Commonwealth Penalty Unit to ensure that financial penalties for Commonwealth offences remain an effective deterrent to unlawful behaviour. The amendments to the Telecommunications Act and Telecommunications Interception and Access Act in Schedule 4 of the bill will provide certainty that the Attorney-General's Department is responsible for carrying out the telecommunications access functions through the Communications Access Coordinator, and the Department of Home Affairs is responsible for carrying out certain telecommunications security functions through the Communications Security Coordinator. The amendments to the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act in Schedule 5 of the bill will support improved oversight of state and territory integrity agencies and their use of interception powers. Amendments to the Criminal Code in Schedule 6 will extend the sunsetting date of the secrecy offence in Section 122.4 to 29 June 2026 to ensure that sensitive Commonwealth information continues to be protected while the government considers and implements 2 recent reviews of Commonwealth secrecy provisions. Amendments to the Criminal Code in Schedule 7 will retrospectively amend the definition of border combat, if that's how you pronounce that French phrase. I didn't do French at school, in the dictionary of the Criminal Code to correct a drafting error and confirm consistency between Australian domestic law and international law in relation to war crimes obligations, reflecting the original legislative intent when the provision was introduced in 2002. In conclusion, the Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment Omnibus No. 1 Bill 2024 will support the proper administration of regulatory and oversight processes, assist law enforcement agencies, deter criminal behaviour to enhance the protection of the Australian community and ensure Australia is able to uphold its international obligations. As I've said already in this speech, and I note we're about 45 seconds from the 11:15 cut-off, so I might as well just reiterate the point that As Australia has evolved into a modern digital economy, law enforcement agencies are seeing an increase in criminals' use of digital assets, including cryptocurrency, to facilitate their offending and as a means to hold and distribute the benefits derived from their offending. Investigations involving digital assets have been associated with a variety of crime types, including the purchase of drugs, child exploitation material and firearms through dark web markets, ransomware and cyber-related offences, and money laundering and financing terrorist organisations. It's therefore imperative that law enforcement agencies have the appropriate tools available to continue efforts to address some of the evolving and unique issues and complexities that arise in the search for and seizure of digital assets.
Thank you, Minister, and I'm taking it that's your conclusion. Okay, it being 11:15, we'll move on. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator McKim, were you seeking the call? No. Okay. And the clerk, you don't have anything? Okay. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. I present the 12th report of 2024 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Urquhart.
I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I move the amendment as circulated. And if I just speak briefly to that amendment, particularly in relation to the Sydney Airport Demand Management Amendment Bill, we would like that to report by the 14th of November. I understand there is some disagreement about that. I would just point out to the chamber that there has been extensive consultation on the Harris Review, was handed to the former government in 2021, but recommendations were not implemented. Since coming to government, there's been further range of consultations with community group and industry. The response to these recommendations was released in February this year, with drafting having been completed in the intervening period. The reforms have been open to scrutiny for a number of years now. Pushing consideration off to next year will only delay these much-needed reforms. It's also noted that Senator McKenzie had been calling for these reforms to be implemented as soon as possible. So we would urge the Senate to allow for this amendment bill to report by the 14th of November 2024 rather than seeking to delay it off until next year.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKenzie, I'm aware there's two amendments. There's an amendment to A. I think yours is to B. So I'm going to go to Senator McKim and then I'll come to you. I didn't realise there were so many mix in this place. Anyway, Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I move an amendment to Senator Gallagher's amendment, and that is to add, but in respect of the Cybersecurity Bill 2024, the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Cybersecurity Bill 2024, and the Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment, Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill 2024. The provisions of the bills be referred immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 4th of February 2025. And just really briefly, I want to say that we all understand, or at least all of us in the Greens understand, what is going on here. This is where the establishment parties, the so-called parties of government in this place, get together and effectively collude to refer really critical pieces of legislation off to the closed shop of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, which of course has no crossbench members on it, and barring a brief period of time when Mr Wilkie was in balance of power, hasn't had any, in the House of Representatives, hasn't had any crossbench members on it for many decades. We all know how this goes. The bills disappear into the smoky back room of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. There might be the odd rough edge rasped off those bills through negotiations between the major parties, but they effectively come out unchanged because the intelligence and security apparatus in this country always get what it wants out of the major parties. And then those bills, having possibly had one or two of the most roughest edges rasped off them, if we are lucky, comes into this Senate, and once again the establishment parties collude to jam it through. So rights and liberties continue to get eroded, and because we remain really the only liberal democracy or so-called liberal democracy in the world that doesn't have a Charter of Rights or a Bill of Rights, so the ongoing series of well over 200 pieces of legislation that have passed through state, territory and Commonwealth parliaments in the last 20 years to erode the fundamental rights and freedoms that many Australians, including ancestors of mine, fought and died to protect and enhance, continue to get watered down. And that's because the major parties are not prepared to stand up to the intelligence and security apparatus in this country. So we want this legislation to be examined in public by the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, which does have a crossbench member, and a very capable one, I might add, in the form of Senator Shoebridge on it. And that is what we should be doing with legislation like this that erodes fundamental rights and freedoms, and that is why the Greens are moving this amendment. If you want to speak.
Thank you, Senator Kim, and for the benefit of all of us, I understand that's an amendment to A. Senator McKenzie. Oh, sorry, just a moment. Senator Shoebridge, you wish to speak on it?
Yes, briefly.
Thanks,
thanks, President. And I thank Senator McKim for moving the motion. We're in the third last sitting week of Parliament, and Minister Burke suddenly pulls out of nowhere 3 bills, one of which is 100 pages long, another which is 56 pages long, another which is 20-odd pages long, and without any prior consultation, without any prior notice, pulls out these 3 bills 3 weeks out from the end of the sitting calendar this year, and now wants to send them off to another secret committee, a secret committee dominated by the war parties, the war and security parties, who've never seen a war they haven't want to join, or a secret they haven't want to hide, or a whistleblower they haven't want to put in jail. And that's the committee that's going to look at these 3 bills, almost 200 pages of super secret, make it harder and nastier for anyone who wants to actually tell the truth about what's going on in this place. That's what we're seeing. We've got a rudderless government which can't seem to bring in any effective measure to deal with what people actually want addressed: cost of living, housing, trying to pay grocery bills. And what have they been spending their time doing? Working up some secret deal with the coalition to whack 300 pages of pro-security, pro-ASIO, pro-secrecy legislation to a secret committee populated by the war parties. And there's nothing change in this place. People don't want to see another hatchet job, secret hatchet job between Labor and the coalition, trying to give increased secrecy powers to the security agencies in this country. They'd like a government that was open and honest about how they're actually going to fix the real problems Australians are facing. Problems about being able to pay the grocery bills, to afford unreasonable rents, to sort out housing. But there's nothing like that from the government. Minister Burke instead has been working in some dark, smoky room to produce hundreds of pages of super secret ledge that he now wants to send to a secret committee. If you wanted to have proof positive about how out of touch this Albanese government is, how out of touch with what people want this parliament to be doing, here it is. No serious solution on housing, no serious solution on cost of living, no serious solution on things that millions of Australians want this government to address. Instead, they've been working on hundreds of pages of secret ledge with a secret deal with the coalition to go to a secret committee to do another job on Australians. That's the Albanese government 2024.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator McKenzie, just for the sake of tidiness, I'll deal with Senator McKim's amendment and then I'll come to you. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator McKim to the Selection of Bills Committee amendment as moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is, the amendment is moved by Senator McKim to Senator Gallagher's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 16 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'm now going to move to Senator Mackenzie's amendment. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move an amendment to Part B of the motion that reads, in respect of the Sydney Airport Demand Management Amendment Bill 2024, the provisions of the bill be referred to the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 31st of January 2025. I'd also, if possible, be able to speak to my amendment. Obviously, the bill which was handed to the Parliament yesterday, midday yesterday, 53 pages of legislation that essentially changes the slot management system into Sydney Airport, access into Sydney Airport, our busiest airport in this country, for the biggest changes for 3 decades. I want to take this opportunity to thank the crossbenchers who last year worked with me to set up an inquiry into the Qatar Airways decision, which really unmasked the government's lack of action around competition in the aviation sector and around these very long-standing protected relationships. The Prime Minister and Alan Joyce notwithstanding, goes back a long time and has had significant impact on the reliability and on the price of aviation for everyday Australians. I believe the significance of this change requires a longer inquiry. I appreciate the government wants to get this through before going to an election, and I don't want to be standing in the way of actually changing a regulatory environment that is costing Australians each and every day. But I do believe it is this chamber's responsibility to give the committee and stakeholders a chance to actually have an authentic and genuine engagement with the material, with the bill, and provide once again the Senate and the government with sensible recommendations, as we did with the bilateral Senate inquiry last year. That is why I'm not seeking an endless inquiry. This is a government-controlled legislation inquiry. I know senators right now and committees are very pressed for time, and this will require more than 2 hearings to actually do it justice and to actually get it written and reported on in time for our next sitting date. Doesn't really allow the Senate, if there are more submissions than we expect or there are more complexities that we've already uncovered in the brief time we've had the legislation before us, it won't actually allow us the opportunity to extend the inquiry, which is why I've set the date at the 31st of January so that the report can actually be delivered in time for the legislation to appear before the Senate and to have it debated and moved prior to heading to an election. I know that the crossbench and the Greens supported the setup of that bilateral inquiry. It actually handed down an incredibly sensible array of recommendations. The Harris Review has been around for a while. My initial reading of this bill sees that it doesn't actually implement the Harris Review recommendations, as the government's running around and saying. It actually only implements a couple of them. And so there is some sensible work that can be done by senators and in conjunction with stakeholders to actually ensure that this bill and the problems with getting access into Sydney from right around the country can actually be addressed. So I implore the crossbench, I implore the Greens to reconsider their position on extending the date. It's great to see the chamber has realised this is an issue Australians care about and that we're prepared to now have an inquiry. But let's make it an inquiry that doesn't hold the bill up unnecessarily prior to an election, but that will actually allow us to do our job and provide sensible recommendations as this Senate and this particular committee has done in the past. I commend my amendment.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Is there no other speakers? I'll Senator David Pocock.
President, I'd like to thank Senator McKenzie for all her work on shining a light on the shambles that is the slot system at Sydney Airport. This is a focus of her airlines inquiry. Clearly it's not working. It's disappointing that it's taken the government this long, given the impact that it has, and particularly here in the ACT, where we're getting absolutely price gouged to fly 45 minutes to Sydney. And a lot of that, I'm told, comes down to slot hoarding and the system there. Clearly there's a need for reform. I thank the government for bringing this forward. My view is that this can be dealt with in the time that has been proposed, given the urgency of it. This is only, as Senator McKenzie said, this is only one very small part of a broader package of reform that needs to happen, and I'm comfortable that the Senate can deal with those stakeholders and work to have something in place should the Senate like the legislation that's being proposed this year. So I'll be supporting the shorter reporting date, but do thank Senator McKenzie for all her work.
Thank you, Senator David Pocock. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator McKenzie to Senator Gallagher's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is, the amendment is moved by Senator Mackenzie to Senator Gallagher's amendment of the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to Senator Gallagher's amendment. So the question is that Senator Gallagher's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to the amended Selection of Bills Committee report. Those in favour say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that general business notice of motion number 530 be considered during general business today.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Senator McKim.
There's quite a bit of ambient noise in the chamber, and I honestly couldn't hear what Senator Gallagher moved then.
Senator Gallagher has moved that government business be number 530, general business be number 530. That be dealt with. So the question is that motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. In respect of general business notice number 577, postponed to the 27th of November 2024, and in respect of government business notice motion number 3, postponed to the next day of sitting.
Thank you. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Urquhart.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Sheldon for today for personal reasons.
Thank you. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Urquhart be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator O'Sullivan.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Kovacic for today for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator O'Sullivan be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. If there's no other leave, I will move on. And if there's no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. And I'll begin with business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Nampijinka Price. Is that you, Senator O'Sullivan?
It is indeed. On behalf of Senator Nampijinka Price, asks that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator O'Sullivan.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Nampijinka Price and moved by Senator O'Sullivan, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. All right. Well, I will when I've got another division. Lock the doors. So the question is that business with Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Nampijinka Price, as moved by Senator O'Sullivan, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now move to government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. So that's okay.
To amend government business notice of motion number 1 before seeking to have the motion taken as a formal motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I amend the motion as circulated in the chamber and ask that the amended motion be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being Senator Hanson-Young.
Sorry, I'd just like a moment to seek leave to make a short statement.
Just let me move the motion, then I'll call you for leave. Please move the motion.
Thank you. I move the motion as amended.
Senator Hanson-Young, I think you've got a minute, is the usual consideration.
Thank you, President. Look, the Greens are disappointed that the government is moving to guillotine these bills through the parliament. We are concerned that the Senate has not had enough time, a reasonable amount of time, to consider in detail the Future Made in Australia piece of legislation. We are only halfway through the second reading speeches. There will be amendments, and this is being the government wants to ram this through. The Senate has a duty to properly consider bills before ramming them through. So we will be asking for the question to be put separately on each of these bills, because we are worried that the government wants to ram things through simply because they are not prepared to negotiate properly.
Senator Hanson-Young, I'll just remind you, you can only ask for the matter to be split up if you intend to vote differently on each one. If that's your intention, that's all fine. So it's your intention.
I'm just flagging. There might be other people who have problems with this as well.
Well, they can stand and speak.
What I'm saying is that we have concerns with Future Made in Australia and the naval bill. Two things that the government wants to ram through this place without giving it a reasonable consideration.
You've had a minute to explain your opposition. You asked that you wanted them all put separately. I have come back to you and said that's only possible, so I'm still not understanding what it is the Greens are seeking. Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator McKim.
Okay. If I could just assist, President, just on indulgence, the Greens will be asking that the question be put separately on the Future Made in Australia cognate bills and the bills that have just been included by amendment by Senator Gallagher on the naval matters, but both of those the Greens wish to vote against that.
1 and 2 together and then 3 and 4 together.
So that means that we'll do 1 and 2 together and 3 and 4 together. Senator Duniam.
If I might seek leave to make a short statement.
Yes,
and
leave is granted, I believe.
if we could request that 3 be put separately, so Future Made in Australia on its own as opposed to with number 4.
So, so we are proceeding, we're putting 1 and 2 together, we're putting 3 on its own and then 4. So the question is that the amendment as circulated by Minister Gallagher, the motion, yes, the motion in respect to paragraph 1 and 2 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So the question is the motion in relation to 3 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Senator Thorpe, you are out of order. Senator Thorpe, take your seat. Senator Thorpe, I've asked you to take your seat. If you're going to be disruptive, leave the chamber. Senator David Pocock.
If you can clarify, is this just 3 we're voting on now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you could stand. Lock the doors. So the question is that part 3 of the motion, a future made in Australia, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 40 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'm now going to put number 4, the part of the motion, which is the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Bill and the Transitional Provisions Bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. We're 1 minute bell. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion point 4 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 16 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Just before we move on, Senator Thorpe, I am going to ask you to withdraw the comments you made in relation to me, but before I ask you to do that, I'm also going to explain to you there is no need for you to seek the call on behalf of other senators. If I miss seeing a senator seeking the call, it is the role of the clerk to remind me. Senator Thorpe, you are not in a debate with me. I'm simply asking you to withdraw the remarks you made about me. Senator Thorpe, I am not in the habit of repeating offensive remarks made by senators in this place. So I would ask you, Senator Thorpe, I would ask you to withdraw the remarks. Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe, come to order and withdraw the remarks. Then I'll have to move that you no longer be heard. That is the then that you, if you seek the call, you will not get the call until you withdraw the remarks.
She needs to follow the directions of the chair and withdraw the remarks. Otherwise, you'll ask her to explain why not. She'll be named.
Senator Wong, are you seeking the call?
Senator Thorpe, I'm on my feet, actually. I know I have the call. And first, I would just say to you, what you said was you accused the President of being out of order. We cannot tolerate the President's authority being undermined in that way. I'm flagging with you, if I may, I'm flagging with you, there are procedures which can be undertaken if you refuse to obey the direction of the President. I'm inviting you to do the right thing and do as the President asks.
Senator Thorpe, please be respectful in your language. Wait until I call you. Senator Thorpe.
I withdraw my comments that you're offended by. I withdraw my comments.
Thank you. So the question is that government business number 2, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, be agreed... sorry, Senator, I'm calling you to move your motion.
Thank you. I ask that government business notice of motion number 2 relating to days of meeting for 2025 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this being taken as formal? There being none, I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that government business number 2, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to government business number 3, standing in the name of... Oh, beg your pardon, yes, that was postponed. I'll now move to government business number 4, standing in the name of Minister Gallagher.
I ask that government business notice of motion number 4 proposing the reference of a public work to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move the motion. I table a statement in relation to the work.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now go to general business number 654, standing in the name of Senator Ormond Payne.
That general business notice of motion number 654 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Ormond Payne.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 654, standing in the name of Senator Ormond Payne, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now move to general business 655, standing in the name of Senator Little. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Little, I ask that general business notice of motion number 655 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
Move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 655, standing in the name of Senator Little and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. zapper. You just get zapped at the door. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 655, standing in the name of Senator Little and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 41 ayes and 18 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative, and that takes us to the hard marker at 12:15. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, order of the day number 3, relating to a proposed reference to the Environment and Communications References Committee regarding gambling harm.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, we've just seen earlier today the cuddling up of the Labor Party and the Liberal Party over nuclear. The Labor Party voting with the Liberals on nuclear.
Senator Hanson-Young, sorry, the clerk's indicated we're on the wrong matter, so we'll just do it again. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment Omnibus number 1 Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge.
I don't have... Oh, okay. Put the question.
Question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Is a division required? Yes. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim for the ayes and Senator Cadell for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 27. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. The question... Senator Thorpe, I understand you foreshadowed in the second reading debate that you were moving an amendment. Now is the moment at which you might do that, if you still wish to proceed that way. Senator Thorpe, you have the call. Yes.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
Do you move the motion?
I move the motion.
Thank you. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Is a division required? No, there were two voices. A division is required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Thorpe for the ayes and Senator Cadell for the noes. We heard that voice. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 25. The question is resolved in the negative. I understand it's the wish of the Senate to proceed to a committee stage. Sorry, the question is that the second reading be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And now we're going to move to Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to the criminal law, law enforcement and telecommunications and for related purposes.
And now we're moving to committee stage. For you to read at the beginning. Yeah, great. I was wondering where those words were. Yeah, they're down here. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. Anyone seeking the call? The question is that the bill stand as printed. Those of... Oh, Senator Lambie, are you seeking the call?
Oh, sorry, Madam President. I'm just making sure that we're on the Crimes and Other Legislations Amendment. Is that's the bill we're dealing with now?
We are.
Thank you. Just double checking.
So you're seeking the call to make a contribution to the committee stage?
Oh, yeah.
Senator Lambie, you have the call.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll just take some advice. Is it easier for me to move my amendments at the end if people want to speak rather than doing divisions and that now? Would that be suitable for the Senate?
It's entirely at your discretion, Senator Lambie. You have the call and you can move them now or later as you wish.
Okay, I move amendment on sheet 297 by leave together.
Is leave granted? Could you state, sorry, Senator Lambie, for the assistance of the chamber, could you state once again exactly which amendment you're referring to?
I'm going to do them on 1 and 2, sheet 297, both together by leave.
Okay, so I'll check with the whips. Is leave granted?
No, she's not. She's doing
Senator Cash?
Chair, could I seek clarification on which amendments, because we've got sheets 1 and 2, 2979 or 2961, not 297.
Right, thank you for the request for clarification, Senator Cash now. So, Senator Lambie, you have the call. You might have one digit missing on your dip there, so.
I move the amendment.
The question is, or do you seek to make a contribution?
Sorry?
Do you seek to make a contribution now or just do you want to move?
No, I'm prepared to seek leave to move the amendment. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cash in response.
I will briefly speak to the amendment in relation to sheet 2979. These are the amendments that seek to change the existing penalties in the Parliamentary Privileges Act. Essentially, these amendments would replace the existing penalty units and the penalties and roughly triple the existing $5,000 penalty for individuals and quadruple the existing $20,000 penalty for bodies corporate. It also says that any such penalty cannot be paid out of consolidated revenue. The potential second-order effects of that change are not clear to us. It is not immediately apparent which other acts would interact with this particular amendment and the circumstances in which those interactions may or may not occur. For instance, how would this particular amendment interact with a fine paid by a person who receives an allowance or subsidy from the government? In terms of changes to the Parliamentary Privileges Act, these are something that obviously I'd say all parties in the Australian Senate take very, very clearly. The reason for this is it is an act which entrenches parliamentary sovereignty and regulates the relationship between the branches of government. It is the reason, as we all know, that we're all able to stand in this place and say whatever we need to say in support of our constituents. It is the reason that the witnesses before our committees are able to speak freely without fear of being hauled before the police or the courts. And it is also fundamental to our democracy. So when changes to the Parliamentary Privileges Act are being put forward, we do need to very seriously, as I said, consider them. We need to very seriously consider the implications of them, but also what are the interactions with other pieces of legislation. And we can't make any apologies for being cautious in this regard. On this particular issue, the decision to have a specific listed penalty instead of penalty units, it actually wasn't a drafting error. It was deliberate. The penalties were set in 1987. Just 5 years later, in 1992, we changed the Crimes Act to introduce the penalty unit regime, including a mechanism to convert fixed penalties into penalty units. But at that time, we specifically excluded penalties that were not handed down by the courts. And for those who are interested, that is subsection 4AB in brackets 2 of the Crimes Act. So when you look at the fact that that was debated at the time, it was something that was considered by the Parliament, it is quite clear that it was a deliberate decision to treat penalties handed down by the Parliament differently. It might also be unsurprising that we would treat penalties under the Parliamentary Privileges Act differently because they are the result of what is a fundamentally different process. A person receiving such a penalty has not been convicted by a court. They don't have all the usual protections that apply in judicial proceedings, such as the presumption of innocence, rights around procedural fairness, and the ability to appeal or ask for a review of a decision. Penalties handed down under the Parliamentary Privileges Act, which people would be aware, senators would be aware, does include penalties of imprisonment, are decided by the Houses of the Parliament themselves, according to procedures they determine, and are fundamentally unreviewable by any other body. And so when it comes to a proposal, in this case it is an amendment to a piece of legislation that is now in committee stage before the Australian Senate, it is a proposal to lift the penalties that can be imposed by this place. We do need to proceed with caution, and as I said, in this regard, we have not had the time yet to actually properly analyse what could be the flow and effects from this amendment. So on that basis, the opposition won't be supporting it.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The government will also not be supporting the amendment. The government is not currently proposing any changes to the penalties that may be imposed by the Houses under Section 7 of the Parliamentary Privileges Act 1987. Neither the Senate nor the House of Representatives has imposed a financial penalty in living memory. So from the government's point of view, we don't believe that the case for the amendment has been made out in practice. If there was a future circumstance where the financial penalties under the Parliamentary Privileges Act was considered inappropriate, the Houses may enforce the observance of their privileges and immunities and punish people found guilty of contempt, including a commitment to prison.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the amendment moved by Senator Lambie be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Senator Pocock. David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. If you could just note my support for that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. That will be noted. Senator Thorpe.
And two, please.
Senator Thorpe, your support will be noted. And on behalf of the Greens, Senator Shoebridge.
The same. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for your support. Well, you're making this easy for the chamber. Appreciate that. And Senator Tyrrell, thank you. Senator Pocock, you're seeking the call now.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 2961 together.
Thank you. The question is, leave. Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
I move the amendments. Minister, this bill amends the NAC Act, and I have a couple of questions about the NAC. During the committee process into what is now the NAC Act, the committee heard overwhelming evidence from experts that the discretion of the NAC Commissioner to hold public hearings should not be curtailed. In fact, the committee heard evidence from commissioners from state integrity commissions that this should be the case, that there should be a presumption towards having public hearings. This was put forward to ensure that we have public trust in the NAC, ongoing recognition of the work that it's doing, that it is seen as an institution that is not only important but is undertaking continuous work, and there is some sort of visibility of what is happening. Obviously, the Labor Party sided with the coalition to set up the legislation in a way that we have no real oversight of what is happening in the NAC. There's a presumption towards having private hearings. Yes, they report from time to time, but we've seen recently, since the NAC was established, some real concerns being raised, particularly in relation to the robo-debt matter. And I acknowledge that the Inspector General, which I thank the Senator Shoebridge and members of the crossbench for pushing so hard for, is considering this matter. Public confidence has clearly been shaken, and public confidence in the NAC is incredibly important. This amendment would actually ensure that we do have public hearings, that the NAC is able to hold them, and hold them not just when they think it is exceptional circumstances. Minister, has the government reconsidered the unnecessary limit on the ability of the NAC to conduct public hearings to only where there are exceptional circumstances?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The short answer, Senator Pocock, is no, and I might just outline at this moment the government's position on this amendment. We won't be supporting the amendment. The reality is that the National Anti-Corruption Commission does have the discretion to hold public hearings under the existing law. The Commissioner can hold a hearing or part of a hearing in public if satisfied that it is in the public interest and exceptional circumstances justify doing so. The Commissioner may consider a number of factors outlined before deciding to hold a public hearing, including the seriousness or systemic nature of the corrupt conduct, any unfair prejudice to a person's reputation, privacy, safety or well-being that would likely be caused if the hearing were held in public, and also they can consider the benefits of exposing corrupt conduct to the public and making the public aware of corrupt conduct. From the government's point of view, this provides an appropriate balance between the benefits of public hearings and the potential for prejudice to subsequent criminal prosecution, reputations, safety, privacy, well-being or confidentiality.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate your response. Does the government accept that failure to reconsider the unnecessary condition of exceptional circumstances, this was pointed out during the very extensive hearings on this as an incredibly high bar? Witnesses said if you go with this, there will basically never be public hearings. Do you accept that this is out of line with what experts presented to the committee? But most importantly, this is out of line with community expectation when it comes to the National Anti-Corruption Commission.
Minister.
I'm very much aware that there are members of the public, experts, a range of people who have supported broader public hearings than what have been provided for, but I'm confident that the government has made the right decision in allowing public hearings to occur if the National Anti-Corruption Commission believes that's necessary, and importantly, if they're satisfied that it is, firstly, in the public interest to do so, and secondly, that exceptional circumstances justify doing so. As I say, we believe that that provides an appropriate balance between the benefits of public hearings that can arise in some circumstances and can be made available in some circumstances, while also balancing that with the potential to prejudice subsequent criminal prosecution, reputations, safety, privacy, well-being or confidentiality.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, does the government accept that the change proposed in this amendment would improve public confidence in the NAC?
Minister.
Well, I'm not sure that I would accept that. I know that there are people who express that view. There are people who express different views. We think that we've struck the right balance.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, do you really think that the majority of Australians are happy with the NAC holding all of their hearings in private, and that having more transparency is not a good thing?
Minister?
Well, again, the Commissioner does have the discretion to hold a public hearing. Senator Pocock, with respect, I think the way that you're presenting the argument suggests that there's no power to hold a public hearing. That's not the case. The Commissioner is independent of government. We have confidence in them to make the right decisions based on the evidence before them as to whether a public hearing is warranted, taking into account the public interest and the exceptional circumstances that would justify doing so.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. I accept that you are incredibly skilled at this. When you say that the Commissioner has the ability to have a public hearing, yes, that is correct. But the Parliament, as you've outlined, sets out the circumstances in which that may happen. And currently, we have a NAC where you have to meet an incredibly high bar, and numerous witnesses warned the committee that this will essentially mean that there are almost no circumstances that meet all of those criteria. And so whilst it may be possible, the practical outcome is that it's very rare and very unlikely to happen. And it seems to me at a time where we need to actually be building up trust in our institutions. And I'm hearing from so many people I represent saying we want more transparency, not less. What's the argument for this? I accept you say you've struck the right balance, but why aren't we allowing the Commissioner, if we trust them so much, and I think there should be a high level of trust in the Commissioner, why don't we just leave it as a neutral presumption? It's totally up to the Commissioner, that if the Commissioner thinks that this is in the public interest, then they can hold a public hearing. That, to me, aligns with the rhetoric I hear about trust in the NAC, independence of the NAC. If we really believe that, we would say, we trust you, we believe we have put in very good people in there who are well qualified to do that job, and it's up to you. If you think it's in the public interest to hold a public hearing, you do it. But that's not what we've done. We've said, we trust you, we should be saying to Australians the NAC is doing important work, which I believe it is, but also, even if you think it's in the public interest, you have to also meet all these other criteria, including exceptional circumstances. And so I'm just interested, why do you think, on the one hand, they're independent, we trust them, it's up to them, but on the other hand, we're almost hamstringing them a bit. They're hamstrung to actually make a decision because they have to meet these criteria. Those things don't seem to square to me.
Minister?
Thanks, Senator Pocock. I can't add a lot more to what I've said already to explain the government's reasoning here. I do accept that there is an issue around public confidence in government. That's not unique to Australia, unfortunately. But again, that's one of the reasons why it took the Albanese government to actually create a national anti-corruption commission in Australia. We called for it for years. When the coalition were in power, they refused to do so. So we now have one, and that's a good thing. The Commission does have the discretion to hold public hearings where they're satisfied it's in the public interest and exceptional circumstances justify doing so. This body has only been in operation a relatively short time. I dare say there will come a point that the Commission decides that those factors are satisfied and that it should have a public hearing. I think that just because it hasn't had one yet isn't necessarily an indicator that it won't in the future. So the discretion does exist for the Commission to hold public hearings if it satisfies those criteria.
Senator Lambie.
I just want to go back into the public confidence, if I might, Minister, because quite frankly I've got this problem from the military people with the Commissioner that you have picked. Okay, we've heard about that Veterans Royal Commission for 3 years. We've heard about the cover-up stories that have been going on Defence, let alone what's been going on at the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force. And by the way, this was an Assistant Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force. And you want the military to have confidence in having him there in the first place when you're not running public hearings? Because all this, and one of the reasons that we ended up at that Royal Commission for Veterans, was because of the cover-up that has been going on for years in the Defence Force. So you tell me You tell me how military members are supposed to have confidence that this is why this is going on, why this is all in closed doors, because they don't have the right to come out in public, because this is how they've been treated for the last 20 years in the military. How do you expect the Australian people to have confidence in a system that failed veterans when it was a man that's been in and out of that uniform and part of that Defence Force for years? You explain that public confidence to me.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President, and thanks, Senator Lambie. I understand, Senator Lambie, that you aren't supportive of the Commissioner who was appointed to this role, and I respect your right to have those views. Obviously, the government doesn't share those views in relation to the Commissioner. And we do have confidence that he will make the right decisions based on the factors that have been held there. I should also make the point that this is not the broader point about trust in democracy and trust in government. This is not the only measure that this government has taken in order to try to rectify that problem. There is an issue there around public confidence. But it's one of the reasons why we created this National Anti-Corruption Commission. We've obviously pursued much broader reform as well when it comes to the powers of the Ombudsman, privacy commissioners, the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security. Right now, Senator Farrell is trying to negotiate a package of reforms to electoral funding, but we haven't yet been able to get agreement from either the Coalition or the Greens to the package that are being put forward. So there are a range of things that this government has done that go to that point about public confidence in democracy, and we intend to pursue those further.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. Of course, Minister, if you want to get a resolution by negotiation, you need to talk to people, and that's what this government has refused to do time after time after time. And that includes on urgent and necessary reform to the electoral process, as it included appropriate amendments to the NAC legislation. Of course, your government did negotiate with the Coalition amendments to the NAC legislation to shut down public hearings and to put in place this artificial test of exceptional circumstances that this amendment by Senator David Pocock is trying to address. Do you not now recognise that with public confidence in the NAC falling, with open questions about how the decision not to investigate, for example, the robo-debt scandal, and having all of that done behind closed doors with no public hearings, do you not acknowledge now that it was wrong to shackle the NAC and put such an artificially high test for transparency and daylight?
Minister?
No.
Senator Shoebridge?
Well, I think the lack of reflection that we got from the Minister in that answer sums up what's wrong in the public's eye with this duopoly of secrecy between Labor and the Coalition. They had a federal election and thought something was going to change. They had a federal election where before that we had a Prime Minister talking about transparency, pointing out the outrageous behaviour of the former government, secretly appointing ministries, and we had this rhetoric from Labor in opposition. But as soon as they came in, it was like they'd adopted Scott Morrison's speaking points on transparency. It was just like they sort of, they were just captured by office and have just become almost indistinguishable from the Coalition when it comes to issues of transparency, starving the FOI system. In fact, the backlogs in the FOI system have only grown under this government, with an Attorney-General, when he was in opposition, who railed against it. We have a Prime Minister who, when he was the opposition leader, talked about the need for sunlight and a National Anti-Corruption Commission that would finally address the public concerns about secrecy and corruption at a federal level, only to whack through legislation under a deal with Peter Dutton that put this ridiculous test of exceptional circumstances before you could have a public hearing in the NAC. So, Minister, what happened between Labor in opposition, where you supported Senator Waters' bill for a National Anti-Corruption Commission that had an open discretion for public hearings, what happened between Labor and opposition when you supported Senator Waters' bill for an open discretion, allowing it to the National Anti-Corruption Commission to decide that it would have public hearings? What happened between that and when you got into government and suddenly sided with Peter Dutton to put an exceptional circumstances test in? Was it just now you're in government that you no longer support sunshine and transparency? Is that what happened, Minister?
Minister?
Well, Acting Deputy President, we traversed the issues that Senator Shoebridge has just asked about extensively in the original debate for the NAC, and I don't intend to go over that again. I understand that Senator Shoebridge wants to use the chamber to get up and deliver Greens' political party talking points, and he's got a right to do that. I understand that it suits the Greens political party's political agenda to suggest that the NAC is ineffective. The reality is, though, that the most recent statistics from the NAC, as at the 9th of October this year, they are conducting 31 preliminary investigations, 29 corruption investigations, including 6 joint investigations. They're overseeing or monitoring 19 investigations by other agencies. They have 6 matters before the courts, and they have 465 referrals pending assessment. So, unfortunately for Senator Shoebridge and the Greens political party, the facts don't bear out what they're saying. The NAC is actively investigating a broad range of potential corruption and misconduct activities, as it should.
Senator Lambie?
Just wondering, Minister, how many hearings all up have there been? Well, you can ask about the other hearings behind closed doors, and how many public hearings have there been?
Minister.
Well, as I said, Senator Lambie, there's been no public hearings to date. The Greens are objecting to that, and you can have a crack at the independence of the National Anti-Corruption Commissioner, who has the discretion to decide this. That's your right to impugn the independence of the National Anti-Corruption Commission, if that's what the Greens political party wants to do. But I've already said in this debate that they retain that discretion to hold those public hearings at a future point if the Commissioner decides that it's in the public interest and exceptional circumstances justify doing so.
Senator Shoebridge.
That was an unworthy contribution from the Minister, but you would expect nothing more from this Minister. The Greens have made it clear that we want a National Anti-Corruption Commission that has the support of the public. The public can look to it and have confidence in its integrity, its processes, and its decision-making. And we said in the course of the debate that if you put it all behind closed doors in another crooked deal with the coalition for secrecy, that you will undermine confidence in the NAC. And what has happened? Well, 12 months on, we've seen public confidence in the NAC seriously undermined. Does the government really believe that the secret decision by the NAC not to investigate robo-debt has not damaged the public's confidence? Do you really believe that's had no damage?
Minister?
Well, unlike the Greens political party, I'm not going to be using this chamber to undermine confidence in the National Anti-Corruption Commission.
Senator Shoebridge.
Minister, it's not just the Greens. Pretty much the entirety of the crossbench wants to actually build public confidence, support public confidence in the National Anti-Corruption Commission. And we can all see, as happens time after time when there's votes on transparency in this place, the whole of the crossbench pretty much unites to try and get some transparency. And our collective, there's a bunch we disagree on. We'll probably disagree on something later this afternoon. But what you'll find time after time with the crossbench is that we have a collective support for transparency and openness. And from the Greens' perspective, we think that's how you have public confidence in institutions. We think that's how you get public support in the NAC. So I ask you again, Minister, don't you think, on reflection, that having the first major decision of the National Anti-Corruption Commission being to reject an investigation into the robo-debt scandal and having that happen in secret has been a blow to public confidence in the NAC? Don't you at least accept that?
Minister.
I don't intend to take lectures from the Greens political party about transparency, especially, I mean, even look at the fact that the Greens party doesn't even allow public coverage or media coverage of its national conferences. So we know that the Greens like to come in and lecture the Labor Party about how the world should be. We also know the Greens political party doesn't uphold the same standards in their own backyard.
Order. Order, senators. Order, senators. Senator Thorpe, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Just one question, really. Minister, is this about maintaining corruption and keeping it in-house?
Minister.
No.
Senator Shoebridge. Is somebody seeking the call? Yes, Senator Shoebridge.
Minister, do you have any explanation that you can give to the chamber and the public about why under your government there's been such a huge increase in the value of penalty units? And just to assist, between you and the coalition, but it's overwhelmingly been under your government, between
Senator
2017...
Shoebridge, I need to interrupt you to advise senators that the time for consideration of the bill has expired. After I've put the question before the chair, I will then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bill. I'll now deal with a committee of the whole amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock and the Jackie Lambie Network. The question is that the Senator David Pocock and Jackie Lambie Network amendments on sheet 2961 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. As a division required, ring the bells for 4 minutes.
We're in committee.
Lock the doors. The question before the chair is that the Senator David Pocock and Jackie Lambie Network amendments on sheet 2961 be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator David Pocock Teller for the ayes and Senator Askew Teller for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 18, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. Pursuant to order, I shall report the bill. The committee has considered the Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment Omnibus No. 1 Bill 2024 and agreed to it without amendments. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and that the bill be now passed. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to the criminal law, law enforcement and telecommunications and for related purposes.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Customs Tariff Amendment, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership Expansion Bill 2024 for concurrence. I call the Minister. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that the bill now be read a first time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. All those of that opinion say aye. Order, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I seek leave to table my second reading speech that I was going to give on the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts again.
Could I have the reason, please?
I don't believe senators have to provide reason for denying leave. Senator Roberts will progress with the order as agreed on the guillotine. Senator Cox, are you seeking the call?
Acting Deputy President, I also seek leave to incorporate my second reading speech into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Cox. Senator Cox.
A 1 minute contribution.
No, leave is not granted, Senator Cox. As I was saying, the question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and that the bill be now passed. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I only heard one no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk. Sorry, Senator Roberts, I only heard one voice. If you're not in your seat, Senator Babette, I called it for the ayes. A bill, I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Bill 2024 and a related bill. The question is that these bills, I've got a lot of senators on their feet for a guillotine. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to have my Committee of the Whole amendments on sheet 2962 and 2963 considered.
Senator Pocock, we're not actually there yet. I still need to get the bill read a second time. So we might, foreshadowing that, come back to you. Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, I seek leave to make a 1-minute contribution on this AUKUS-related naval nuclear power bill.
Is leave granted? Senator Shoebridge, leave is not granted. The question is that the bills now be read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is... excuse me, Senators. The question is that these bills now be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I call Senator Ciccone, teller for the ayes, and I call Senator McKim, teller for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 27, noes 16. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Bill 2024, Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Transitional Provisions Bill 2023.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments to the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Bill 2024, starting with the amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. The first question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheets 2574, 2576, 2578, 2580, 2581, 2582 and 2916 and amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 2583 be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Order. Senator Roberts.
A separate vote on 258. 2583, please.
Senator Roberts, we would have to do that by leave, and I'm going to lock the doors because
Okay.
Senator Roberts,
That's
Senator Roberts, for the ease of the chamber, you might be able to have your position recorded after the division, if that would assist on that particular amendment. Okay. The question before the chair is that the Greens amendments on sheets 2574, 2576, 2578, 2580, 2581, 2582 and 2916 and amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 2583 be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Askew, teller for the noes. Yes. Order. Order. Senators. Senators, it is quite disorderly to be shouting across the chamber during a division. Order. Order, Senator Thorpe. Order. The result of the division is ayes 16, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. The next question is in relation to amend. Sorry, apologies. Senator Roberts.
Acting Deputy President, could I have my vote recorded as opposing 2583, please?
You may. Thank you for that, Senator Roberts, and thank you for being so helpful to the chamber in that regard. The next question is in relation to Amendment 4 on sheet 2583, moved by the Australian Greens, and the question is that clause 136 stand as printed. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that clause 136 stand as printed. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Ciccone teller for the ayes and Senator McKim teller for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 27, noes 15. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe, are you seeking the call?
I am Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to have my Committee of the Whole amendments on sheets 2627, 2632, 2633 considered.
Leave is granted to consider all of those amendments together with this first question, Senator Thorpe. I'll just double check. So just for your information, Senator Thorpe, that will change the flow of questions somewhat, but I'm advised by the clerk that we'll do it in the right order, so the question will change a little bit. Sorry, Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've just got just one clarifying question.
Yes.
Which sheet are we including, just for clarity? Yeah,
So,
I think the senator mentioned us only a couple, so we just want to get clarity around which one.
Sure. So my understanding, Senator Thorpe, was that you were seeking to add in by leave a further set of amendments that you just, the numbers of which you just kindly read out, in addition, which you might, for the ease of the chamber, read out again in a moment, and that is in addition to the amendments that have already been circulated in your name, and we will move all of those as a job lot. But we do have a question about a clause standing as printed, so we will deal with that one first. But Senator Thorpe, for the ease of the chamber, could you please read out those numbers again?
Sure, and it's only because the government's trying to rush this through
Senator
that everyone's confused.
Senator Thorpe, this is not for a contribution. This is for you to read the numbers,
My
please.
apologies. So, thank you. 2627, 2632, 2633.
And they will be moved in addition to 2718, 2719, 2517, 2918, 2502, 2633 and 2502. No. Clerk. Senator Thorpe, could you confirm that you are not moving amendment 2634?
I can confirm that.
Thank you. We'll just give the clerks and myself a moment. Oh, Senator Thorpe, yes.
I can actually clarify
Great.
that I will not be moving circulated amendments 2502,
yes,
2517, 2634, 2718 or 2719.
Senator Thorpe, sorry. You will need leave to withdraw your amendments that were circulated before 11 o'clock today. You will need to seek leave to do that.
I seek leave.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted. And I will just give the clerks a moment to tell me what the question is. Senator Thorpe, yes.
I will be moving 2918.
You'll need leave for that, Senator Thorpe.
I seek leave to move 2918.
2918. So, the question is that the Senator Thorpe amendments on sheets 2516, 2629, 2630, 2631, 2919, 2920, and by leave 2627, 2632, 2633 and 2918 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments moved by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. All those that opinion will move to the right of chair, and those to the left. I appoint Senator Thorpe as tellers for the ayes and Senator Askew as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 28. The question is resolved in the negative. Senator Roberts.
Have my name recorded as supporting 2518 and supporting 2519, please.
Senator Roberts, I'm being informed that those two amendments were not in the vote that we just did just then. Senator Thorpe, are you seeking the call? Yes? No, not yet. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to have my Committee of the Whole amendments on sheet 2978 considered.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. You don't need to move them, but I'll put the question. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, or those that opinion. The question is that the amendments on. Hello. Presidents. Can you hear me? There we go. Oh, those dulcet tones. The question is that the amendments moved by Senator Lambie, I think it was 2978, be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Is a division required? Yes. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Unlike me. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments moved by Senator Lambie on 2778 be agreed to. All those that opinion will move to the right of the chair and those to the left. I appoint Senator Lambie. Oh, it's Senator McKim. Senator McKim, you're appointed, and Senator Askew for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 14, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. Senator Pocock.
seek leave to have my Committee of the Whole amendments on sheet 2962 and 2963 considered.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The question is that the amendments on sheets 2962 and 2963 be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments moved by Senator Pocock on 2962 and 2963 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left, and I appoint Senator Pocock as tellers for the ayes and Senator Askew as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 16, noes 27. The question is resolved in the negative. Senator Thorpe, could I just get you to go back to your seat, please? And could you just let us know if, in amongst the amendments that you moved, did you move 2628?
No.
No? So I'll put that question now. No, sorry. I beg your pardon. The question now before the chair is that the remaining stages of the bills be agreed to and now be part. Beg your pardon. Okay, Senator McKim.
Thank you. I'm just after. I can take it as a point of order. I'm just seeking clarification on Senator Thorpe's amendment 2628. If that wasn't moved, can I ask for an explanation as to why that is not being moved by you? I believe Senator Thorpe wishes that question to be put.
Okay. Sorry. Indeed, Senator Thorpe, you have the right to have that question put.
I'm scared to get in trouble because
No,
I always
you
get
have
in
the
trouble.
call, Senator Thorpe.
So I seek leave to move my amendment 2628. Please.
Okay. Yep. It was circulated early enough, so you didn't need to seek leave. So I'm now going to put the question. The question is that the amendment by Senator Thorpe on 26... Sorry. I beg your pardon. I will now put the question. The question is that clause 135 stand as printed. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Is division required? Division. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that clause 135 stand as printed. The ayes will move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. And I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Thorpe as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 26, noes 15. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Senator David Pocock.
Mr. President, I seek leave to make a 1 minute statement.
No, leave is not granted. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy President. I seek to ask whether or not 2518 on Senator Thorpe's sheet and 2519 have been moved, and if not, is Senator Thorpe going to move them?
Just check. We believe they were withdrawn. Senator Thorpe confirming with you they were withdrawn. Are you seeking leave to move them, Senator Roberts? Are you seeking leave to move them? I'm in the hands of the chamber, but I'm told that they were not moved. If it's the desire of the chamber, I will put those two questions if required. Okay, so the question is that the amendments on sheet 2518 and 2519 be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required, 1 minute. That's all right. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments on sheet 2518 and 2519 be agreed to, or those of that opinion will move to the right of the chair and those against to the left of the chair, and I appoint Senator Thorpe, no, take your pick, Senator McKim, thank you, for tellers for the ayes, and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 14, noes 24. The question is resolved in the negative. I'm about to put the final question, but before I do, wanting to check if any other senator is wanting to deal with anything. No? Okay, you've had your time. The question now is that the remaining stages of these bills be... Oh, Senator Pocock, you just got there in time.
Seek leave again to make a 1 minute statement.
No, leave is not granted. Okay, I'm now going to put the question. Order. Order. I have a question to put to you, please. The question now is that the remaining stages of these bills be agreed to and the bills now be passed. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Is the division required? Yes, 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to. Those of that opinion move to the right of the chair, and those against will move to the left of the chair. And I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 26, noes 15. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clerk.
Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Bill 2024, Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Transitional Provisions Bill 2023.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bills. The Senate will now proceed for about a minute to 2-minute statements. Senator Patterson.
Mr Acting Deputy President, yesterday we read disturbing media reports which revealed that a Palestinian man, Mr Fayez al-Hassani, was granted a visa to Australia despite once hosting political members of terrorist organisations Hamas and the Politburo of Palestinian Islamic Jihad at his Gaza Art Institute. Today, it has been brought to my attention that in August last year, Mr al-Hassani apparently made disturbing remarks at the Second International Al-Aqsa Conference in Iraq regarding his son, who was killed while serving in the military wing of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. The following is a translation of a post on the Facebook page of the conference organisers, the Global Campaign to Return to Palestine, and I quote, "His mother encouraged him to wage jihad against the usurping entity, and today his son is being raised on the same path and the way of jihad until the liberation of Palestine."
Senator Patterson, I've got Senator Thorpe.
I'm feeling culturally unsafe.
Senator Thorpe, in what way?
Because we need to free Palestine and there's a genocide going on.
Senator Thorpe. Please continue, Senator Patterson.
As I was quoting, Mr al-Hassani said, "The mother encouraged him to wage jihad against the usurping entity, and today his son is being raised on the same path and the way of jihad until the liberation of Palestine." This is concerning because it suggests that Mr al-Hassani was fully aware of his son's involvement in the list of organisations.
Thank you, Senators. And we'll move to question time, and I have Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, recent research from Finder reveals that 42% of Australian mortgage holders are struggling to meet their home loan repayments in August, the highest level of mortgage stress in many years. The average owner-occupier mortgage now has risen to $634,000, a 9.3% increase from 2023. Meanwhile, yesterday's latest building activity data shows the government's housing agenda is making things worse. Between 2023 and 24, home building commencements dropped 8.8% to the lowest level in a decade, with just 158,690 new starts. Minister, why is Labor's housing policy making a bad situation even worse?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I reject the assumption or the end of that question that it's making the situation worse at all. And I would say what's making the housing situation worse is not having agreement in this chamber around a range of policies that could be implemented to support both the construction of new housing, people from renting into housing, and supporting investments in other housing options. That's the handbrake. That's the block that's happening at the moment. We are doing everything we can as a government to ensure that the areas that the federal government has control over, that we are moving them all in the direction of additional supply of housing. We acknowledge that those who have mortgages are under stress. That's what happens when you have interest rate increases during a period of high inflation, which is why we've also been looking at ways to support people who are in that position with effective cost of living relief. But we have been putting in place agreements with the states and territories around housing and homelessness. We have got agreements with a social housing accelerator. We've put in $1 billion to help support enabling infrastructure, because local government tell us that that for them is a handbrake on getting more housing developed. We've got the states and territories agreeing to review their planning, essentially their planning requirements, again to accelerate the capability to get more housing supply in the system sooner. We've made announcements about the Housing Australia Future Fund. We've got Help to Buy, Build to Rent that are being stuck here. We've got the Home Owner Guarantee Scheme that's been very popular, that's supported over 100,000 into home ownership. So on every single level, on every measure you look at, we are doing what we can to increase the supply of housing in this country. It was not a problem that occurred overnight.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, can you confirm that to keep Labor's promise of 1.2 million new houses, one new house needs to be built every 2.2 minutes? Will Labor ever meet this target?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, we are proud to have a housing target that includes the plan to build 1.2 million homes, and we have set that target, and we are putting the policies to drive that target, to meet that target. Now, obviously, working with the states and territories is really important here, but also is training more tradies. Part of the issue that we've got is around workforce, funding more apprenticeships, growing that workforce, looking at how we can cut red tape, which is the work that we're doing with local government and planning reform, providing incentives to state governments to get homes built quickly, delivering the biggest investment in social housing in more than a decade, and working out with the states and territories on how to reduce homelessness. And I would just say to those opposite that this was a problem of a decade in the making because of the distinct lack of interest from those opposite in housing. You didn't even have a housing minister for a substantial period of time.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Order. Senators, yesterday was extremely disorderly when senators were attempting to ask their questions and when ministers were responding. I am going to go back to rulings of Senator Ryan and Senator Brockman that questions and answers be given and heard in silence. Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, President. Under Labor, the prospect of owning your own house has become the preserve of the rich. Barrenjoey data shows that the share of Commonwealth Bank home loans for owner-occupiers earning more than $200,000 has doubled in the past few years, but the share going to borrowers on less than $100,000 has almost halved. Minister, won't your government's business-burdening industrial relations changes, green and red tape, make a bad situation even worse?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you.
Senator Walsh. Minister Gallagher, please continue.
Thank you very much for that question and for reminding us what the coalition would do if they were to win government again on the industrial relation front. They want to wind back workers' entitlements. They want to wind back wages growth. They want to make working in jobs, in construction and others more insecure, and we disagree with that. It will be a point of disagreement.
Senators, I asked for silence when senators were asking their question and when the minister was answering. That is what I expect. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, President. And so in terms of the beginning of that question, I'm dealt with the IR component of that question. In terms of the first bit, why would we have invested in the Social Housing Accelerator? Why would we be investing in Housing Australia Future Fund?
Minister, Senator Bragg, Which part of my statement did you fail to understand, particularly when the Senate was silent when your question was asked? You are being disrespectful to me and to this chamber. Minister, please continue.
I couldn't disagree stronger with Senator Bragg on the fact that our policies are only around housing for the rich. Social Housing Accelerator, Housing Australia Future Fund, Commonwealth Rent Assistance. We are about housing for all, housing for everybody.
Minister, the time for answering has expired. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. We've heard this week about how the government has helped Australians with tax cuts and other cost of living relief, whilst helping with the inflation challenge with back-to-back surpluses and paying down Liberal debt. Another area of focus for the government is cracking down on dodgy supermarket practices, including tackling shrinkflation. Minister, can you please explain how the Albanese Labor government is working to ensure that Australians get a fair deal when they do their weekly supermarket shop?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank President and I thank Senator Smith for the question and for focusing on those key cost of living issues affecting Australians. And we know, and the government believes, that Australians deserve a fair deal when they do their weekly supermarket shop. Last week, we announced a crackdown on dodgy supermarket practices, including tackling shrinkflation, where customers are charged the same for less product. We don't want to see ordinary Australians, families and pensioners being taken for a ride by the supermarkets, and we're taking steps to make sure they get a fair go at the checkout. We have provided the ACCC with a $30 million boost to crack down on market conduct, including misleading and deceptive pricing practices. We've commenced consultation on a mandatory food and grocery code. We've commenced work with the states and territories to revitalise national competition policy, including on planning and zoning for supermarkets. We've supported Choice to release its second Albanese government-funded price monitoring report, giving Australians accurate data on where to get the cheapest groceries. These are real common-sense reforms that will make a difference to Australians when they're doing their shopping, and it's backed by the ACCC. These aren't thought bubbles and political bluster that come from the unholy alliance that we've been seeing developing between the Australian Greens and the Coalition. Whilst undertaking these reforms to make the system fairer, we're also providing immediate cost of living relief in the form of tax cuts and power bill relief. It always wakes you up though, doesn't it? Because it's so uncomfortable. We're reducing health costs for Australians with cheaper medicines, increasing bulk billing and free urgent care clinics across the country, with 76 more of those to come. We're working hard to get the budget and the economy in order after a decade of mismanagement by the Coalition, back-to-back surpluses, less of Australia's money spent on Liberal debt and bringing down inflation.
Expired. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Yes, thank you, Minister. It's good to hear that the government is working closely with the ACCC to ensure a fair go for Australians. Today in the House, the Treasurer introduced mergers and acquisition reform to drive competition across our economy. Why is this important?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and thanks, Senator Smith. That was an important announcement today. The Treasurer continued the Albanese Labor government's work with the ACCC today with the introduction of a bill to enact historic reforms for a more competitive economy. Under the new system, we'll set clear thresholds to determine whether a merger needs ACCC approval, and there are also powers to ensure all the high-risk mergers are looked at. This new approach will also ensure that the ACCC is notified of every merger in the supermarket sector. Reviewing every supermarket merger is part of the decisive action our government is taking to help Australians get fairer prices at the checkout. We want to make sure that supermarket mergers don't come at the cost of Australians, families and pensioners getting a fair price on their groceries. The government thanks ACCC Chair Gina Cascob-Leib for the work she does in promoting competition and ensuring that consumers get a fair go.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you. The Albanese Labor government has repaired the budget in order to provide the cost of living relief Australians need and deserve. What challenges has the government faced in providing cost of living relief to Australians, and what risks have emerged that threaten the delivery of services that Australians need and deserve?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, Senator Smith. We've seen in this chamber during the course of the last 2 years attempts to frustrate the government in ensuring that Australians were able to get the cost of living relief that they deserve. We've seen it when it came to providing energy bill relief, to when it came to providing cheaper medicines and even investments in cheaper childcare. And today we saw it with those that unholy alliance that I spoke about earlier, with the Greens and the Liberals and Nationals voting together against a future made in Australia. It is very difficult to explain to our constituents why you would vote against a future made in Australia, but there you go. And of course we know that those opposite have already foreshadowed that if they were to form government, they would cut $315 billion out of the budget, hurting pensioners, hurting all of those that rely on important government services.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Birmingham.
President, my question is to the Special Minister of State, Senator Farrell. I refer the Minister to media reporting regarding the office of the Deputy Prime Minister. Can the Minister confirm that the Deputy Prime Minister is currently the Chair of the Government Staffing Committee? If so, has the Government Staffing Committee considered any matters relating to potential breaches of the Ministerial Staff Code of Conduct in the Deputy Prime Minister's office?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Farrell.
Senator Birmingham for that question, and thank you, President. No and no.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator Birmingham, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Can the Minister confirm what role the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff has in the employment of the Deputy Prime Minister's staff under the Members of Parliament Staff Act, and whether the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff has any authority or has acted to make any employment arrangements on behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister or his office?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Birmingham for his first supplementary question. In respect to the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister, he is on the committee, the staffing committee. Just as to, I don't recall any circumstances in which the issues that you referred to have been discussed at the staffing committee, but I'll take that question on notice and come back to you.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Birmingham, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Can the Special Minister of State confirm that he is still the Minister delegated to administer the Members of Parliament Staff Act and the Ministerial Staff Code of Conduct? And if so, what action has the Minister taken to ensure that any actions taken by the Deputy Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff in relation to the matters reported in the media today are compliant with the Act and compliant with the Code?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Birmingham for his second supplementary question. It's been a very long-standing practice in this place that particularly special ministers of state don't start going into specific details about employment relations. It's important. Well, that has been the long.
Just Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Order. 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 Senator Cash. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President.
I'm sorry, Senator Birmingham. I do need your side. Order on my left. I'm not sure who that was, but I'm going to ask them to withdraw. No. You stand and withdraw, and I think it was you. Thank you.
Withdraw for the...
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. I have Senator Birmingham on a point of order. I expect it to be heard in silence.
Thank you, President. The point of order goes to matters of direct relevance, and the question was quite tightly worded, asking the Minister in terms of actions he's taken to ensure himself of compliance with the Members of Parliament Staff Act and the Ministerial Staff Code of Conduct, not to go into the details of any matter, but ministerial action to ensure compliance.
I thought the Minister was being relevant, but I'll continue to listen carefully, Senator Birmingham, noting your concern. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. As I said, I don't make a practice of commenting publicly about these issues and the actions that I take. In this particular job, you come across a lot of information about both staff and members of Parliament, and if I was called upon to release information about all of those issues from time to time.
Thank you, Minister. That's time. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Social Services. The robo-debt tragedy was only possible because income support recipients were, and still are, trapped on poverty payments. This made them acutely vulnerable to the actions of the government and departments. Will Labor take seriously your duty as a government and raise the rate of income support above the poverty line, or will you condemn income support recipients to the whims of a future government?
Thank you, Senator Ormond-Payne. Minister Farrell. Yep, I called you, sorry.
Thank you, President, and thank the Senator for her question. Well, you talk about robo-debt, Senator. Which party was the party that pursued the issue of the abuse of the robo debt system? It was the Labor Party, and we successfully prosecuted that case to the point where the former government eventually threw in the towel and accepted that that system was an illegal system and repaid money to the people that had been abused as a result of that system. Of course, in government, we continue to deal with this issue in a comprehensive and systematic fashion, and that means that we continue to look after all of the people who rely on the social security system in this country to receive the appropriate payments. But the reality is that the whole robo-debt fiasco was dealt with by this government. We prosecuted it in opposition, and we've dealt with it in government.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ormond-Payne, first supplementary.
The ability of Services Australia to pursue years-old debts underpinned the robo-debt scheme. Will this government finally act on the Royal Commission's recommendation to legislate a 6-year limitation on debt recovery?
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Ormond-Payne. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank the Senator for her first supplementary question. The government is aware of the report, obviously, and in due course we will respond to the recommendations in accordance with the advice that we received. But can I say this, that in terms of the social safety net, just in the last budget alone, around 1.1 million individuals on low or no earnings, including access to more than 51,000 recipients aged 55 years and over, received a higher rate. Around 4,700 single people with significant barriers to work received a high rate of job seeker. We've been increasing the Commonwealth rent assistance to around 1 million low-income householders who benefited by a 15%.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ormond-Payne, second supplementary.
It is now over a year since the final report of the Royal Commission. Will this government commit to real justice and transparency for victims of the scheme and release the sealed chapter of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission report.
Thank you, Senator Ormond-Payne. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Ormond-Payne for her second supplementary question. This matter, of course, is very appropriately being dealt with by the Attorney General and the Minister for Finance, and they will respond shortly to the report. In terms of the sealed section, that is an issue that the Attorney General is dealing with, and he will, at the appropriate time, make a statement about that issue.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Communications, Senator McAllister. The NBN is a piece of critical infrastructure designed to provide reliable and affordable internet across the country. How does the NBN assist in supporting all Australians regardless of where they live?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister McAllister.
Question.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Grogan for her question.
Order.
You are. That's your plan.
Please continue.
I'd like to and I want to congratulate Senator Grogan for her tireless support.
Minister McAllister, please resume your seat. It is a shame that I have to remind senators to listen in silence to the response from the Minister. Please continue, Minister.
Thanks, President. I do want to congratulate Senator Grogan for her tireless support in levelling the playing field for regional Australians, because we know how important it is to have fast, reliable and affordable broadband for all Australians, but particularly those Australians that live in regional Australia, because the NBN allows Australians to work remotely and run their businesses more productively. Thinking about people like Brant and Angie Bettridge, whose Mount Wilga cattle farm operates some 550 kilometres west of Rockhampton in regional Queensland. And before Brant and Angie connected to the NBN, they had little to no mobile service or internet connection and would record all their cattle numbers with a notebook and pencil. Connecting to the NBN has meant that Angie and Brant can now run their banking, their payroll and their admin over the internet. And as Angie said, we wouldn't be able to run our farm today without the NBN. It's as simple as that. Gone are the days of the notebook and the pencil. So this government is supporting families and businesses like Brant and Angie's right across Australia. 8.6 million active premises already connected to the NBN, with over 12.4 million ready to connect. Now, our fixed wireless upgrades are on track for completion by the end of the year, with 2,300 towers upgraded. It means faster speeds, it means less network faults, and this week we have introduced legislation to ensure that this critical infrastructure asset remains publicly owned, as it should be. Senator Grogan, I am sure you will agree.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
That's excellent, excellent information, Minister. Thank you so much. Now, we know that the Albanese Labor government's approach is different from the previous government, but can you outline for us what the emerging risks are to the NBN remaining affordable and reliable for all Australians?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. And again, I thank Senator Grogan for her supplementary question, because it really took less than 24 hours for the opposition to show Australians why they can't trust them with our publicly owned assets. So Senator Hume was first out of the gate. She was first out of the gate saying it was always the plan that the NBN would be privatised. And when asked, and she was asked whether she would support the legislation to keep the NBN in public hands, and she refused.
Please resume your seat. Order on my left. Order. Senator Watts. Order. Senator Hume, when you've finished. Senator Hume. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Well, that's right. So Senator Hume was asked to confirm her position would she support legislation to not sell the NBN and to refuse, saying it wasn't that simple. And then we had another Liberal member, backing in Senator Hume, Solidarity Forever, confirming that it has always been in contemplation that the NBN would be privatised. And then lastly, we saw the Shadow Minister for Communications trying to mop it all up on our end, but he wouldn't commit to supporting our bill either.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Colbert, I'm not quite sure which part of my instruction to be silent when ministers were answering you failed to hear or follow through, but you are being disrespectful. Senator Grogan, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. We know that the NBN makes a real difference in the lives of Australians through faster, more reliable internet access. And the bill that you've referred to that's in before the Parliament, can you just tell us, if that does not pass, what price will regional Australians pay and how do we prevent that from happening?
I'm just waiting for silence. Seriously, Senator Henderson and Senator Hume and Senator Watt. If you can't listen in silence, please leave the chamber. Minister McAllister.
Well, thanks, Senator Grogan, for that question, because actually public ownership is the best way to deliver an NBN that continues to be affordable and ensures that Australians have the access to high-speed internet. Now, this is important for regional Australians who rely on the NBN to run their businesses and remain connected while living sometimes in very remote locations.
Senator Henderson, when I call your name, you're not in a debate with me and you don't call back. I've asked you respectfully to be quiet and you've completely ignored me. You are being disrespectful. Minister McAllister, please continue.
So, look, the government's bill will ensure, of course, that the NBN remains in public hands, but those opposite are refusing to support it. And you have to ask the question why. Why is that? Well, it's because we know they actually want to sell it, just like they sold Telstra. And that's the risk. That's the risk, Senator Grogan, and it's one that is reinforced by all of the comments that have been made this morning. And privatising this asset will mean that people like Angie and like Brant will be paying a higher price for a worse product. And if those opposite truly support regional Australia, they'll support our bill.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President. Children.
Senator Tyrrell, I'm very sorry. Please resume your seat. Order across the chamber. Order. I expect Senator Tyrrell to be able to ask her question in complete silence. Senator Ciccone, I don't need here because you were one of the senators being disorderly. I'm waiting to call Senator Tyrrell. Order. Order. Senator Tyrrell, please ask a question.
Thank you, President. I appreciate it. My senator is to Senator Gallagher, representing the Minister for Health. Tasmania spent $182 million on locum doctors and agency nurses in the year 23-24, which is triple the cost from 3 years ago. I know relying on locums is not a sustainable solution and that the fix for Tasmania's lack of health professionals needs a multi-pronged approach. One element that could be tweaked is reviewing the modified Monash model, as this makes it easier for Tasmanian medical practices to hire health professionals. Will the government commit to a review of the Monash model classifications in Tasmania to allow us to attract more health professionals?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Tyrrell for the question and for the work she does around healthcare and healthcare provision in Tasmania. And Senator Tyrrell is right. The health workforce is under a huge amount of pressure in Tasmania, but also around the country. GPs in particular, which are the first point of contact for many as either getting a health check or if they have a health problem. I know that Senator Tyrrell engages with the Health Minister frequently on the matters that relate to Tasmania. I'm not here to commit to a review of the Monash model as she has asked me, the Senator has asked me about today, but we have done a range of things to invest in the health workforce since we came to government. I mean, the health workforce delivers all of the health care. So when you're looking at measures like trying to increase the bulk billing rate and all of those things, we need our health professionals to be able to do that. You know, I think the Health Minister has been very clear about the pressure that the GP workforce, as has the college and others. So it's not just a matter, I think, of incentivising. The bigger problem we've got to fix is the supply of GPs more broadly across, and it's whilst it is a significant issue in Tasmania, there are also quite a number of other areas around the country where this is an issue too. And how you can support and incentivise the primary healthcare model is something that this government is focused on and looking at a range of ways. One of them is, you know, how we make sure that we've got more doctors coming through the system, but also looking at scope of practice issues for nurse practitioners and others, but they can't do all of the work of a medical professional, and we remain committed and indeed happy to work with Senator Tyrrell on ideas to support
Minister. The time
Tasmanian
for answering
health.
has expired. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Medical practices in Tasmanian regional towns are suffering due to the modified Monash model. The medical practice at Lilydale is only 100 metres outside the medium rural town boundary, and the practice in New Norfolk falls inside the regional centre boundary. This makes it harder for these practices to recruit medical practitioners. If there is no review of the model, would the government consider case-by-case assessment to help practices in regional areas?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Tyrrell for the question. Look, I think that in general the Health Minister's door is always open and to representations and ideas to support the delivery of primary health care around the country, including in Tasmania. I note today in the local paper in the Mercury, I think there was a story about some improvements in GP numbers and bulk billing in Tasmania, which is hugely welcome, and I imagine driven by some of the measures we've been talking about, including tripling the bulk billing rate, but acknowledge that there is much more work to do. And looking at how some of the incentives and programs, I think, you know, we have to look at the whole of the country, not just one particular aspect, because incentives do change behaviour as the reason that underpins the Monash model. So I think the focus is on supply, getting more doctors into the system, but happy to continue to work with Senator Tyrrell on ideas she may have.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
President, another issue with the modified Monash model is that each area's economy is not considered as part of the model's classification process. Could population data and economic status be linked to the modified Monash model to make it more relevant to small regional towns where there are pockets of disadvantage?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, and I do thank you, Senator Tyrrell, and you know, a number of aspects of our health system, including some of the items through MBS, are targeted based on, you know, I guess demographics and, you know, taking into consideration some of the factors that Senator Tyrrell has raised. I think also the Working Better for Medicare review was handed down this week. It did consider the modified Monash model, and obviously it's been handed down this week, so the Minister for Health will be considering the recommendations and consulting on them. And so it may be in that context, Senator Tyrrell, that you could have further discussions with what might be possible in the good state of Tasmania.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Earlier this week, COSBOA and CommBank released a report saying small businesses were thriving or living through the toughest operating environment in recent memory. And we saw data confirming that quarterly insolvencies are now at an all-time high. But despite that tremendous pressure on small and family businesses across Australia, The government is planning to hit those businesses with $13.9 billion in new costs through your AML CTF legislation. This isn't our assessment of those costs. These are the costs listed in the government's own explanatory materials. How will these small and family businesses afford to pay for your legislation?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you to Senator Cash for the question. Well, obviously, as we all know, small businesses are a very important part of our economy, in fact the engine room of our economy. And I think you would have heard Senator Ms Collins acknowledge the pressures on small businesses right now, which is why the government is looking the government's policies are targeted at improving the long-term resilience of small businesses and providing practical support for those small businesses experiencing challenges. Our most recent budget helped to ease the pressure on Australia's
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
Point of order in relation to relevance. This question is about a $13.9 billion cost on the government's own analysis it will impose on small business on its own piece of legislation. It is a specific question about the $13.9 billion hit on small business.
Thank you, Senator Cash, and I do remind you don't need to repeat the whole question. The minister is being relevant. You talked about the operating environment for small businesses. You went to the issue of insolvency and a number of matters. The minister is being relevant. Minister Wong.
Thank you. And Senator Cash, you did use the acronym. I assume you're referring to the anti-money laundering arrangements. It took me a little while to... Well obviously, we do think that... Senator
Green and Senator Cash, order. Arguing across the chamber while a minister's on her feet is incredibly disrespectful. Minister, please continue.
Well, Senator, this is about money laundering which facilitates serious crimes.
Senator Cash.
Senator Cash, this is about money laundering which facilitates serious crimes. We have taken action to both protect Australians and combat organised transnational crime. I appreciate that that is an additional level of regulation, but it is regulation with a very important public policy purpose, which is to counter one of the ways in which criminal activities are funded. This is the gravamen of the question appears to be the logic of the
Minister
question.
Wong, please resume your seat. The senators shouting out across the chamber need to stop. I've said today that questions and answers need to be heard in silence. If you can't manage that, please leave the chamber. Minister Wong, please continue.
Is the logic of the question that the government shouldn't act on money laundering that facilitates criminal behaviour? I mean, is that the logic of the question? I mean, Senator, I am surprised, given your tough-on-crime rhetoric, that you would even ask me such a question.
Thank you. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you very much. Experience with similar legislation in New Zealand shows that small real estate agencies had to pay between an additional $30,000 and $60,000 each to just comply with the law. There are similar experiences amongst small law firms, small accountants and others brought into the regime. This is real money paid by real men and women who just want to run a business. How many businesses does the government expect will be driven to the wall by your legislation?
Minister Wong.
Thank you. I'm advised of a number of things which I will, in the interest of assisting the Senate, outline. First, we are committed to working closely with small businesses and other stakeholders on these reforms, and there have been 2 rounds of consultations and meetings with industry stakeholders. The second point I would make is Australia has been singled out by the Global Financial Action Task Force as one of only 3 jurisdictions in the world who do not meet Financial Action Task Force requirements, which puts us at risk of being grey-listed, which would have negative economic impacts, including reduction in credit rating and consequences for foreign direct investment and international banking connections as the country is perceived to be high risk.
Order.
So these are the risks that we are trying to deal with. We obviously
Senator Cash, seriously, you've asked your question. Now listen in silence. Minister Wong, please continue.
That obviously very substantial risk to the economy if we don't do this, very substantial benefits to criminals if we do. Again, we will work through this with small business.
The time for answering has expired. Senator O'Neill, your running commentary is also unhelpful. Senator O'Neill. She needs to brief in silence. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Is the government really arguing that a $13.9 billion regulatory cost is reasonable, in particular when it's on small businesses? And will you review and act to reduce these costs so that small businesses in Australia don't have to continue to close as they are doing under this government?
Order. Order. Order on my right. Order. Order. Minister Wong.
The information I have is that the impact analysis estimates upfront costs of $28,000 a year, an annual ongoing burden of $33,000 for new regulated small businesses with turnover up to $2 million. The cost of introduction of reforms is your point, over 10 years, $13.9 billion. The cost of money laundering to Australia is estimated at over $60 billion a year. I am very surprised that one of the people in this chamber who talks so much about being tough on crime is actually coming into here and saying that we shouldn't act on money laundering. Tough on workers, but not tough on criminals who use money laundering. That's Senator Cash.
Order. Order. I don't know how many times, senators, I have to call you, Senator O'Neill, and you, Senator Cash, and more recently, Senator Ruston. You are being disrespectful. Senator Babet.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister representing the Climate Change and Energy Minister, Minister McAllister. Minister Bowen recently stated that electricity prices fell 17.9% in the 12 months to August. He said it is a good step forward and an indication that our reliable renewables energy plan is working. He quoted the ABS August CPI indicator, stating that this was the largest annual fall for electricity on record. He neglected to repeat the next sentence from that report, which states the combined impact of Commonwealth, state and territory rebates drove the annual fall in electricity prices. Has Minister Bowen misled the Australian people on the underlying cause of reduced electricity bills?
Thank you, Senator Babet. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. The short answer, Senator, is no. Our government understands that energy prices are in fact a very serious issue for households and for businesses, and it is why our number one priority is delivering cost of living relief, and that includes cost of living relief that is targeted towards costs associated with electricity. So every Australian household is receiving $300 in energy bill relief, and the truth is that the alternative plan, the plan put forward by the Coalition, is a plan that would absolutely guarantee higher prices for those households. Now, in the medium term, there is work to be done, because over the last decade, 22 failed energy policies, none of which landed, saw megawatts of electricity, gigawatts of electricity leaving the system, and that dispatchable capacity was not replaced. And so on coming to government, our policies have been aimed at stabilising that system, restoring confidence from investors so that we can actually see investment resume in the kinds of in the electricity system that we know offers the least cost option for consumers in the future. And that, of course, is a reliable renewable plan. It does mean, actually, Senator, that wholesale energy prices are now considerably lower when the Coalition left office. And over the medium term, it will mean that the Albanese government's plan is the only plan that will actually continue to see those prices delivered for consumers. Now, the coalition has taken a different approach, of course, Senator. They voted against energy price relief. They want to wind back the rebate that's going out to Australian families and businesses right now. And as you know, they're advocating for nuclear energy. Now, that will add hundreds to Australian bills, but will supply less than 4% of the energy that households and businesses need.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston, your running commentary is really disrespectful. Senator Babet, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Now, Minister, you just said there that the cost of power has come down under your government's leadership. Now, can you advise what change in electricity prices would have occurred without using taxpayer money to temporarily and artificially, in my opinion, reduce electricity bills?
Thank you, Senator Babet. Minister McAllister.
Senator, I do have those numbers here somewhere in my folder. What I can tell you...
22 energy policies, maybe that's...
Yeah, that's a good number.
4 gigawatts out, 1 gigawatt.
Order. Minister.
So, Senator, what I can tell you is that the consequence of the Commonwealth rebates would have seen for example, in Victoria, the cost of the year-on-year change for an average standing offer was 23% reduction. Had the rebates not been in place, it would have been down 6%. In Western Australia, the consequence of the relief that was put in place by the Australian government saw a 13% reduction estimated, but had the bill relief not been in place, it would have been a 2% increase. In Tasmania, a 14% reduction as a consequence of our measures. Had those measures not been in place, the reduction would only have been 3%
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Babet, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Now, Minister, the Australian Bureau of Statistics noted in the same report that I referred to earlier that excluding rebates, electricity costs for households would have increased 16.6% since June 2023. Is a 16.6% increase and an indication that your, I guess, so-called renewable energy plan is working or not working?
Thank you, Senator Babet. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. Well, as everyone here understands, I think even those opposite understand it, we inherited an absolute mess in the energy system when we came into government. The average wholesale price when we came to government was $286 a megawatt hour. Retail prices had increased up to almost 20%, which those opposite shamefully sought to hide, took active steps to hide on the eve of an election. And the truth is that a driver of that, a significant driver, was a lack of investment caused by uncertainty, driven by policy dysfunction, denial and chaos within the government from those opposite. Another driver, of course, was our exposure to international energy prices, international gas prices, which were going up as a consequence of the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And so we're responding to that mess. We are responding to the mess that was left by those opposite.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister of Finance, Senator Gallagher. The Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act, governing financial resource management of government departments, has no provision to impose civil or criminal penalties. In 2024, the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit tabled an inquiry report and found that National Disability Insurance Agency officials failed to disclose years of secret gifts and hospitality received from global IT giant Salesforce, despite the company securing lucrative government contracts and massive variations. Minister, will the government commit to closing this corrupt loophole affecting approximately $80 billion of taxpayer money spent each year on government tenders by amending the PGPA Act to implement civil or criminal penalties for breaches of this Act?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, we have enacted the National Anti-Corruption Commission, and if there are concerns of corrupt conduct in the National Disability Insurance Agency, they should be referred to the appropriate body for investigating that. In terms of the public service more broadly, around donation or gifts or anything received during your role as a public servant in your dealings with others, there is a requirement to disclose those matters. The PGPA Act is there, of course, to provide legislative guidance or legislative rules around appropriate conduct in a whole range of areas, but I think departments take those responsibilities seriously in terms of reporting through annual reports, attending estimates to be accountable for decisions that they may have made, or if they haven't provided appropriate transparency, to be held responsible for that. And of course, I think the National Anti-Corruption Commission, if they are, as Senator Payman says, corrupt dealings, then that is a matter for the National Anti-Corruption Commission. That would not be dealt with through the PGPA Act. And I have no plans at this point to amend that Act to incorporate penalties that Senator Payman has outlined, but the appropriate avenue and authority for investigating corrupt conduct in public office is through the National Anti-Corruption Commission.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
The National Anti-Corruption Commission, which is intended to stamp out the sort of corruption which contributed to last year's $18 billion blowout across defence projects, has not been able to punish people for the corruption, as the PGPA Act gives them no avenue to do so, Minister. So why is it that a government elected when the public was crying out for leadership on integrity has so comprehensively failed to enact anything more than a toothless Victorian-style anti-corruption?
Senator Payman, time for answering has expired. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I don't agree with that at all, and I don't agree with that assessment of the National Anti-Corruption Commission, and I don't agree with that in terms of assessment about integrity measures that we are putting in place across the Australian Public Service. We have made amendments to the Public Service Act to improve integrity and transparency since coming to government. Those amendments have passed this place with the support of senators. We have sought to strengthen the independence of the public service. We have resourced the public service appropriately so that it is able to do the job that we ask it to do, because that matters about the quality of the delivery of work through the public service. If they don't have enough workers to do the work, we rely on contractors and others to do that. I think concerns have been raised about the quality of the delivery of public service. We've put a range of measures, integrity measures around procurement processes across the APS as well, and there is more to do.
Senator Payman, second supplementary.
The previously mentioned blowout is nothing compared to the mother of all rorts, and that's the AUKUS submarine deal. With costs expected to reach at least $368 billion over the coming decades, this program will be a burden on taxpayers and the budget, a deal that is more political than strategic. How can the minister justify shipping billions of dollars of taxpayer money overseas to multinationals during this cost of living crisis?
Senator Wong.
With respect, President, I don't believe that's a supplementary question.
Yes, Senator Payman, that was not a supplementary question. It needs to be related to your primary and your first question. I will invite the minister, if she wishes to make a contribution, to do so, but she's not obliged to. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. Well, firstly, I'd say the examples that Senator Payman seeks to identify as corrupt behaviour, including a blowout of $18 billion, I think if she does believe that that is corruption, then she should refer that matter to the National Anti-Corruption Commission. In relation to AUKUS, we are proud supporters of AUKUS. We believe it is in our national interest and our national interest security interest to have the AUKUS program. I think in terms of being a senator from WA, there are significant economic benefits from AUKUS, including jobs and opportunities in the home state of WA. And we do not agree at all that the resourcing going in to support the delivery of AUKUS in anywhere constitutes or what seeks to put the smear on that it is inappropriate allocation of resources.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. It was reported today that the government's hand-picked administrator of the CFMEU, Mark Irving, has continued to employ Mr Joel Shackleton of the CFMEU, despite Mr Shackleton being charged with making death threats against the owner of an Indigenous labour hire firm. Among other profanities, Mr Shackleton is caught on video saying, and I quote, "I'll effing take your soul and I'll rip your effing head off." Minister, if the government is genuine in its campaign to clean up the CFMEU, will the Albanese government today intervene and instruct the administrator to terminate the employment of Mr Shackleton?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Thank you to Senator Mackenzie for that question. And I would say to Senator Mackenzie, I share your reaction to the statements by Mr Shackleton, which have been reported. I haven't seen the video, but which have been reported. And I again say what Senator Watt, as Minister, has said, and as the Prime Minister has said, thuggery and violence have no place in Australia's workplaces and on Australia's building sites. In relation to the decision by the administrator, I would make the point that the strongest possible action has been taken by the government in appointing an independent administrator. That person has removed over a dozen full-time officials permanently from office as part of the scheme of administration, as well as hundreds of other office bearers. Obviously, I can't. The decision of the administrator is a matter for him. What I would say is that we have taken stronger action than any government has to clean up the CFMEU, and that is because we do not believe that thuggery and corruption and violence have any place in our trade union movement or in Australia's workplaces.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie, first supplementary.
Does the government believe that it can end the CFMEU's decades-long culture of law-breaking, criminal activity, bullying, harassment, corruption, bribery and standover tactics when the administrator seems to be quite happy to continue the employment of those caught on video making death threats? And from the minister's first response would seem the government is not of a mind to suggest he does remove Mr Shackleton.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
I'll try and answer the parts of that question. In relation to the last part, I think I opened my answer, Senator, with our view the view that you expressed about the inappropriate and aggressive language that was used, which I understand is reported to be the subject of a criminal investigation. That I shared the concerns you expressed in your question. So I don't agree with the last political point you made in your answer. But I again go back to this point, Senator. For all of the talk, for all of the attack on workers, our government and this minister has taken stronger action to clean up the CFMEU, than any government in Australia.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Mackenzie, second supplementary.
Will the minister confirm, given the answers today, that the government does not actually care about actually cleaning up the CFMEU because it is desperately trying to gain the CFMEU's support, their manpower and their donations for the upcoming elections, and you refuse to have the conversation with the administrator about the acceptable employment of Mr Shackleton?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
Well, I absolutely reject those assertions, and if you might have noticed, there's a fair. I think you might have seen some of the former CFMEU and their members make their displeasure at the government's actions clear. But we are, we are focused on doing what we believe is the right thing, which is to clean it up. We don't believe Australian workers or the Australian trade union movement are benefited in any way by violence, thuggery and corruption inside trade unions. And this minister and this government has taken stronger action than any government has to clean up the CFMEU, and that administrator has removed hundreds of office bearers and a dozen full-time officials. So that is stronger action than has ever been taken, and on that I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you. Senator Farrell.
President, I said I would come back to Senator Birmingham on his questions, and in my answer, which addressed two questions at once, I correctly indicated that the government's staffing committee has not considered any matter referred to by Senator Birmingham. I can, however, confirm that the Deputy Prime Minister is the chair of the government staffing committee.
Senators, the chamber has received a message, and I understand it suits the chamber for me to report on that message now. A message has been received from the House of Representatives forwarding a resolution agreed to by the House concerning the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards and requesting the concurrence of the Senate. I call the Minister.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to have the message considered immediately.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. Thanks, colleagues. I move that the Senate concurs with the resolution of the House of Representatives relating to the appointment of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the Senator by Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Thank you, Senators. Oh, beg your pardon, Senator Nampijinga-Price.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to make a personal explanation under Standing Order 190.
Is leave granted? I believe leave is granted.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you, President, if you've had the opportunity to review the Hansard regarding the Assistant Minister for Education's comments yesterday, and if you would be amend your previous ruling. If you are not going to, I would like to understand why not. And I'd also like to register my disappointment that the comments from the Assistant Minister for Education were not ruled out of order at the time they were said, and that I am dismayed that the President has not apologised for the absence of a proper ruling.
Senator Nampijinga-Price, I undertook to review two motions yesterday. From memory, I think it was 650 and 649. I concurred with the clerk. 650 was appropriate, and my response to that was appropriate. You then, I believe, sought for me to review 649. I subsequently did, and I agreed that a withdrawal was in order by Senator Chisholm, and Senator Chisholm made that withdrawal last night. Thank you.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Sharma.
Yes, thanks, Deputy President. I rise to take note of answers to questions asked by Senators Bragg, Cash and McKenzie.
You have the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, we heard in Senator Bragg's question about how 42% of mortgage holders struggled to make their loan repayments in August, the highest level of mortgage stress we've seen in Australia since 2019. And we've seen the average owner-occupier mortgage increase to some $634,000, a 9% increase from 2023. Now, it's no surprise that homeowners are struggling to make loan repayments. They've endured 12 consecutive interest rate rises. They've been enduring inflation that has stayed higher for longer in Australia than other developed economies, And whilst other developed economies, from the United States to the United Kingdom, Canada, the European central banks of other developed economies are reducing interest rates, in Australia the Reserve Bank keeps interest rates on hold and has continued to indicate that government spending is too high and they will not be able to be in a position to see inflation return to its target band and so reduce rates until early next year. Now, this isn't the only cause of a housing crisis. Fundamentally as well, there is a lack of supply being built, and in large part it's because of the government's own policy settings. Under the government's National Housing Accord, they committed to building 1.2 million homes over the next 5 years. Now, if you translate that to New South Wales, that means 377,000 new homes or 75,000 new homes per year. But in the year to March 2024, there are only 43,000 new homes commenced in New South Wales versus 75,000 for the target. And if you compare that to when the Coalition was in office from 2013 to 2018, we were building 67,000 new homes per year on average, pretty close to the target. Now, why is that? Well, in part it's because labour productivity in the construction sector has gone through the floor. It's declined by 18% over the past decade. And in particularly, it has collapsed since the Australian Building and Construction Commission, the ABCC, was abolished. What we've seen since that time is construction costs grow at a much higher rate than inflation. We've seen major cost blowouts on large infrastructure projects where Labor governments, surprise, surprise, at the state and federal level, are one of the biggest consumers of construction services, and cost inflation that the CFMEU is building into those contracts is being met by the taxpayer. And whilst that is happening, we are also seeing smaller construction businesses, predominantly involved in residential home construction, go to the wall. Senator Cash referenced the toughest operating environment in recent memory being faced by small businesses in her questions. And indeed, insolvencies are at a record high. There were some 11,000 business insolvencies in Australia in the financial year 2023-2024, and almost a quarter of those, 3,000 of those businesses, are in the construction sector, particularly residential construction. Why is that? Well, they've got out-of-control inflation. They've got a sector of construction in infrastructure and public works, which is paying higher wages because the CFMEU's role in bidding up wages, which means that smaller construction players, predominantly involved in residential housing, can no longer meet those wages. And we've seen, as a result, construction, particularly of residential semi-detached dwellings in New South Wales and elsewhere, collapse because there's simply builders cannot build to a price that will ever be commercially competitive with existing housing stock. So rather than seeing the housing target met or even approaching it, the rate of construction of new housing in Australia under this government is going backwards. Now, we heard from Senator Mackenzie about these frankly frightening comments that Mr Joel Shackleton at the CFMEU has made, threats being made, death threats against the owner of an Indigenous labour hire firm, and we've had the government's hand-picked administrator of the CFMEU, Mark Irving, say there is nothing to see here. Now, Senator Wong said that thuggery and violence have no place on Australia's work sites, but here is someone who makes it his business to embed thuggery and violence on Australia's work sites, who's being kept at the CFMEU. We've heard that this government is taking stronger action than any previous government has in cleaning up the CFMEU. Quite the reverse. This government has taken money from the CFMEU and run a protection racket for the CFMEU, abolishing the Australian Building and Construction Commission, the only body that controlled the construction industry.
Sorry, Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Well, Senator Sharma's being exceedingly selective in the data he chooses to critique the government's answers on when it comes to housing commencements. I think the senator reflected on their so-called height of dwelling commencements back in. They have to go back as far as 2016 or 17, I think, to find their peak of housing commencements. But what we know is that, in fact, in the last government's watch, not due to COVID, but due to their inaction and their lack of a housing agenda, that between 2017 and 2022, up until the COVID stimulus started in about 2021, housing commencements absolutely collapsed in Australia relative to their previous the previous climb and demand. It absolutely collapsed. Then, of course, we know we had stimulus packages that saw, yes, a high level of housing commencements, but absolutely without the prerequisite work done inside our economy to enable our economy to keep up with that elevation in demand. It is little wonder that our housing market became so tight as a result of that, and it absolutely highlights why our nation needs the kind of housing agenda that we have put forward as a government. When you look, for example, at new and other residential commencements back in June 18, yes, they were up at some 30,000 with new houses, but of course then they collapsed by some 5,000 commencements, and that is new houses themselves, but new and other residential collapsed from 30 down to 15,000 in about 2 years under the last government's watch. Under COVID, you started to try and rebuild that. You stimulated the economy, but of course you left us very, very ill-prepared to do anything to actually be able to maximise the use of that stimulus. As a result, we have seen massive housing delays in construction that we are now just beginning to see, in some instances, completions of houses that go right back to your COVID stimulus program. So we are doing the work in the development of our workforce, of building materials, in planning strategies, in work with state governments, and in our Commonwealth housing procurement and stimulus programs, social and housing affordability, to unlock housing in our nation so that we can create more housing stock and a better future for all Australians. We see here that the value of work done, seasonally adjusted chain volume measures, for example, under the last government had absolutely collapsed, whereas now we are working towards growing alteration additions to residential building, to new residential building, non-residential building, and the total value of work done. We have seen a small dip in new residential building in the last quarter, but I don't think that is any surprise when it comes to what we know have been constrained labour supply.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Deputy President. There's a slightly bawdy saying. I've been considering this. I'll clean it up a little bit for this. Couldn't organise a pee up in a brewery with a fistful of dollars. I mean, we know what that means. That describes the housing policy of this government. $10 billion allocated to a Housing Australia Future Fund just a short time ago, and 0 houses built. On another bill today, we heard, I think it was Senator Canavan was talking about the government doesn't build houses. He'd have trouble building a house, I'd have trouble building a house. With $10 billion in 12 months, I think I could have managed it. I could have managed to get one going, Senator Canavan. But this government, zero. Zero houses. That's why we're talking about this housing policy now. So if they're real about this 1.2 million houses they've got to be built, as we heard in the question from Senator Mackenzie today, they have to build a new house every 2.2 minutes. Their policy, $10 billion, zero houses in a year, but now one every 2.2 minutes from now to achieve that. Because they know how to talk the talk, they don't know how to walk the walk. They bring out these stats, and we heard the impassioned arguments just then about stats, yours versus mine, this versus that. The facts don't lie. Haven't built a house. And when you argue about the benefit of this other policy, who will go and get there and say who will be able to buy the house? But it doesn't matter, we're not building enough. Population is increasing in Australia faster than we're building bedrooms to put people in, and that is the problem. And Senator Mackenzie raised the point that the Australian mortgage has now risen 9.3% in 1 year, the average mortgage in Australia. And the problem with that is just not about housing. People are remortgaging their house, refinancing to pay their bills. They're borrowing more money to try and stay afloat. The average mortgage is going up higher than the average house, simply so people can borrow money to pay it back to other people. That's what these states and the home ownership say. It is a symptom that the Australian economy and the housing market is very weak and very precipitous. If you are borrowing money to pay your bills, it is only a matter of time before it catches up to you. And what we'll see in the early new year is that people spend up buying their kids Christmas presents, loading their credit cards, doing all these things. We'll see this debt come back to bite people when they can't afford to pay those bills, when they need to borrow more and mortgages go up again because they're doing that. We need to be building more homes, not choosing who buys them, but building more. We need to be getting these approvals through. We need to be doing all of these things, and it needs to be done in an efficient way. That is with the private sector, building homes. I've heard stuff about the CMFEU and the large developers getting them out of the way, putting their 30% costs on it. But when we're getting these datas, that this is not compared to anything during COVID. We heard the comments from the previous Senator, Deputy President, about how stats fell so low before COVID. The housing completions of 23-24 are lower than that. They are the lowest in 10 years now. So if they're disastrous in 2019 before COVID, they are super double disastrous now. That is the truth of the matter. If we aren't building homes, prices will just go up. If people are borrowing more to pay their bills, the servicing will go there and they'll get worse. The bottom line is that this economy is in trouble. The symptoms are all there. People refinancing, businesses going under. We heard about the costs now that they want to put through on small businesses, on the anti-laundering stuff. And it's not about whether we support money laundering or not, that other question. It's about proportionality. How do small regional businesses, small regional lawyers, small regional accountants, small regional real estate agencies go out there and put in the $30,000 worth of costs to comply with this? Proportionality is not there because they don't support small business, this government. Why is that? Because their super funds can't own them and their unions can't control them. If you're out there in a small business doing it tough, it is simply because this government doesn't have a way to influence and control what you do. If it's not their industry super funds going there and buying up big business, getting the multinationals, getting their seats on the boards, the unions coming in and telling your workforce what to do, they don't want you to succeed. They want to cripple you. And that's not good enough, and that's what we're seeing more and more. Bigger, bigger and bigger, so that there is more government control. And remember, this country was built on individuals out there having a go and making this a lucky country, not the government doing so to make it a lucky country. It's from the people that do it, not the government.
Senator Smith.
Thank you. I also rise to contribute to this debate. And I guess I just have a fundamental disagreement with Senator Cadell in that I believe in the power of government. I believe in the power of government to do good things. I believe in the power of good public policy to change people's lives. And I believe that good government intervention can make a difference when people are suffering, when people are doing it tough and when people are struggling. And I believe in the legacy of Labor governments in intervening through public policy to change people's lives and help people in dire situations and difficult situations and lead our country through troubling times. And at the moment, there are many people in our country experiencing very significant stress when it comes to their mortgage pressures, when it comes to broader cost of living pressures. And because we are a Labor government, we don't put our head in the sand over that, we act. Because we believe we can do something. We believe we have levers through the tools of public policy to make a difference to people's lives. And that's why we have rolled out a range of cost of living measures to bring costs down for households. It's why we're backing in wage increases for our aged care workers and our early childhood workers. It's why we've supported wage increases for low-income earners in Australia consecutive times. It's why we're doing everything we can to bring down the cost of medicine. It's why we're expanding paid parental leave. It's why we're providing $300 worth of energy bill relief for both individuals and $325 for 1 million small businesses. We do these things because we know the actions of government can make a difference. We know the actions of government can change people's lives. And our housing policies are all about that as well. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with having a high ambition for what we can do in housing in Australia. Because what is the alternative? The alternative is the approach taken by the Liberal and National Party when they were last in the government to stick their heads in the sand, to say, we can't do anything here, this isn't the role of government. Well, we don't believe that. We do believe it's the role of government to have a high ambition. And I don't want anything less than a high ambition. That ambition is backed in by a suite of policy reforms. Reforms, mind you, which have either been blocked or delayed in this chamber for months and months and months. Policies which would increase housing supply, the biggest block to the solutions in this housing crisis. We need to build more homes in Australia. We need those homes built by the private sector, but we also need more social housing as well. And our policies go to all of these things. We want Australians to be able to buy their own home. We've had legislation or bills in this place which would help tens of thousands of low and middle income earners get into their own home, and those bills have been blocked by the Greens and the Liberals and the Nationals. We saw the HAF delayed by months, a program which does all of these things we know it needs to do to increase supply in our country. We have an ambitious plan, but we also have some bloody big handbrakes in this chamber in the forms of the Liberals and Nationals and the Greens, who want to criticise the ambition, want to say the ambition isn't achievable, whilst at the same time doing everything they can to ensure it fails, doing everything they can to stop the government taking the action it can, providing the frameworks it can to solve the issues in the housing crisis, because they don't believe that government should be trying to make a difference. They don't believe that government should be using the tools and the levers of public policy making that we have to help people struggling to change lives. That is fundamental to who they are. And I'm afraid there's also a fair bit of political opportunism here, because they benefit nothing from our government taking action to help people and support people, and neither do the Greens, which is why we see them spend far more time focused on their social media strategy than focused on building social housing in this country. We have an ambition to build 1.2 million homes. We should have no lesser ambition. But we should also be seeing in this chamber a willingness to come together and do what we can to support Australians struggling with mortgage stress, and to support millennial Australians in particular who feel let down and locked out in the housing market, who are being told by the Liberal Party that they need to choose between having superannuation, a secure retirement, and owning their own home. They want to limit the ambitions of younger Australians in a way which their parents' generation's ambitions were never limited, and we just don't believe that. We believe young Australians should hold those ambitions. We believe governments can act, and we believe in the power of public policy to change lives and to help people doing it tough and under pressure in this country. We will continue to do that. We will not put our heads in the sand like you did over 10 years in government.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. The data in Senator Bragg's question today is concerning but not shocking to Australians. It's very clear that many Australians struggling to stay in their own homes, struggling to pay their mortgages, to keep up with escalating rents. And a big part of that, reason for that, of course, is the inability, the failure of this country to build enough homes for people to live in. We can see that ourselves on our streets as tent cities pop up all around the place. I can't believe we're now a country where many people that otherwise would not find themselves homeless have nothing but a sheet of plastic to put over their head at night. It is disgraceful, and something should be done about it. Now, I'll give the government some slack here. The reduction in house building numbers is not something the Commonwealth Government can easily change overnight. A lot of the problems here are the planning laws at the state and local government levels. They have failed our country for many decades now, and they're crucially failing them right now, but the government does have a few direct levers that it can pull to alleviate housing stress. Principally, the Commonwealth Government does control our nation's borders, and the previous speaker there said she believed in the power of government. I'm not sure why the government has not used that power to make sure we match the number of people coming into this country with the houses that are available for Australians to live in. So while we have had declining house building approval numbers, again, not solely the responsibility of the federal government, we've had ridiculous escalating increases in the number of people coming to Australia, putting stress on the housing market. It's important just to reflect on how big these numbers are. During the last coalition government, the net overseas migration number, it's a technical term for just the difference between how many people are coming to Australia and how many people are leaving. Normally, more people are coming than leaving, and on average in the last coalition government, each year, each 12-month period, had 226,000 more people coming to Australia than leaving. That was the average net overseas migration rate. In the 2 years that this government, 2 full years we have data for, that this government has been in power, that average figure has been 493,000. So it was 226,000. I should say the 226 is pre-COVID. I took out the COVID years. That would have been unfair to the comparison to the government, so I took out the COVID years. Just pre-COVID, under the former government, 226. In the 2 years this government's been in office, almost 500,000 people a year, more people coming here than leaving every year. And we're only building, as Senator Bragg said in his question, we're building less than 160,000 homes a year. 500,000 people are turning up, and we're only building 160,000 homes a year. And of course, some houses every year are condemned and have to be knocked down. And you know, okay, maybe 2 people per home or whatever, it's about that. We're building way less homes than we can with the people coming in. So why hasn't the government capped the numbers? Why have they allowed so many people into this country and caused this mess where Australians do not have a home to live in? They were managing the borders. They had the job of reopening after COVID, and of course we had to take some migrants in after COVID after we'd closed our borders for a few years. But why did we need to take in the size of Canberra? Canberra's around 500,000 people now. Why do we need to take in the size of Canberra every year when we're not building anywhere close to a city the size of Canberra in terms of homes around the country? That is what has happened. That is what's happened. And it's the government's responsibility to fix it. This figure is remarkable, that they've allowed this to persist for 2 years. The previous maximum year for net overseas migration was back in 2008, the last time a Labor Party was in government, when Kevin Rudd wanted to build a big Australia. That was 315,000 people a year. There's still 170,000, 180,000 in fact, short of where the government has found themselves on an average over the last 2 years. This is why the government should be tossed out, because they can't manage the fundamental first requirement of any Australian government to secure our nation's borders and make sure they use the control they have over those borders for the benefit of the people in this country first. They have failed that task, and now it's average Australians that are paying the cost of that failure.
I put the question. Those of the question say aye, against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President, I rise to take note of the answer given by the Minister representing the Social Services, Minister for Social Services, to my questions today. For a government that says in a previous contribution that they want to change lives and that they're helping those who are doing it tough, well, that seems to include everyone except those people on income support. Because every person in this country who is on income support is living well below any measure of poverty. In his answer, the Minister gave no commitment to raise income support above the poverty line, no commitment to act on the Royal Commission's recommendation to legislate a 6-year limitation on debt recovery, and no commitment to release the sealed section of the report of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. This is a betrayal of every person in this country who is on income support and every person who was harmed by the actions of the government departments that implement our income support scheme. What the Minister did say is that government is taking a comprehensive and systematic approach. Well, I would say that you're taking a comprehensive and systematic approach to keeping people in poverty. The government, rather than abandoning people on income support, needs to listen to them. There are thousands of people in this country who are forced by this government to continue to try and survive on a poverty payment. One of those people is Kerry, and Kerry sent me an incredibly difficult story about their experience on JobSeeker, which I will partly relay to the Parliament. Kerry says, "Ending up on JobSeeker was not my goal, but here I am living below the poverty line and struggling every day. I have during this time applied for so many jobs and interviewed for some of them, but I'm still unemployed." She says at 54, being interviewed by much younger people, it's futile, despite my broad range of skills and qualifications, because ageism is real. She goes on to say, "The horror stories that you hear about job search providers are alarming. The hoop jumping is dehumanising and petty. I have a reasonable one, thankfully, but the pressure to meet these obligations when I still haven't been able to recover or grieve, when resources are limited or non-existent, and feeling like I'm the criminal is hard." She says being on JobSeeker and not eligible for rent assistance because I have a mortgage means I'm paying 80 to 85% of that payment just on my mortgage. The hits keep coming. She says some of us have just been screwed over by systems that are not fit for purpose and then push us into other systems that also aren't fit for purpose. Yep. She says it feels like we're being pushed to not exist, being forced to shrink and cower while waiting for meagre crumbs of those who congratulate themselves on surpluses. Well, I agree with you, Kerry. In a rich country like this, the fact that 3 million people and 1 in 6 young people are living in poverty is an utter disgrace. Poverty is a policy choice, and it's a choice that both Labor and the Coalition have made again and again and again. This government needs to listen to the voices of the people who live on income support payments. It needs to listen to the voices of people who have direct contemporary experience of living in poverty. Robo-debt was a scheme that was written by people who weren't on income support, by people that developed a scheme that punched down and destroyed lives and in some cases took lives. It's time that the government listened to the people whose policies they actually affect. We need to raise the rate of income support well above the poverty line, and we need to end mutual obligations, and we need to get it done now.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. We now come to the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Minister.
Deputy Chair, Deputy President, I present the government response to the report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment, Declared Areas Bill 2024.
Senator John, you seem to take note of that?
Other document. Yes, sorry.
I'm aware that you're seeking the call on. We haven't come to documents yet. We're just doing some committee reports. Senator Cadell.
Out of that document and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Right. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Darman, are you seeking the call, or you just?
I wanted to speak on the tabling of the AI report.
We haven't got to that yet.
Okay.
It hasn't magically appeared, but it's coming soon, I suspect. Senator Urquhart.
Number of committee reports. I'm at the right spot, aren't I? Thank you.
You have the call.
So I present the interim report of the Select Committee on adopting artificial intelligence, and I move that the Senate take note of the report and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Well, actually, Senator Darwin wants to speak to it.
Yes.
And so perhaps we'll just... I'm just trying to think. I think the advice is we're taking note now of this document, and then we'll come back and do the others. All right. So I'll go to. You're fine. So Senator Darman, I'll give you the call for this because the motion's been moved to take note. So you have the call to speak to it, and then the next person gets the call is Senator McGrath, and then we'll go to anyone else in the chamber. Senator Ghosh has indicated he wishes the call. You have the call.
Can I just clarify? This is Senate Committee on Adopting Artificial Intelligence.
Yes, we are.
Great. All right.
So it's been tabled.
Yes.
And the government moved to take note, and you're speaking to that motion.
Yes. Thank you. So, as we've just clarified, that the Senate Committee on the Adopting Artificial Intelligence report is being tabled today, the interim report, focusing on the potential for AI, particularly generative AI, to influence electoral processes and undermine public trust in our democracy. In an era where technology is advancing rapidly, this is a matter of significant concern. The integrity of our electoral system is central to the health of our democracy, and any threats posed by AI cannot be taken lightly. I'd like to thank all of the parties that have provided submissions and witnesses who appeared throughout this inquiry and provided their insights for the benefit of the committee. The final report, which we will be tabling in November, will address other matters in the terms of reference, which include the risks and harms arising from the adoption of AI technologies, including bias, discrimination and error, opportunities to adopt AI in ways that benefit citizens, including for economic growth, and the environmental impacts of AI technologies. But first I want to talk a little bit about the risks and why we are inquiring into this matter. Dr. Catherine Foley, Australia's chief scientist, told the inquiry that political disinformation has been around since the introduction of the printing press. Today, however, AI-driven deepfakes have become a game changer because they are easy to create and even easier to disseminate. Just in 2024, we've seen how deepfakes could pose a significant threat to both our democracy and our individual safety. Before the New Hampshire presidential primary, an AI voice clone of US President Joe Biden called voters and urged them not to vote. Prior to the election in Indonesia, a deepfake was circulated of deceased former President Suharto endorsing his former political party. And in Pakistan, jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan claimed election victory in a video created using AI. The committee has looked very carefully at the experiences here and abroad in addressing this existential risk. The Digital Services Act in the European Union has a requirement for synthetic audio, image, video or text content to be marked, and for systems which generate deepfakes to disclose that the content has been artificially generated or manipulated. And here in Australia, the AEC told the inquiry that they are seeking to address disinformation and misinformation, including through a national digital literacy stop and consider campaign and engaging with social media platforms to actively debunk disinformation. Locally, we've heard growing concerns about the misuse of AI to manipulate images or voices, particularly in the arts sector. Voice actors represented by the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance shared where they themselves have had their voices replicated without permission, damaging their livelihoods and the integrity of creative industries. It's clear that we need robust laws and oversight to ensure AI developers are transparent and accountable for their technology. But we aren't suggesting that we rush headfirst into creating new laws that might have unintended consequences. Any debates about electoral and other related artificial intelligence-related laws are sensitive and they need to be approached cautiously. Reform must be carefully balanced to protect freedom of speech and political expression while preventing the spread of damaging disinformation. Of course, there are also benefits to artificial intelligence, which the committee has heard about. Generative AI can also provide interesting opportunities for strengthening our democratic processes. For example, in their submission to the inquiry, the ANU Tech Policy Design Centre raised the potential benefits for democracy associated with AI, including identifying patterns in government expenditure and monitoring for corruption. So what is the government doing right now about this? While this report makes a number of interim recommendations, we are not sitting on our hands. The government has acted urgently by making creating or sharing deepfake sexual material a crime. The Minister for Industry, Ed Husic, also recently announced that we will legislate mandatory guardrails for the use of high-risk AI, including where there are serious impacts on things like health, safety, human rights or society at large. These mandatory guardrails will mean that developers and users have to have appropriate processes in place, including a requirement for real human oversight and requirements for transparency around how AI is used. This is appropriate because Australians want to know that the government is responding to our rapidly changing world, and while we want to continue to reap the benefits of rapid technology advancement, it is absolutely critical that we all have the confidence that these technologies are being developed and used responsibly with robust safeguards in place to protect our democracy, our privacy and our safety. And it is clear that platforms must be part of the solutions with strong transparency and accountability measures if we are to address the risks of AI effectively. Dealing with the risks and opportunities of AI will be an ongoing process for policymakers to work out what has been effective elsewhere and what needs to be tailored to our Australian context. For the sake of our democracy and health of our political debate, we need to get this right. And this government is working on several fronts to grapple with these complicated issues.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. The coalition members of the Select Committee on Adopting Artificial Intelligence hold that the regulation of AI poses one of the greatest challenges in the 21st century in the context of our public policy. Nevertheless, the coalition members of the committee hold that any AI policy framework ought to safeguard Australia's national security, cyber security and democratic institutions without infringing on the potential opportunities that AI presents in relation to job creation and productivity growth. As this Select Committee on Adopting AI is an interim report and considers solely the impact of AI on democracy, the coalition members of the committee's additional comments will only focus on this chapter and will hold off a broader response until the committee concludes its final report. The Coalition holds that any electoral changes to improve Australia's democracy ought to be assessed on 4 core principles. The first is fair, open and transparent elections. Secondly, equal treatment of political participants. Thirdly, freedom of political communication and participation without fear of retribution. And fourthly, recognising freedom of thought, belief, association and speech as fundamental to free elections. Australia's success as a democracy is reliant on the effective operation of the Australian Electoral Commission and the federal government more broadly to satisfy and uphold these 4 principles. Ensuring that Australians have continued faith in the electoral system is paramount to Australia's faith in its government. The Coalition's response to the 5 recommendations proposed in the interim report are guided by those 4 core principles. The first recommendation recommended that ahead of the next federal election, the government implement voluntary codes relating to watermarking. Though Coalition members of the committee do not oppose this recommendation in principle, the Coalition will reserve its final position on this recommendation until the United States policy response to AI is holistically assessed following the US election, with different US states opting for different policy responses to manage AI. The US election will provide guidance to Australian policymakers on the different mechanisms to manage the risks that AI poses to Australia's democracy. The second recommendation from the committee recommends that the Australian government undertake a thorough review of potential regulatory responses to AI. The Coalition members of the committee would welcome a thorough review of potential regulatory responses, but the Coalition members of the committee will not support any rushed legislative responses to fit political timelines, especially if the response contains prohibitions or restrictions on freedom of speech. The third recommendation from the committee recommends that laws restricting the production or dissemination of AI content be designed to complement rather than conflict with the recently introduced disinformation and misinformation reforms and foreshadowed truth in political advertising. The Coalition members of the committee strongly oppose this recommendation. The Coalition members do not support the introduction of measures that purport to adjudicate truth in political advertising, nor does the Coalition support the dystopian reforms included in the government's Communication Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. Freedom of speech and the contestability of ideas are necessary, indeed compulsory, for a healthy liberal democracy. Distinguishing between truth, opinion and falseness is an inherently subjective process and one that is appropriately left to the Australian public. The federal government and its bureaucrats, no matter how independent and qualified, has neither the scope nor the ability to adjudicate what is or what is not misinformation. It is inappropriate for any government body, let alone a government minister, to have the authority to censor the Australian people and their political parties in their communications. Australian democracy ought to remain a marketplace of ideas. If Australians share statements that are considered to be false, it is the role of civil society to hold their statements to account, not for the federal government to prohibit such statements in the first place. The fourth recommendation from the committee relates to mandatory guardrails for AI in high-risk settings. Now, similar to the first recommendation, the Coalition members of the committee do not oppose this recommendation in principle, although the Coalition will reserve its final position until the United States policy response is assessed following the US election. The fifth recommendation from the committee is that the government examine mechanisms to improve AI literacy for Australians. Now, while the Coalition does not oppose this recommendation, it is particularly important in the electoral contest that any AI education programs are designed following extensive consultation with the opposition. Unlike the theme of the report, the coalition members of the committee hold that freedom of speech is not a mere constitutional guardrail, but that freedom of speech is integral to the success of our liberal democracy. That is why coalition members of the committee strongly oppose laws that purport to adjudicate truth in political advertising and the dystopian reforms set out in the government's misinformation bill. Yet it is not surprising that the Labor government are seeking to develop further mechanisms to control the Australian public. Indeed, proposals that purport to govern truth in political advertising and proposals targeted at providing social media giants with financial incentives to silence the Australian public play into the consistent dystopian vision that the Labor Party has for our country, a vision of less freedom, greater executive secrecy and less transparency. As such, it is unsurprising that the Labor Party are now attempting to use further vehicles to censor the Australian public through misinformation regulations and laws that purport to adjudicate truth in political advertising. The coalition members of the committee are concerned that should the government introduce a rushed regulatory AI model with prohibitions on freedom of speech in an attempt to protect Australia's democracy, that the cure will be worse than the disease. The coalition members of the committee would welcome the opportunity to work with the government on balancing how our freedom of speech can be protected in an AI world.
Senator Ghosh.
Deputy President, as a starting point, I'd like to commend the chair of the committee, Senator Tony Sheldon, whose leadership and perspicacity have been evident throughout the conduct of this inquiry and are reflected in both the interim report and in the thoughtfulness of the contributions that have been made to it. Artificial intelligence is a transformative technology in myriad ways, and its use cases are so broad as to affect, or will come to affect, almost every aspect of Australian life. That is no less true in the context of the production, consumption and analysis of information and data. And AI in this space presents significant risks and opportunities for Australia. This inquiry has revealed that there are some core regulatory and policy challenges that are required to balance those risks and benefits from AI, and they include principles to ensure that AI is deployed safely and responsibly, that AI is deployed and utilised in a manner that improves fairness and opportunity in Australian society rather than detracting from it, that Australia as a country and our people derive the benefits, economic and otherwise, from the safe and responsible use of AI, and that Australia has itself some sovereign capability in the artificial intelligence space. It's also relevant to consider that our regulations in this space are broadly coherent with global frameworks, because AI is a global problem and the generation and use of this technology will transcend borders. The inquiry also revealed some of the regulatory difficulties that AI presents as a technology. First, the current and future uses and capacities of AI are not fully understood and will expand further. There is often an asymmetry of information between AI developers and regulators, and the speed of technological development in this space has sometimes been underestimated and shows no signs of slowing down. The final report will address this issue in a more fulsome way, but the interim report deals with the potential for AI technology, and particularly generative AI, to influence electoral processes and to undermine public trust and confidence in our democracy. The recommendations of this interim report reflect many of the recurring issues that arose during the inquiry itself. But may I take as a starting point a response to Senator McGrath's contribution today, which is to say that no one in the recommendations in this report, nor in the full report when it comes down, no one from the government is attempting to either limit freedom of speech or to challenge or undermine a marketplace of ideas. That's simply not the objective here, but what is a focus of the inquiry and what is going to be an important aspect of how we regulate AI in this country is that we make sure that it is not used to mislead or deceive Australians. That's at its core. So that Australians are not consuming false information generated by AI, for instance, thinking that it's something else. So it's not about undermining the contest of ideas, it's just about making sure that people understand, for instance, who's speaking at a given point in time. Do they know the information is real? Because the technology is sufficiently good now, as was demonstrated by one of the other members of the committee, Senator Pocock, in one of his recent posts, that ordinary Australians can produce effectively fake content. And it's important in the context of our democracy that people are protected from that. Now, the methods are various, and I think that's what the first recommendation really goes to, is attempting to utilise methods like watermarking, standard setting, and the disclosure to consumers when they are interacting with AI and AI-generated content as a way to ensure that Australians know what they're looking at. If I could deal with one of the other remarks that Senator McGrath made, which was that the Liberals have said that they are going to reserve their position, and that's understandable to a point, but it does give us an insight into one of the things this parliament will have to do when it's dealing with artificial intelligence, and that is be as nimble as it can be, because this is a space that moves quickly and the regulations may require significant nuance, but also updating as things change in the space. In respect of recommendation 2, I think the Coalition generally indicated its support for that, and the benefit of that approach, of taking our time, of getting it right, means that we can manage some of the regulatory challenges I mentioned earlier, we can ensure that the regulations are carefully designed, but that they're also comprehensive, because AI will seep into so many aspects of the way we communicate as a society, and it is important that we do deal with that comprehensively or holistically. Recommendations 3 and 4 are really aimed at ensuring coherence in the way that we deal with AI in the political space with AI in the broader community. And I think, again, here, it's not about censoring different things, it's about making sure that people know what they're looking at. The 5th recommendation, I think, is possibly the most important in terms of the way we as a society deal with AI, because it deals with Australia's literacy in this space and the ability of Australians to navigate these fields and navigate these environments with appropriate information and with sufficient skill sets and knowledge to avoid being deceived, to avoid being misled, and to avoid being the victims of bad actors in this space. And that's one of the things that we do see around the world in elections and in the broader context, that bad actors use this technology to hurt ordinary people or to deceive ordinary people. And so one of the best inoculations against that is digital literacy across our entire community, and therefore I'm very proud to stand by recommendation 5 and this interim report. Thank you.
Senator Lambie, you speaking on this one? No, so can you just bear with me for a moment? Senator Ghosh, can I ask that you seek leave to continue your remarks in the event there's another member wishes to speak on it? Yes,
thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Just for my edification, Senator Lambie, which one are you?
Acting Deputy. I'm just going to rise to speak about the Defence and Veteran Suicide Royal Commission.
That we haven't come to that.
Okay.
We have a few more committee reports to table, but thank you for advising me. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. Pursuant to order and at the request of the chairs of the respective committees, I present reports on legislation as listed at item 17 on today's order of business, together with accompanying documents. I present additional information received by the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee relating to its inquiry into the provisions of the Veterans' Entitlements Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. And on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration, I present the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration, titled Migration Pathway to Nation Building. Thank you.
So, Senator Urquhart, that's all that you have. Senator Cadell.
Just take note and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Of all of them?
By all of them. Yeah, thank you.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. We now come to the consideration of documents. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of documents which are listed on pages 9 to 10 of the notice paper. Any document to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. I know that Senator Stilljohn has indicated he wishes to speak on one particular document, and then I will come to you, Senator Lambie. Senator Stilljohn, I think you want to take note of. Yes, and then can I ask you to seek leave at the end of your contribution?
Seek leave to take
no,
note.
after you contribute. Are you going
oh yes, yes. After the contribution, I'll
and
seek
then
leave
the call. If no further contributions on that document, the call will go to Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Thank you, President. When the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability was first announced, I read into the Hansard the names of 35 disabled people. These people had died in the years leading up to the establishment of the Royal Commission as a direct result of violence, of abuse, of exploitation and of neglect. The year after the Commission completed, I had 5 more names to add to that list. This Royal Commission gave disabled people the opportunity to share their experiences of being disabled in Australia. Thousands of disabled people, their families and allies, courageously shared the stories of discrimination, of violence, of ableism, in the hope that sharing these darkest of days could bring this government to enact real change. The response from the government is a slap in the face to disabled people, their families and their allies. We asked for justice. We asked for an end to violent, discriminatory practice. We asked for an end to segregation, and Labor did not deliver it. There were 3 critical recommendations included in the Commission's final report that would remove systemic segregation of disabled people in Australia. The recommendations were to phase out special schools, to phase out the group homes, which were found to be the settings absolutely rife with abuse, and to transition away from so-called ADEs, which uphold segregated employment and are empowered to pay workers far less than the minimum wage. The government did not accept any of these recommendations. In response to the recommendation to phase out segregated education, they said, quote, "The Australian government recognises the ongoing role of specialist services in the provision of services to students with disability and in providing choice for students with disability and their families." How shameful to suggest that the continuation of segregation is in fact a form of choice. Disabled people deserve to be included in education, in housing and, yes, in employment. Now, on the issue of forced sterilisation. In 2024, forced sterilisation of many members of our community should not be possible. It should not be possible in 2024 to forcibly sterilise a member of the Australian community. And yet this government could not even bring themselves to support the DRC's recommendation that forced sterilisation of disabled people should be banned. Disabled people and their families are still coerced into forced sterilisation by lingering ableist ideas surrounding disabled people and sexuality, and by fear of how the system's failures may compound their abuse. Reproductive rights are human rights. As long as forced sterilisation of disabled people remains a reality in this country, disabled people will be subjected to horrendous human rights abuses. The agency of disabled people must be acknowledged and must be respected. Disabled people are significantly more likely to live in poverty than the rest of the population, and yet this government still condemns us to structures of income support that force us to cohabitate with our abusers. And still, this government continues to cut the NDIS, to cut people's plans, to remove their vital supports. This response is not good enough. We do not accept it. We will continue to push for our full liberation.
Your time has expired. Are you seeking to continue your remarks?
Deputy President, I seek leave to continue my remarks, and I also have a number of documents that I need to take note of on behalf of my colleagues. If I could just get your advice. They are documents 10 through 14 of item 10, page 11.
That's next.
Is that next section?
That's next.
Okay,
thank you very much. Give the call to Senator Lambie.
Acting Deputy President, I rise to speak to the Defence and Veteran Suicide Royal Commission final report. For over 100 years, the RSL has been charged with caring for our veterans when they have left the service of our country. Like the National RSL, the New South Wales branch was founded in 1916 to care for the veterans of World War I. It is every RSL branch's job to support veterans and their families and connect them to services that make their lives better. But I'm sad to tell Australia that veteran-owned businesses and certain legal service providers are exploiting our very own vulnerable veterans, and they are using the New South Wales RSL to help them out. The pain, the suffering and the struggles faced by veterans who have sacrificed so much for our nation are being further compounded by those who claim to support them, but instead are preying on their vulnerability for cash. The transition from military service to civilian life is often riddled with mental, emotional and physical scars, and many veterans seek support from businesses and services run by fellow veterans. Makes sense, right? Surely veteran-run businesses would have the best interests of veterans at heart, right? Yep, not always. The findings of the Royal Commission into Veteran Suicide are harrowing enough. They reveal systemic failures in mental health care, support services and reintegration programs for veterans. It also illustrated a massive failure by ex-service organisations such as the RSL to actually deliver support to veterans and their families. But what I'm hearing about those within our own ranks, these veteran-owned businesses and legal professionals are exploiting the weaknesses in some RSL branches for their own gain. Veterans are being charged massive fee for services they don't help do anything to improve their well-being, but everything to improve the bank balance of these organisations. Legal service providers, veteran lawyers in particular, have been implicated in unethical practices, taking advantage of veterans, confusion over claims processes and their legal rights, and signing them up to expensive contracts with none of the additional benefits they would have if they went through the claim process with a free advocate. Many of these veterans are in fragile states of mind dealing with trauma, PTSD, physical injuries and isolation. They come to these businesses and services for help, only to find themselves caught in a web of bureaucratic exploitation. Some businesses claim to offer specialised services to veterans but deliver nothing but false hope, leading to further frustration, stress and even, tragically, suicide. This is betrayal of the highest order. Now, I'm going to speak directly to one of the worst examples of this behaviour that is going on and the failure of the RSL New South Wales to take meaningful action against these unethical cowboys exploiting veterans for their own ends. The RSL is supposed to be a cornerstone of veteran support in this country, an organisation dedicated to the welfare and well-being of the men and women who have served our nation. But instead of taking a stand, RSL New South Wales has failed to act. And why? Because some of their own board members are involved in these unethical practices, which is not only unethical but a blatant conflict of interest. Specifically, I'm referring to Operation Legal Australia, a law firm owned by Mick Bainbridge and Paul James. Both are also directors of RSL New South Wales. These two men, who hold positions of influence and responsibility within RSL New South Wales, are simultaneously profiting from a business that has been implicated in unethical practices targeting vulnerable veterans. The veterans coming to Operation Legal Australia for help are often struggling with complex claim processes and seeking guidance. Instead, they find themselves being charged huge fees for incompetently delivered legal services that provide little relief, if any at all. The relationship between their roles as RSL New South Wales and their ownership of this legal firm calls into question the integrity of the RSL's leadership and its ability to act in the best interest of veterans. The shocking nature of this conflict of interest is made even more significant because of Operation Legal Australia's involvement in providing legal services to RSL sub-branches involved in incorporation. Every RSL sub-branch has a duty to support veterans and put the interests of veterans first. But what I'm hearing about the conduct of RSL New South Wales and a veteran legal firm, Operation Legal Australia, a law firm owned and run by veterans, once again by Mick Bainbridge and Paul James, is absolutely shocking. I know of multiple RSL sub-branches who were encouraged to use OLA for their incorporation of their sub-branches, while Mr Ray James, the father of Paul James, the co-owner of OLA, was president of RSL New South Wales. And then later, when Mick Bainbridge and Paul James got themselves elected to the board, the RSL board, on very slim numbers, I might add.
Your time has expired,
yeah,
Senator. Are there any further speakers? If not, are you seeking leave to continue?
Seek leave to continue my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bragg.
Much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Housing Australia Future Fund order of 17 September and a letter responding to the order from the Minister and attachment.
Sorry, what number is that?
Number 11.
Sorry.
Number 11.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, on the 16th of September, the Housing Minister, Claire O'Neill, released a statement in conjunction with the Prime Minister outlining that the government was going to direct in some form that the Housing Australia Future Fund, through Housing Australia, would be creating thousands of houses. And they've said this is the first round of Labor's Housing Australia Future Fund and National Housing Accord programs, which will deliver about 13,000 new homes. Yes. On the 17th of September, the next day, the Senate passed an order requiring that the details of the recipients of these funds ought to be published, which I think is quite a reasonable request from the Senate, given that all we have from the Housing Minister is a couple of pages on the Treasury website. Now, this is after this policy, this Housing Australia Future Fund, having been the government's main supply policy, which was announced before the last election and is part of a massive failure on housing, where you have seen the number of houses built in Australia collapse from 225,000 just 8 years ago down to under 160,000 in this year. And so this order of the Senate from over almost a month ago, all it requires is who actually is going to receive taxpayer funds and the details of correspondence with institutional investors. Now, the government say that it doesn't have a plan to create a corporate housing agenda, but all the evidence suggests that the government is very focused on trying to shovel taxpayer funds, subsidies and policy to create a system where major institutions like foreign fund managers and superannuation funds are able to build and buy and own in perpetuity the houses of Australians and thereby distort the Australian dream from one which is owned by individuals through to one which is owned by major corporations. Now, of course, one of the organisations that has sought to do business with the Housing Australia Future Fund and the Housing Australia organisation is the CBUS Super Fund, which is chaired by Mr Wayne Swan, who's also the President of the Labor Party. And I would have thought it would be reasonable that we could get an answer to whether or not that organisation, which is connected with the CFMEU, is going to be one of the recipients, either directly or as a consortium which is seeking to build houses with taxpayer support. Now, we don't know We don't know. But what we do know is that this parliament thought it was important enough to put the CFMEU into administration, but it has not sought to protect taxpayer funds held in the HAF from being plundered by the CFMEU through its associate CBUS, and the lack of transparency here is frankly astounding. So I wrote to the Housing Minister, Ms O'Neill, on 23rd of September and have received no response to that letter.
Disgraceful.
But also, I note that there have been a series of letters over this Parliament where there have been orders for production of documents where there have been falsified public interest immunity claims filed with the Senate, which we will prosecute at Senate estimates. But on this occasion, in relation to this order, the Minister, Ms O'Neill, has written to the Finance Minister suggesting that, quote, there is a need to review the identified documents consistent with standard practice to ensure their content is suitable for public disclosure. Well, they've already announced that they're going to build all these houses with taxpayer funds. So surely, if they've already made the announcement with the big press release with the Prime Minister, surely the government should stick to its promise that it was going to be a government of integrity and transparency and provide the information of who exactly is going to get this taxpayer funding. Which organisations? Does it include CBUS? Does it include the CFMEU? Does it include all the old mates from the unions? We want to know who's going to get this money, and we want to see the Senate's will acted upon. Because what is the point of coming down to Canberra and having these sittings and agreeing to things with the support of the crossbench? I thank the crossbench for their support. When the government of the day treats the Senate with absolute contempt and will not comply with its orders. So we look forward to prosecuting this in future, but we'll say this is another very disappointing example of lack of transparency.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Your time has expired. I do understand there may be other speakers on this item, but my understanding, the whips have agreed and Senator Roberts will get the call.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to table my second reading speech on the Customs Tariff Amendment.
I understand that you're seeking leave to have that incorporated into Hansard, and that's been agreed to. Yes, so it is so ordered. Thank you. Thank you, and now I will give the call to Senator Duniam.
Nice try. Acting Deputy President, I rise to take note of Document 13, the McPhillamys Gold Project.
Oh, sorry, can I just interrupt? I thought
you can.
You're okay. Fine. Sorry,
okay?
Senator Duniam.
Okay, no, I'm sure you are. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. So that document I was taking note of is the McPhillamys Gold Mine Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Kings Plains Declaration 2024, and it was an order the Senate agreed to some time ago. I think it was the 12th of September, as a matter of fact. And of course, the documents that we were seeking as a Senate, and the Senate voted for in a majority, of course, weren't provided to us. We had a letter telling us that more time was needed. And in taking note of the documents before the Senate, as flimsy as they are, I think I just want to make a couple of points. Those documents point to the flimsy process the government went through in making the decision it did in relation to the McPhillamys gold mine. And I want to remind the Senate and anyone who happens to be misfortunate enough to be listening this afternoon that this McPhillamys gold mine that would have created over 800 jobs in a small community in regional New South Wales, just outside of Orange, Blaney, it had received full state and federal environmental approval. Now, there aren't many projects that manage to jump those hurdles and clear those hoops like this project did over nearly 5 years of hard work. The proponents of the mine, Regis Resources, spent in getting the project to this point $192 million to comply with every request, every regulation, every rule and every law, state and federal. And they got the big green tick from the New South Wales Labor government, the Minns government, who were fully supportive of this mine. And they even got EPBC Act approval too. So what went wrong? We still don't know why it went wrong, but let me tell you what actually went wrong. So despite having full environmental approval and planning approval, the
And you would think, Senator Cadell says they must be building it by now. Well, no, sadly not. You would expect the story would flow on from full environmental approval to mine construction and jobs being created on the ground, but instead no. The case is very different, sadly. The mine isn't being built, and the company that spent $192 million is not getting anything back from it. The community relying on those 800 jobs that were going to be created has nothing to show for the work that's been undertaken. And so what we were asking for here was to understand exactly what detail the minister relied upon in making her decision to say no to this project, and we still don't know. Now, we do know that there is a small group in and around Blaney, the Wiradjuri people, who formed a small charitable organisation to campaign on matters Indigenous. We also know that there is the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council, the organisation recognised under law as the Land Council to speak on behalf of country for that area. Interestingly, Acting Deputy President, that group, the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council, the group of Indigenous Australians recognised under law to speak on behalf of country, were happy for the mine to go ahead. And indeed, the proponents of the mine had worked through a process with that organisation to comply with every cultural heritage request. And I understand something like 7 changes were made. Regis Resources worked with 13 registered Aboriginal parties. There were 1,700 pages of reports done by consultants relating to specifically to Indigenous cultural heritage. Yet, somehow this group managed to convince the minister, and I wonder whether the minister is relying solely on this group's information and advice, to block this project, which would have created 800 jobs, $1 billion of economic activity and an ongoing return to the state of New South Wales in the hundreds of millions of dollars when it comes to royalty revenue. But we don't know. We have no clarity, and despite the months of waiting we've had, despite the huge media interest, despite the community outcry over this terrible decision, the minister has yet to provide us with what she's required to by law, the statement of reasons under the Act, the ARTSIP Act. We don't have any clarity around the correspondence between the various entities the minister communicated with. I mean, at least we know publicly that the New South Wales Labor Minister, who's on the right side of the ledger on this one, said that it was the wrong call that Minister Plibersek made. We know that the Planning Commission got it right. We know that the advice of the hand-picked expert on this matter under the action the minister took did not recommend that she knock this mine on the head. So why? Why was it stopped? And why won't the minister give us the detail we are seeking to ensure that we can overturn this terrible decision? And I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Senator Dunniam, Senator Cardell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I would like to take note of a number of documents on page 10. They are number 5, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, number 11, number 12. In addition to those, I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on these documents? Yes. Senator Steele-John?
Yes. Sorry, President, we're still in documents.
We're still in documents.
All right. No, not on the documents.
You're not after the documents. If there are no more speakers for any documents, you're not, Senator Lambie?
Madam Deputy President, I'm just waiting around for adjournment. Thank you.
No, thank you. We shall then move on to government. There's 4 reports and government responses. You have the call now, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. Third time's the charm. All right, so can I move to take note of documents number 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14 on page 11, and document number 15 on page 12, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking the call, Senator Cardell?
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. As well as those, I seek leave to take note of documents 1 and 3 on page 10. Reports 1 and 3 on page 10, and documents 6, 8 and 9 on page 11 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Does anyone else seeking the call? No? That's it. Thank you very much. We are then going to go on to consideration of general business. Oh, sorry. Are there any ministerial statements? Minister.
Acting Deputy President, I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning Tasmanian devils on Robbins Island, deaths in custody, student visas, harmful gambling and the private hospital sector financial health check report.
Minister.
I table reports for 2023-24 of the Judge Advocate General and the Director of Military Prosecutions. I move that the Senate take note of documents. Today, the government is tabling the Defence Force Discipline reports, comprising the Judge Advocate General Defence Force Discipline Annual Report 2023 and Director of Military Prosecution Annual Report 2023. The reports provide an update to Parliament on the operation and application of the Defence Force Discipline Act 1982 and associated legislation. As has been the case in previous reports, these reports make a series of reform recommendations. Annual reports are provided to the Parliament to inform public understanding, debate and consideration of issues. They are not provided to government as a mechanism for policy change. What is clear here, though, is a long-standing gap in the military justice system between the operation of state and territory jurisdictions and military jurisdiction when it comes to the recording of convictions, a gap which this government wishes to see closed. When members of the Australian Defence Force are convicted of a serious service offence through the military courts, those convictions are not reflected on their civilian criminal history records. While most serious criminal offences involving military personnel are dealt with by civilian courts in the criminal justice system, the military justice system does routinely deal with service offences that should be reflected in criminal records, including sexual and violence-based offences. The government sees no reason why in 2024 someone who is tried and convicted of serious offences in the military justice system, including acts of indecency and intimate image abuse, should not have those convictions recorded in the same manner as civilians. By not recording a conviction on a civilian record, we are falling short of society's expectations and Defence's values. This is why the Minister for Defence directed Defence to engage with the Attorney-General's Department and the Judge Advocate General to develop a policy and establish a pathway for reporting certain service convictions to an authority of the Commonwealth or of a state or a territory for purposes connected with investigating, prosecuting or keeping records in relation to offences against laws of the Commonwealth, the state or the territory. This is an issue which we've been aware of and engaged on since coming to government. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide final report recommended we address this as a matter of urgency. It is not a simple undertaking, but it is the right thing to do. I can advise the Senate that the Minister for Defence has recently agreed to that policy and the pathway to implement it. Defence is working with the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission on the disclosure of reportable service offences through the National Police Reference System. This decision is about future-proofing Australia's military justice system to empower it to hold personnel who come before it to the same standards that would be applied under civilian systems. It will ensure that service convictions society would expect to appear on a criminal history record apply to members of the ADF, even once they leave the Defence Force.
Thank you. Minister. Senator Cardell.
Thank the Minister for that report. Take note of it and seek leave to continue our remarks.
Leave granted, leave granted. Clerk? Oh, sorry. Clerk. Thank you. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Treasurer Laws Amendment, Better Targeted Superannuation Concessions and Other Measures Bill 2023 and Superannuation Better Targeted Superannuation Concession Imposition Bill 2023. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. All those against? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment Better Targeted Superannuation Concessions and Other Measures Bill 2023. Superannuation Better Targeted Superannuation Concessions Imposition Bill 2023.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Move that. Clerk. Is the leave granted? Leave's granted. Thank you, Minister. My apologies. In accordance with the Standing Orders 111, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned until the 18th of November 2024. Thank you. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2024 and University Accord National Student Ombudsman Bill 2024. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. All those against declare it carried. Minister. Sorry, Clerk.
Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2024. Universities Accord National Student Ombudsman Bill 2024.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated into Hansard.
In accordance with the standing, I'll put that. All those of that opinion say aye. All those against, the ayes have it. In accordance with the Standing Orders 111, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to the 18th of November 2024. Minister.
Move that the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
All those of that opinion say aye. All those against, I declare ayes have it. Ayes have it. A message has been received from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of the appointment of Ms Swanson in place of Mr Cahill to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. The President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. Minister.
Seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Minister.
I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
Thank you, Minister. We're just going to change.
The clerk.
General Business Notice of Motion at number 530, standing in the name of Senator Scarr, related to the budget 2024-25.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I'm very pleased to move this notice of motion that reads that the Senate notes Labor's high taxing, high spending 2024-25 budget will make, and indeed is making, the lives of Australians harder by putting further pressure on inflation and keeping interest rates higher for longer. Mr Acting Deputy President, we are now seeing the flow-on effects of Labor's high-spending, high-taxing budget that was brought down earlier this year, and the effects upon the Australian people are quite devastating. I want to read to you some statistics. These are the impacts of inflation that are flowing through our economy. Cost of healthcare up 10.5% since the last election. Cost of education up 11.2% since the last election. Cost of food up 12.3% since the last election. Housing 13.1%, and I'll be saying something further about housing shortly. Rents up 16.3%, and again I'll be providing some further details in that regard shortly too. Finance and insurance up 17.3%. Gas, the price of gas, in a country which has plentiful supplies of gas, we're blessed with plentiful supplies of gas. If we could only get it to market, price of gas up 33.8% since the last election. These numbers are quite devastating, and they have real-world impacts upon my constituents in the state of Queensland who are doing it tough, doing it really tough in the middle of a cost of living crisis. And these consequences are flowing from a big taxing, big spending government. And that's what the final budget outcome has indicated that's just been released. Compared to before the election, Labor raised $104 billion in additional income. $104 billion in additional taxes was raised by the Labor government, the Albanese Labor government, since the last election. And that includes $43 billion in higher taxes on households and $54 billion of higher taxes on businesses, equating to contributing towards that $104 billion figure. The other question which is raised is, how is this sustainable? How is this sustainable? Spending, even with those high revenue numbers in terms of additional tax, spending is growing faster as a percentage of GDP than taxes. So even with an extra $104 billion of receipts, including an extra $43 billion in household taxes and an extra $54 billion in business taxes, the government is spending at an even faster rate than it's raising the additional taxes, with spending growing faster as a percentage of GDP than tax receipts. And listen to these figures. GDP, as a percentage of GDP in real terms, spending has grown by 2.9% compared to tax receipts at 0.2% of GDP. So taxes are increasing on both households and business, but at the same time, spending is increasing even further. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. And when commodity prices start to fall, and let's be honest here, the government's budget is only being supported by record high commodity prices. When those commodity prices weaken, and those tax receipts, especially corporate tax receipts, start to decrease, the spending's locked in. And that means a structural deficit in the medium to longer term. And that is gravely concerning, extremely concerning. I want to talk about the cost of rents. Since the last election, national median rents have increased by 23%. 23%, from $512, these are weekly figures, $512 to $632 a week. Now, that equates to an extra $6,240 a year since the last election, just to pay your rent. $6,240 a year just to pay your rent. That's the impact of the government's policies. Higher interest rates, higher taxing. $6,240 a year in extra rent. My office is located in an outer urban area in Queensland, in a place called Springfield, which is in the Ipswich City Council area. And I just want to talk to you about the increase in rents in my local area. And this is based on research which I got the Parliamentary Library to do. And it's quite staggering. The increase in rents in my Ipswich region in Queensland, and there's a lot of battlers. There's a lot of battlers who live in my region in Ipswich who are doing it tough in the cost of living crisis. So I did some research to see how much the rents have increased in my location of Ipswich, the Greater Ipswich region. For a one-bedroom flat in Ipswich, the cost of renting that in June 2022 was $265 a week. That has now increased in the space of 2 years to $350 a week. That's an increase of $85 a week, 14.9%, or $4,420 a year extra in rent for a one-bedroom flat. A one-bedroom flat, the basic minimal standard of living, a one-bedroom flat in my area of Ipswich, where my office is located, increased by $4,420 over the course of 2 years since the last election. That's a staggering increase. And Senator Roberts knows the area of Ipswich very well, and he'll know the demographic of that area. There's a lot of battlers. And if you've got a one-bedroom flat in Ipswich, you're a battler. And the cost of your rent a year has gone up by $4,420. And then looking down these figures, a two-bedroom apartment, cost per year, has gone up by $3,640. A three-bedroom apartment, $5,200. A two-bedroom house, $5,200. And if you've got a larger family, a three-bedroom house in Ipswich, the average rent has gone up by $5,720 a year. $5,720 a year, an average three-bedroom house in my area of Ipswich, where my office is located, rent's gone up by $5,720 a year. That is an astronomical amount. A four-bedroom house, same amount. A three-bedroom townhouse, the cost has gone up. Cost of rent over the years gone up by $130 a week. That's an average change of 16.2%, which is $6,760. And there were 195 tenancies for a three-bedroom townhouse in the Ipswich and Somerset local government authority regions, 195 tenancies commencing in the June quarter 2024. And those tenants, those families, will be $6,760 after tax worse off as a result of the increase in those rents. These are astronomical figures. In the Somerset local government authority, which is also in the federal seat of Blair, and which I'm duty senator for, a three-bedroom house, the cost of the rent of a three-bedroom house has gone up by $3,640 a year. $3,640, this is after tax income. Cost of a four-bedroom house has gone up by $6,760 a year in rent. $6,760 a year in rent. These are absolutely astronomical figures and are deeply, deeply concerning. We've got people in my Ipswich region who are living in parks. They're living in parks because they can't afford to pay these increases in rent, which, as I've outlined, are up to $6,760 a year, greater than what they were. Now, things are bad enough as they are. We've got to ask ourselves the question, how much worse would they be if the Labor government after the next election was in minority government and which was then effectively only held government with the support of the Greens? How much worse would they be? And I've previously spoken in this place with respect to the spending ideas which the Greens have, which are simply on another planet, absolutely bonkers. The Greens' proposals with respect to use a detailed economic term, bonkers. The Greens' spending ideas are absolutely off the planet. And we're seeing that. We're actually seeing that in the context of the Queensland state election at the moment, what the Greens' ideas are with respect to spending in my home state of Queensland. Do you know, I live in a beautiful part of the world in Brisbane, where we have one of the oldest golf clubs, the Brisbane Golf Club, and it was established some 128 years ago, the Brisbane Golf Club. The Greens actually proposed to nationalise, to confiscate, to appropriate this golf club. That's what the Greens are taking the next election. The Brisbane Golf Club, the Greens want to appropriate it, confiscate it, nationalise it. It's like Venezuela. Now, this is a golf club with 1,600 members, a history going back 128 years. They're Australian leaders in terms of supporting women in golf, and in fact they got awarded the Visionary of the Year Golf Club Award in 2023 from Golf Australia for everything they're doing with respect to promoting the participation of women in golf. And the Greens, they want to nationalise it. They want to appropriate this golf club. And they want to, and I quote from the Greens' Venezuelan-like manifesto, they want to buy back, and this is how they describe this golf club with 128 years of history. They want to buy back the giant 60-hectare golf club in Yurongpilly, Rockley and establish a new Rocks Riverside Public Park with outdoor water play and playgrounds, barbecue areas, flood resilience and biodiversity areas, end quote. This is a golf club that's been in existence for 120 years, over 120 years, has over 1,600 members, and the Greens just want to go in there and confiscate it, nationalise it, steal it, as Senator Roberts says. This is quite extraordinary. Have you actually consulted the members of the golf club with respect to this crazy Greens extreme proposal to nationalise, appropriate, confiscate their golf club? Did you actually consult them? Have you raised this idea, this crazy idea to confiscate this golf club? Did you actually go to the members of the golf club and talk to them about it before you put out this manifesto, this Greens radical extreme manifesto to nationalise, appropriate and confiscate their golf club? So golfers of Australia, be aware, the Greens are coming after you. The Greens are coming after your golf clubs. They're coming after your golf club itself. This is 128 years of history in my region in Queensland, and the Greens have the gall to introduce this policy to seek election in my own district on a platform which involves the confiscation of a golf club. 1,600 members, it's been going for 128 years and the Greens want to nationalise it. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. And I say to the Greens candidate, have you consulted the members of the Brisbane Golf Club with respect to this proposal? Did you at least have the courtesy to tell them you want to steal their golf club? Did you actually have any consultation with them? 128 years of history. It's actually heritage listed, this club. A world-leading golf club in terms of promoting women's participation in golf, and the Greens just want to come and convert it to a riverside public park. It's the Brisbane, I'll take that interjection, Senator Cadell, it's the Brisbane Golf Club. Beautiful golf club. Beautiful golf club. It might be a bit more, I don't know if it's up to yours. It could be a bit challenging for you, Senator Cadell. I'm not sure. I haven't played a round of golf with you, but I can tell you it's a wonderful, wonderful environment, and it is just outrageous. It is outrageous that the extreme radical Greens in Queensland want to confiscate, nationalise, appropriate, whatever you want to call it, the Brisbane Golf Club, and haven't even bothered to consult the 1,600 members of this golf club. Shame on you, Greens.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Bracket creep. Labor Party budgets rely on bracket creep. Liberal Party budgets rely on bracket creep. Bracket creep is the government's dirty little secret, a hidden stealth tax. Inflation means Labor will quietly pocket tens of billions of dollars in extra taxes, simply doing nothing. As wages increase with inflation, taxpayers go up into higher tax brackets, paying higher tax rates, and no one says a thing. We in One Nation are going to say something, again. We've been exposing this ever since this debate started, and we will fix it with an amendment. Bracket creep is a stealth tax. Due to inflation, as wages increase, Australians move into higher tax brackets, while being able to buy only the same things. With less money, because in the higher tax bracket, we pay more tax. Taxpayers effectively have less money to spend on groceries and less disposable income. Bracket creep amounts to a secret tax that the government keeps collecting to pay for their pet projects of questionable benefit. If the Liberals and Labor, the Uni Party, want to increase taxes, they should put in a bill to take it to an election and be honest with all Australians. Rather than quietly relying on bracket creep to secretly plug their budget holes and ratchet up income tax receipts. Bracket creep should have been fixed a decade ago. Analysis from the Parliamentary Budget Office shows that over the last decade, because of bracket creep, Australians have had to pay an extra $44 billion. $44 billion stolen deceitfully. But shh, don't tell the people. Because we didn't take that action and fix this 10 years ago, just over the next 4 years, bracket creep will mean Australians will pay an extra $38 billion in taxes. $38 billion extra coming. Labor told us that they were giving us a tax cut. Now you can see the truth. It's not a tax cut. If the government gets inflation under control, fixing bracket creep won't cost the budget anything. Australians don't deserve to pay for inflation twice because of government mistakes. And the budget shouldn't benefit from out-of-control inflation. Here's how you're paying twice. Firstly, inflation, because of an out-of-control government, higher prices. And secondly, being lifted into higher tax brackets because of the higher wages that come with inflation. You have less spending power, less money overall. Now, the Liberals have made many comments about the scourge of bracket creep. This is your opportunity to fix it once and for all, and I urge all senators to stop the stealth taxation increases. How? Simply index the tax thresholds, the tax brackets. If Labor need any suggestions on areas of spending to fix, so they don't have to keep secretly stealing more money from Australians, they can consult One Nation's extensive network at Senate estimates for a few tips. Actually, there are lots of tips in there. We exposed so much. The flawed $65 billion Hunter frigate program that Labor fiddled with and didn't cancel. The NDIS being on track to cost $100 billion every year, and up to $8 billion a year in Medicare fraud. They're all some good places to start. The Albanese government's outrageously high, or should I say record high, and increasing immigration intake is fueling huge demand on rent and house prices. Oh, by the way, my amendment to Labor's so-called tax cut bill a few months ago in this place, Senator Hume stood up on behalf of the Liberal Party and said they agree with ruling out bracket creep, ending bracket creep, but not now. Labor Party, I think it was Senator Gallagher, the Finance Minister, stated Labor's position as basically identical. They would love to cut out bracket creep, but not now. A few weeks later, Liberal Senator David Sharma, in his first Senate speech, stated he has a goal of ending bracket creep. Yet a few weeks earlier, he voted against it. So let me get back to the second point. The Albanese government's outrageously high, record high, and increasing immigration intake is fueling huge demand on rent and house prices. Rents in the last 5 years have gone up 52%. Before COVID, the number of temporary visa holders in the country was around 2.3 million people. As of the end of 24th of July, July 2024, that number is now 2.8 million, more than 10% of our population, 10%. These are hard numbers and facts, yet the government has continued to lie, claiming, we're just catching up on immigration. Oh, really? We haven't just caught up, we've blown the record out of the water. We're nearly 500,000 people above the record. 500,000 people above the record. Using the average household size of 2.5 times to get the number of houses, 2.5 times the number of people. Using the average household size of 2.5 people per house implies a need for more than 200,000 houses just to cater for new arrivals. Last year, the Albanese government promised to crack down on the level of immigration, yet there were 335 new net arrivals in the first 7 months of 335,000 net arrivals in the first 7 months of 2024. That's 15,000 people higher than the same time the previous year. And that was the record, so we've got a new record. We're getting a new record, and this is a huge reason why we're in a housing crisis, with rents skyrocketing and house prices reaching new records. Yet the government won't say a word about it. Quiet, just like the stealth tax, the bracket creep. The person responsible for this immigration program, Minister Claire O'Neill, has now been appointed Labor's Minister for Housing. What a joke. The person who created the problem is now in charge of solving the problem. One Nation's proposal is practical, common sense, based on real-world data. Simply return the number of temporary visa holders in the country to pre-COVID levels, and that would immediately free up 200,000 houses. From there, immigration would be capped at the level for which Australia can build housing and infrastructure to cater for new arrivals. In the middle of a housing catastrophe, with hundreds of Queenslanders in cities from Cairns, Townsville, Mackay, Rockhampton, Gladstone, Maryborough, Bundaberg, Ipswich, parts of the Scenic Rim, Gold Coast, Bow Desert, people homeless, sleeping in cars, working families going home in the evening after work to see if their kids are still there. Where do they shower? Where do they toilet? We need to get people currently sleeping under bridges, in cars, in tents and caravans, houses, before we allow more new arrivals into our country. We must put Australians first, and Australians in houses first. What about demand for houses and foreign ownership? To reduce demand and open up more housing supply, One Nation would ban foreign ownership of residential property. Australians are banned from buying a house in China, yet China is the largest foreign buyer of real estate in Australia. A single real estate agent in Sydney sold $135 million in property to Chinese buyers in just 6 months. New Zealand and Canada, similar countries to ours, recently banned foreign ownership of housing. It's simple, clear and practical, putting Australians first. Until we get Australian citizens out of tents and cars and into houses, we shouldn't be letting foreigners buy residential property. Under our proposal, foreign owners would have to sell to an Australian buyer. If the foreign owners failed to sell in 2 years, the house would be subject to government auctions open to first-time buyers only in the first round and in second round to other Australians. All this is possible and can be done. It just takes truthful politicians with the guts and political will to put Australians first. One Nation would ditch Labor's half-baked housing schemes, including its so-called Help to Buy scheme and the Housing Australia Future Fund. Both add huge numbers of bureaucrats who do not build houses. We would replace the bureaucrats with a new program called the People's Mortgage Scheme, offering government-issued mortgages at 5% interest fixed for 25 years. No variable changing interest rates, cheaper than current mortgages from a bank and with minimal risk to the taxpayer thanks to the long-term fixed nature. Forget the government owning your home under Labor's Help to Buy. Instead, One Nation will make sure the government helps you own your own home in full. Many first-time buyers can't get a loan because of HECS debts, and that raises another point. Under One Nation's People's Mortgage Scheme, first-time buyers can roll their HECS debt into the mortgage to pay it off. That will give them access to a mortgage that they can't get anywhere else and let them start buying their house early. And over the years, making that purchase of the house far, far cheaper with lower interest. I now go to the supply side. All these policies must go hand in hand with huge improvements to the supply of housing. We need to build more houses, so we'll need to review construction codes and the undersupply of materials. Builders are currently drowning in a sea of red tape. Every single new home must be built to an NDIS silver level standard. Construction consultants estimate this requirement alone adds $50,000 to the cost of a new dwelling. We should make efforts to take care of our severely disabled. Yet we cannot increase the cost of every new home $50,000 while we're in an affordability crisis and a housing shortage. The National Construction Code must be simplified so the tradies can get on with the job. We need valued tradies and builders spending more time swinging a hammer rather than flipping through paperwork. Next, I go to supply and materials. One Nation would apply a 3-year holiday for goods and service tax charged currently on building materials. We need more houses built. Government should not be standing in the way of someone building their first house because the government wants to collect GST on the transaction. We need to open up our timber supplies. Australia has a huge continent and abundant timber reserves. Despite this, we're in the unbelievable and ridiculous situation of needing to import timber from countries with environmental standards below ours. The Greens and Labor want to gut our timber industry, yet bring more migrants into Australia in record numbers. A sustainable timber industry is Australia's prime renewable resource. It literally grows back every year. One Nation supports our timber industry to ensure we have the supplies to build houses sourced right here in our country. There are other details and initiatives in our comprehensive, practical and proven immigration and housing policies, which will have a major impact on reducing cost of living and government debt. Tax: foreign multinationals pay little or no company tax due to choosing to adopt globalist policies under both Liberal and Labor. Foreign ownership: very high due to 90% of Australia's large companies are foreign-owned and since 1953 have paid little or no company tax, according to the former Deputy Commissioner of Taxation, Jim Kalali. Due to the Liberal and Labor Party governments choosing to adopt globalist policies. Housing, record and rising immigration, due to both parties choosing to adopt globalist policies. Energy prices, record and rising energy prices, the fundamental key to an economic productivity and our competitive advantage. Why are they rising? Because Liberal and Labor are choosing to adopt globalist policies. I've said it before, under the Liberal-Labor Uniparty governance for many decades, our parliament has ceded sovereignty and governance to unelected and unaccountable parasitic globalist entities, United Nations World Health Organization, World Economic Forum, and ceded it to unelected, unaccountable, parasitic global wealth funds like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, First State. Now, I thank Senator Scarr for his motion and the opportunity to speak. This is an essential topic for all Australians and all Queenslanders. Instead of ceding sovereignty to foreign corporations and foreign unelected bodies, One Nation policies work to a vision, a very simple vision, to restore our country so Australians abound and thrive. To restore our country so Australians abound and thrive. Abundance is not a dirty word. We have one flag, we are one community, we are one nation.
Senator Bragg.
Acting Deputy President, and I too rise to make a contribution in relation to Senator Scarr's general business motion. And of course, what Senator Scarr is trying to do here is to talk about the government's failure on housing. And as we approach the next election, which I imagine will be next year, it'll be an election where the Australian people will have a smorgasbord of policy options to choose from on housing. And I think if you look at any of the information out there, people will see that for particularly under 40s, this is the really big ticket item. And I guess it's good that people have choice and have that smorgasbord. But what is bad is that this government has now wasted 2.5 years on making the Australian dream further and further away for the average worker. And when you work through the supply and the demand elements here, it is pretty obvious that if we continue with this government in any form, that we will never restore the Australian dream, which is basically the idea that the average worker on an average income can buy a house where they want to, in broad terms. That's basically the idea that has been lost now, because the average worker cannot buy a house where they want in most cases, because the average house is priced at multiple times of their income. And the simple fact is that when you look at the supply issue, and we hear the government talk in question time about all their great supply policies, but ultimately the numbers don't lie. 8 years ago, we were building 225,000 houses in Australia. 225,000. This year, we'll build about 160,000 houses. And next year, we're projected to build even less than 160,000. So on the construction figures alone, we are going in the wrong direction. But the key to understanding that figure is the nexus between migration and housing completions. And what we have seen in the last 2 years is over 1 million people come into the country, and that is the largest increase in migration since the 1950s, and that has happened at a time when housing construction has fallen through the floor. And that is one of the major failings on the numbers that we see the government presiding over. And the government have had three main supply policies. The first policy was the Housing Australia Future Fund, promised before the last election, and the idea being that the government itself would come in and fund a whole bunch of housing construction. Now, what we've seen is that the government has, in fact, put billions of dollars into a fund which has built no houses, but it has spent millions of dollars on executive salaries, and that has been a complete failure. Now, in mid-September, the Housing Minister, Ms O'Neill, made the first announcement about the disbursements from the Housing Fund, Housing Australia, where apparently 13,000 houses will be built somewhere in in Australia, across the states and territories. But the Minister hasn't told us who he's going to get this money. And so the Senate has made an order for production of documents in relation to actually just giving us the detail on the statement from 17 September. So the Housing Australia Future Fund has been a flop in terms of its ability to build houses, which is why, of course, we were always sceptical about the idea of the government trying to construct these houses itself. Similarly, we have grave concerns about the other funds the government has established, such as the Reconstruction Fund. And I think that in the long run, the government may also regret having gone down this route of establishing these great big boondoggle funds, because they have not been a successful plan so far. The other supply policy the government trumpets again and again, and it's a bit bizarre to hear the 1.2 million new houses being trotted out on almost a daily basis. But that's what we hear. The government apparently wants to build 1.2 million houses over 5 years. But today we see more data from the master builders saying that the government will be 400,000 houses short. 400,000 houses short. So again, a huge failure. And when the Commonwealth Government has so few levers to pull on housing, why would you make up something that you can never actually achieve and spend all your capital on a policy which you know you will not deliver on? The other supply policy, which I would say is the most curious and bizarre of the government's supply policies, is the idea that the Commonwealth Government will give a tax cut to foreign fund managers to come in and do what they call build-to-rent housing. Now, this idea is effectively that a foreign organisation would come in as a pension fund or a sovereign wealth fund. It could be a BlackRock, it could be a Chinese fund, it could be a Middle Eastern pension fund or a Middle Eastern government fund in some form. And that would be given a tax concession to go into the build-to-rent game. And in this case, what you see is these organisations building apartment blocks, Melbourne and Sydney, Brisbane perhaps, and then these organisations will in fact rent these out to Australians in perpetuity. They will never be owned by Australians. They'll never be owned by Australians. They'll always be owned by foreign sovereign wealth funds and foreign fund managers. Now, why would the Labor Party, with its mission to apparently do its best for the workers, want to see Australian housing stock in the hands of foreign fund managers? I don't understand. I don't understand, and there are a lot of good people trying to do good things inside the Labor Party, I'm sure, but this is a bizarre policy. Perhaps the strangest wrinkle on this is that even the Property Council itself says that the bill, which proposes a tax cut for foreign fund managers, won't even work. And of course, we see organisations constructing build-to-rent properties in Australia. We see it all the time. So that is their third supply policy. So Housing Australia Future Fund, built no houses but spent lots on executive salaries. Housing targets fail, no chance of ever getting that one. And then on build-to-rent, bizarre idea that we want to have our housing stock owned by foreign fund managers. So then we come to the demand side. And apparently we're looking down the barrel of having a double dissolution election, which has been threatened because of the Help to Buy scheme. Help to Buy. Help to Buy was announced at the last election campaign for the Labor Party. The centrepiece of the campaign, 10,000 people. When you need to be building more than 250,000 houses a year, this is their main policy on the demand side, 10,000. And it's not a policy for home ownership for people, it's a policy for state co-ownership, where the government would own 40% of your home. Now, it's taken the government almost 2 years to bring on this bill for a vote. They tried to do it in September, that's been deferred. We hear they want to do it again, and they want to try and bring on a double dissolution trigger. But if it was so important, if this was their best idea on the demand side, then why has it taken 2 years to bring the legislation into this parliament? It just seems either it's a massively incompetent government or it's been ashamed that it couldn't develop any new ideas after it took the Treasury benches. So this is their only policy for the demand side. And what I mean by that is this is the only policy to help first home buyers. because I think everyone accepts that there is an argument to be made here on the demand side that the scales can be tilted for first home buyers, because we want to see first home buyers get that Australian dream. And what we are seeing is a trajectory where millennials and Gen Zs will never own a house. And that is the trajectory that everyone wants to change. But this is their only solution. So then we go to, well, what are the other options you could have for helping Australians get that elusive first home? And the Senate, in its wisdom, is running an inquiry into lending. But apparently, according to the Treasurer, lending policy, that's not something this Parliament will think about. The Parliament won't have any thoughts about lending policy, banking policy, mortgage policy. That's the preserve of APRA. APRA does all that. So his view is basically something as important as mortgage policy will just give all to some unelected bureaucrats to do up in Sydney, and they'll do it in the dark and it won't be disallowable, and we'll leave it all to the prudential regulator. Now that is the view of the Treasurer. Now we take the view that it's pretty hard to get a first house without a mortgage, pretty hard. And so we think that there are things that APRA is doing in terms of its mandate, in terms of the way that it deploys its serviceability buffer, that warrant examination at the very least, and maybe warrant reform, because if a serviceability buffer is 3% above where interest rates are now, at the top of a tightening cycle, maybe that is rubbing out too many first home buyers, prospective first home buyers, from the Australian dream. And maybe that is something that the Parliament, certainly the government, in its attempt to try and thread together a coherent banking and housing policy, should be thinking about. But so far, we have heard crickets from the government. Now, Barrenjoey has estimated that if you were to tweak the serviceability buffer and the capital weights to help first home buyers, you might see an additional 50,000 people come into that market. Of course, all of these projections are always subject to building more houses and providing that supply, but I would have thought that was an important issue to look at. Of course, then the other issue on the demand side is the superannuation issue, and that is the Labor Party's favourite issue never to talk about, because, of course, they don't think that super can help people get a first home, because their view is that the super funds should hold all the money and invest in housing, but it's not a good idea for people to do it themselves. So basically, in their world, your super can invest in any house except for your own. So in summary, on the supply side, we have seen fewer houses than at any time in the last decade. And on the demand side, we've seen one idea to help first home buyers, which is stored in the Senate, and I would say now at this point in the Parliament won't be passed in this Parliament. It may feature again at the next Labor Party election launch, potentially, but other than that, the cupboard is bare. And so the Australian people will be looking for more solutions than what the government has been prepared to develop during this Parliament. And thank goodness for that policy smorgasbord that we'll see next year at the election.
Senator Ayres.
Well, I might just say on the housing questions, if ever a costed policy emerges, I look forward to it. 2.5 years of torpor for the federal opposition, not one single costed policy. I read Senator Scarr's notice of motion, and it really, he's a good fella, but it really sums up. Very good fella, Senator Smith. He really is. And so are you, as the last remaining Liberal in the Liberal Party. It's drifted so far from economic liberalism. No. There's hope for the Liberal Party if you stay. We've given up on Senator Bragg, who once used to espouse economic liberalism and socially progressive values, but there wasn't much difference between what Senator Bragg just said then on housing policy and what Jim Cairns might have said about foreign investment. Not much difference between what Senator Bragg says and what Senator Hanson and Senator Roberts say about foreign investment. It's time for what they say in the classics is a good, long, hard look at yourselves on the foreign investment question.
because what's been going on, whether it's on Future Made in Australia or the Housing Fund, is you're trying to give people the heebie-jeebies about foreign investment. Rex Connor used to do it. You know, again, good fella. Spent a bit of time, you know, detained. But Jim Cairns used to do it. Very interesting fella, Mr Cairns. Treasurer in the Whitlam government. He was a bit worried about foreign investment too. Senator Hanson, Senator Roberts and Senator Bragg, all very concerned about foreign investment. But I read this, and it's just it just shows the arrogance and the smugness of the Liberal Party on questions of economic management. That they haven't learnt the lesson that they should have spent this term reflecting upon over the course of this term about economic management questions. Because if you just believe that you're fated, you know, in the sort of eastern suburbs circuits that you walk in, where the sort of clink of champagne glasses and the sort of, you know, runny noses and the hubbub of voices, you're all talking to yourself about what great economic managers you all are. Well, the truth is you don't do the intellectual job of examining whether that's really true, whether it's really true. You just assume, and there's an intellectual laziness about that, a lack of curiosity, a smugness, a complacency, a lack of hunger for the national interest. It's the old failures. Morrison's leftovers, you know, all going to the same fundraisers, all hanging out together, hanging around with the well-heeled set. Everything's all right, we're the superior economic managers, and that's why you end up with a shadow treasurer like Mr Taylor. That's how you get there. It's the bottom of the fiscal and economic policy barrel. Because the truth is, I heard the Treasurer say this the other day, and I sort of liked it. This lot forecast surpluses. They put out the mugs. I've got one. I've got one of the mugs in my office. I drink a cup of tea out of it regularly. It said, "Back in the black." Well, it never, ever happened because the Morrison government, the Liberals and Nationals, weren't up to decent economic management. Well, this government has been back in the black, back to back, twice. Not just 1 year, 2 years. Turning a conga line of Liberal deficits into Labor surpluses with good economic management, with a disciplined approach to fiscal policy led by my colleague Senator Gallagher, who actually knows what she's doing. Senator Cormann and Senator Birmingham, all the former failed finance ministers, and Prime Minister Morrison, who was also the finance minister for a time where he didn't tell anybody, including Senator Birmingham. Multiple finance ministers. No wonder the show, you know, couldn't run itself. Talk tough, like it's the old Liberal message, the entitlement, the smugness. We're great economic managers, but they ran the show over a cliff. $1 trillion in debt, nothing to show for it. Cast a shadow over public finances for generations to come. Now, the truth is, pursuing a surplus isn't really about a coffee mug. So we delivered them. Do you see any Labor coffee mugs? No, because we're doers, not talkers. Doers, not talkers. We lifters, not leaners, in this show, lifting everybody up, exhorting the public service to greater performance, making sure in the public interest that we do it. Because a surplus isn't something to put on a mug, it's designed to achieve a public policy objective. And at this moment, when you need government to be acting in the public interest...
Senator Smith.
He's very rowdy. It's the end of the week. He's looking forward to a long flight home.
is, look, I always try and share, I always make sure that everybody gets a go in this end of the thing. I gave Senator Bragg a go, I did, and I'm going to really try, Senator Bragg. Oh, well, we'll see how we go. Senator Smith. That's a broken promise right there, right there.
2 minutes.
The purpose of our surpluses is to put downward pressure on inflation. And the purposes of our cost of living relief is to support families through what is a challenging period, and put downward pressure on inflation. A trick that those opposite could never pull off, aren't capable of, and have opposed every step of the way. Wage rises, tax cuts, rent assistance, knocking off student debt, electricity relief, childcare relief, every single element of this, these things have made a real difference for working families in Western Australia, South Australia, in the Territories and on the East Coast in Tasmania, each of them reducing childcare costs and lifting childcare wages, made childcare better, and reduced costs for parents, meaning more people participate for more hours in the economy. And you know what happened, how economically illiterate this show is? When the last productivity figures came out, where, like this conceptually, I just want you to try and think about it for a second. If the number of hours worked goes up, then labour productivity falls. I just want to let you in on the secret. And over there, this was like a catastrophe. From a show that, like, labour productivity moves up and down. It's that long-term trajectory that you have to examine. And over the decade, the failed decade of the lowest productivity growth on record in Australian history, that made some of the undeveloped economies look good, from the Morrison-Abbott-Turnbull catastrophe, the idea that this show would criticise this government on the basis of productivity performance is like Idi Amin criticising another country for their human rights performance. That's right. A reference that the Gen Z people that Senator Bragg talks about might not get. But that's what we've achieved. The research demonstrates that if you'd followed the Dutton approach on wages and tax cuts, working Australians would be $4,700 worse off in real terms if the sort of squalid, torpor approach that characterises the show opposite had prevailed. We've delivered wage reform. We've delivered tax reform so that people earn more and keep more of what they earn. And that's meant for childcare workers and aged care workers in particular, that their wages have lifted. Good for them, good for their kids, good for their community, good for participation in the economy, good for caring for little kids and supporting their education, and good for caring for older Australians. The surpluses that we have delivered, plus the cost of living relief that we have engaged, has not solved every problem. It's not solved every problem. Not at all. There is still more work to do. Inflation is much lower than it was at its dizzying heights when the Morrison government lost office. It has fallen. It still has further to go. There is still more work to do. This government will continue to do that work. That's the here and now. And what we are also engaged in is long-term structural reform in the energy market in particular. where we have to turn this great big ship around, headed for disaster. 4 gigawatts went out, the electricity system, in terms of generation capacity. Every single coal-fired power station in the country closed down or announced their closure under these characters' watch, who used to carry around lumps of coal in the parliament. Energy market in complete disarray. Investment community around the world didn't bother knocking in Australia. I know Senator Bragg doesn't like foreign investment. This is how you get things done. This is how you get things done. Investment community didn't want to come anywhere near Australia because of the sovereign risk that was presented to them by the government. So energy reform and future made in Australia. Again, an area where Senator Bragg and Mr Taylor, God love him, you know, poor old Angus Taylor, is out there talking down Australian manufacturing, talking down the capacity of Australians to make things. There's nothing. It's quite curious. It's quite curious the claims that are made about future made in Australia from the coalition that is now formed by the Liberals and Nationals and Greens. What they say is that Australians aren't up to it. That's the message they send. The show that had former Senator Johnson in here, Senator Smith's poor old Senate colleague, Senator Johnson, who said when confronted with the national task of building ships and submarines in our national security interest, that bloke said Australians couldn't build a canoe. Mr Abbott and Mr Hockey forced 40,000 automotive jobs offshore and exulted in it, loved it, just absolutely gleeful about sending good union jobs offshore, loved every second of it. All that lost industrial capacity, hostile to Australian manufacturing, dress up in the high vis, but can't deliver a single manufacturing job. It's not clear to me which bit of it of future made in Australia they're so afraid of. Certainly afraid of the future. Certainly afraid of the future. Certainly hostile.
Come on. Enough.
Certainly hostile to the Australian national interest, in particular our security and economic resilience interests, in an environment where our future security cannot be taken for granted, hostile to Western Australian mining and resources and manufacturing. Like, this goes down like a bucket of sick, their hostility to future made in Australia in Western Australia, anti-Australian, anti-Western Australian in particular. So they're hostile to Australia, national interest, hostile to the future, and hostile to Australian manufacturing. Like, good luck prosecuting that message. Good luck prosecuting that message in Western Sydney. Good luck prosecuting that message in the industrial suburb.
Senator Ayres. Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I don't have a lot of time to speak, and while I do agree with the sentiment of this motion from Senator Scarr, I think with 6 months remaining before the next federal election, I think it's time the Liberal Party also put out their policies. It's one thing to criticise, and by all means it's been very easy to do with the Labor Party, who have been floundering, but I spent 5 years as the Secretary of the Finance backbench on the Liberal Party. I called many backbench meetings to look at reforming policy. I've made numerous suggestions, and I'll note Senator Bragg's comments about foreign fund managers owning housing in this country. The Liberal Party has done nothing to tackle superannuation in this country. I asked Josh Frydenberg, the former Treasurer, numerous times to pause that increase in the superannuation levy. He didn't do it. He's allowing it to go through to 12%. John Howard and Peter Costello should have stopped the rise in superannuation when they got in 1996 and killed superannuation stone cold dead. They didn't. This morning, the People First Party's released its capital markets policies, and one of the things we are going to do is actually make superannuation boards be elected by the members. There's this little thing called democracy, and superannuation is very undemocratic. There was no election, there was no referendum that even asked if people wanted 12% of their wages taken from them and given to someone they've never met. And the other thing we're going to do is actually disallow superannuation funds from voting at AGMs unless they get direct proxies from their members. Because we're not going to have the left-wing superannuation funds or any ideological superannuation funds shoving their ideology down corporate boardrooms.
You'll be in continuance.
Thank you.
So the time for debate has expired. I propose that the Senate now adjourn. Senator Smith.
October is proving to be a very royal month for Australia. Not only are we looking forward to the much anticipated visit by Their Majesties King Charles and Queen Camilla, we also welcome His Majesty the King of Bhutan, who arrives today. It may surprise some to know that Australia is home to the largest Bhutanese community in the world outside of Bhutan, and that my home state of Western Australia has the greatest share of that national community, with over 4,500 Bhutanese people calling WA home. There are also more than 24,000 Bhutanese students studying at our universities, making Bhutan the 14th largest consumer of our education services. So it's both an economic and cultural tie that brings our two nations together with shared ideas and values. For our Bhutanese Australians, the visit by His Majesty the King of Bhutan is an incredibly exciting and historic time. It is the first time the Bhutanese head of state has visited Australia, and the first face-to-face meeting between the King and Australian leaders. Milestones aside, though, the main reason this visit is being met with such eagerness is that His Majesty is revered at home and abroad as an exceptional leader. Under his stewardship, Bhutan has smoothly transitioned into a vibrant democracy and constitutional monarchy, much like our own. The King has also received widespread praise for his leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic, in which Bhutan achieved the lowest case fatality rate in the world at just 0.05%. But above all else, he is respected as an inspiring and humble monarch with a genuine love of his people, and who has brought the Bhutanese monarchy into the 21st century. I particularly look forward to welcome His Majesty to Perth next week and joining with the Bhutanese community on this important occasion. It is a high point in Australian-Bhutan relations and gives us every case for optimism about the future of our important bilateral relation. Welcome to Australia, Your Majesty the King. The Raise Our Voice in Parliament speechwriting event is a very special opportunity to share the perspectives of young people from across our country, and I'm delighted to participate again in 2024. A speech submitted by 15-year-old Piper from my patron seat of Cowan in Perth's northern suburbs caught my eye. It is with pleasure that I read it in the Senate this afternoon on Piper's behalf. Imagine sleeping in the cold every night, where in some states it gets to below 0 degrees Celsius. Imagine living in inadequate living conditions, whether it's couch surfing on the streets or insecure housing for weeks on end. This is the case for over 122,000 Australians countrywide. Hi, my name is Piper, and I'm 15 years old, and I live in the electorate of Cowan. Today I'm addressing why we need to lower the cost of living. The cost of living is rising by the second, says Piper. If we don't stop it, you or someone you know could be impacted next. To make a change, the government can lower the cost of living or put money towards building and operating homeless shelters countrywide, Piper suggests. So please listen and make a change for the sake of our country. I'm calling to you to make a change in our country. I'm calling to you to make a change for the better, a change that benefits millions of Australians. We need a future where people can live happily, a future where they don't have to worry about not being able to put food on the table, worrying about where they sleep on the next night, or being on the brink of homelessness. Well done to Piper, and thank you for your well-worded speech on a topic that is so critical, so top of mind to many Australians today. I hope you stay engaged with our national politics and that this isn't the last we hear from you. Congratulations, Piper.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. And like my colleague across the chamber, I too am deeply honoured to be given the opportunity to deliver speeches today written by young Queenslanders as part of the Raise Our Voice campaign. The first speech is from Shraddha, who lives in Rankin. She says, "Imagine a world where every person is free to pursue their passions and live out their dreams. Imagine a world where society treats everyone with dignity and respect. Imagine a world where the chains of racism, social injustice and discrimination are shattered. In 10 years, this is what I envision for everyone in Australia. This vision will enable us to fulfil our dreams, our dream lives without social paralysis. We will gain a sense of pride in our unique and distinct selves. To work towards this, I envision workshops educating about diversity to dismantle stereotypes and foster understanding. People from diverse backgrounds can share videos of their personal experiences, helping to bridge incumbent gaps and reduce the stigma and shame around discussing racism. Let's transform this great diverse nation, paving the way for others and leading by example to create a more equitable and just world. Together we can create supportive environments for all of us to share, so no one must suffer through racism and discrimination. To ensure we all live out our dreams unencumbered by prejudice, let us champion a world where equity is not just ideal, but a reality." And that's from Shraddha. Charlotte from Moreton says, "There are over 50 schools in the Moreton Federal electorate, and as a student in Year 12 who has struggled with balancing school and mental health for my entire secondary school career, the changes I want to see in our community in the next 10 years include increased amounts of mental health support, easily available and accessible to school students. Specifically, programs within school or programs that work easily with schools to create a better system for students on campus." Charlotte says, "I have watched countless fellow students struggle to attend school because of mental health issues and the additional social and emotional stress that high school provides. We all know high school isn't easy, and for an increasing number of students dealing with anxiety on a day-to-day basis, it's not as simple as keeping their heads down and pushing through it. According to recent data acquired by Headspace, about 1/3 of young people are experiencing high or very high levels of stress. Specifically, 38% of students aged 15 to 17 reported such levels of psychological distress. The Australian Parliament can improve students' mental health over the next decade by implementing nationwide policies that promote mental health education and awareness within the school curriculum, which can help students better understand and manage their mental well-being. Furthermore, Parliament can support research and development of innovative mental health interventions tailored to young people, ensuring that these initiatives are data-driven and effectively address the specific needs of high school students. Thank you very much to Shraddha and Charlotte for your contribution, and it was an honour to be able to read out your words in the Senate today."
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Women and girls should be entitled to compete in sport in female single-sex categories. That is a position that I have held and advocated for many years. It's a position which the vast majority of Australians share. And it's a position which this week has been put to the United Nations in the report of the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, Reem Al-Salem. After an extensive consultation and investigation, Ms Al-Salem's report, tabled this week, recommends that sport at all levels must, and I quote, ensure that female categories in organised sport are exclusively accessible to persons whose biological sex is female. For most people, particularly women and girls competing in sport, this is an overwhelmingly obvious conclusion. We all know that males have huge advantages in strength, in speed, in stamina and in physique in comparison to females. As Ms Al-Salam's report points out, it has been extensively demonstrated by experts that reducing testosterone levels does not go even close to removing all these male performance advantages. So how is it that many sporting organisations have been so callous, so scientifically illiterate and so corrupted that they have deliberately chosen to remove the right to female sport and allow males to choose to compete against women and girls? Through her consultation, Ms Al-Salam has found the same problem that we find every time someone looks into this issue and actually consults with women. Her report says, and again I quote, "Women and girls in sport are rarely consulted by sports associations on guidelines regarding whether sport should remain sex-separated, and they have faced negative repercussions when reclaiming their right to single-sex sport in efforts to silence them." That is exactly what has happened for years now. Women have been abused and threatened and told that they will lose their careers in sport if they speak up and say that they support single-sex sport for women and girls. Thankfully, though, many have been brave enough to speak out. And when female athletes are consulted and allowed to have their say without fear of repercussions, we know that they support single-sex competition. That is why so many sporting bodies around the world have listened to female athletes and moved to protect the female category from male intrusion. It is shameful that many others refuse to act. And that includes the IOC and the International Paralympic Committee, who allowed female competitors to be forced out of competition by male competitors at the recent Paris Olympics. But shockingly, it also includes all the major Australian sporting codes and the Australian Sports Commission. When will the Australian government and Australian sporting codes finally wake up and realise that women and girls must be entitled to compete in their own sex category? Yesterday, the New Zealand government took an important step towards safety and fairness for women by directing Sport New Zealand to rewrite its guidelines for community sport, which currently tells sporting organisations that men identifying as women can take part in women's sport. The New Zealand Minister for Sport and Recreation, in announcing the review of the existing guidelines, said, "I have come to the view that the guiding principles do not reflect legitimate community expectations that sport at a community level should not just be focused on diversity, inclusion and equity, but also prioritise fairness and safety." A very sensible statement, and one which almost everyone would agree with. Why on earth would we have ever got to a position where fairness and safety for women and girls wasn't the top priority in women's community sport? Here in Australia, though, the government and the Australian Sports Commission have refused to accept that women and girls should be guaranteed the right to single-sex sport. The Albanese government refused to support my bill to ensure that sports, clubs and volunteers cannot have legal action taken against them for keeping males out of women's sport. That bill would have stopped the absurd and dangerous situation which occurred earlier this year when a team featuring multiple males won a women's football competition. On numerous occasions, women's teams were forced to forfeit because of the sheer unfairness and the risk of injury. And more than 6 months have passed since Football New South Wales begged the Federal Sports Minister to review existing legislation. But the Albanese government should be absolutely ashamed that they have ignored Football New South Wales, but even more so that they've ignored women all over Australia who just want sport to be fair and safe.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Deputy President. It's World Mental Health Day. Today is about raising awareness about mental health issues. We're all good at talking about mental health, but what are we actually doing to improve Australia's mental health? This is a health issue that disproportionately impacts Tasmanians. 8.8% of Australians reported they had a long-term mental health condition at the last census. That's about 2.3 million people. But in Tasmania, the number of people who reported having a long-term mental health condition was 11.5%. One of the reasons for this is our spread-out population, which impacts people's ability to access the medical and psychological supports they need. It is not unusual for people to wait up to 8 months to see a psychologist in Tasmania. 3 months is a long time when you're unwell, but 8 months is absolutely shocking. What is even more shocking is that our young people are waiting even longer to see school psychologists. This week, the Mercury reported that 2,217 Tasmanian public school students were on a waiting list to see school psychologists. But we all know that number is probably higher because many kids and their parents would have given up waiting and made an appointment with a private psychologist instead, if one was available. These students are waiting on average of 448 days for an initial psychologist assessment. That's close to 15 months. So these are the kids who have mental health issues, or many have suffered trauma and they're being asked to wait 15 months to talk to someone about what's going on. And because they're young, they probably don't have all the tools they need to cope with being unwell on top of whatever else is going on for them in their world. So they might disengage in class, or their behaviour might become difficult. They might even stop going to school altogether or leave home, or worse. None of that is okay. What we end up with is kids who feel stupid or feel they have failed, and then we're asking them to wait to see a doctor. Imagine how hard it is when you get to the point when you need to talk to someone about what is going on, and then to find out you have to wait months and months for that appointment. We need more school psychologists. It would be great if each school had its own psychologist, instead of 3 or 4 schools having to share the one professional. But there aren't enough school psychologists to do that. So we also need more training pathways for psychologists. The University of Tasmania has tripled its intake for those who want to become school psychologists. And the UTAS Psychology Clinic is offering students free or low-cost therapy or cognitive assessment services when referred by their schools. I know our healthcare professionals are working to the best of their ability with what they have, but I'm sure we can do more as a government to help them. At the 2024-25 budget estimates hearings, I asked about the Postgraduate Psychology Incentive Program. This program, which is funded to the tune of $55 million over 4 years, covers clinical neuropsychology, clinical psychology, community psychology, counselling psychology and health psychology. That's a lot of psychologies. But what it doesn't cover is educational and development psychology, forensic psychology, organisational psychology and Master of Professional Practice, which is the only available pathway to general registration. So I asked if there were plans to expand the eligibility criteria in future rounds of the Postgrad Psychology Incentive Program. So we knew these important areas were not overlooked. The response I received didn't actually answer my question, so I'm asking again. Will later rounds of this program cover more than just the 5 psychology streams listed, including the Master of Professional Practice? Uni pathways for people who want to be psychologists will take years for us to see the results. So we need things we can do now. Let's look at expanding the Medicare rebate to include provisional psychologists. There are around 8,000 provisional psychologists across Australia, so getting them into the system sooner would definitely address these severe waiting times. In Tasmania, that's an extra 150 professionals that will be able to provide subsidised sessions. Those young Tasmanians waiting over a year to see a school psychologist really need to know we're working on this. Let's show Australians and these kids in our schools we want everyone to be okay and that their mental health is a priority to us.
Senator Rennick.
The Deputy President. This morning I was pleased to release the People First policies in regards to capital markets. And it's interesting, earlier this week I also spoke about the policies in regards to monetary policy. But I must say that it's interesting, after 5 years in this place, the lack of policy discussion by the major parties when it comes to serious economic reform in this country. Now, granted, the Labor Party did make a slight amendment to income tax cuts this year, income tax cuts that were first introduced under the Morrison government in 2019, but the geniuses in that government decided to wait 5 years before they'd actually introduce them. I mean, that's a great way to lose the election, is to actually introduce income tax cuts for 5 years down the track. Generally, the way you do it is you put out some income tax cuts every year so that people feel like they're actually, avoiding bracket creep. But apart from that, the only other two discussions we've really had this year is the housing debate over building 6,000 new houses for the next 5 years. That's hardly going to put a dent in the 600,000 immigrants that are coming into this country every year and help house them, and a discussion over how many boards we're going to have on the RBA. Now, that discussion is like shuffling deck chairs on the Titanic. Who cares how many boards the RBA has? What we need to be discussing is serious structural economic reform in this country. And I'm pleased to say that the People First Party, and this is the reason why I quit the LNP, is because I wanted to spend the last 8 months of my term actually discussing real policy for a change, rather than carry on with the clown show in this chamber when you talk, you argue and you shout and you scream over rats and mice. Okay? We need to deal with serious structural reform in this chamber. Okay? And the first place we've got to start with is superannuation, because governance of superannuation funds is appalling. It is a complete and utter disgrace that in what's considered to be a democratic country, we do not allow superannuation fund members to vote for their boards, because those boards then go on and vote in company AGMs, and these companies, the big ASX 200, but all companies listed on the ASX, control the bulk of Australia's economy. Now, if we're going to live in a democratic society, we've got to give the capitalists, and we call ourselves a capitalist society, and while I don't believe in free markets for the same reason I don't believe in fairies in the bottom of a rose garden, because it doesn't exist, I do believe in fair markets, I believe in the risk-reward paradigm, and I believe in rewarding the capitalists. And they're the people who have money in superannuation funds. They're, believe it or not, the worker. And I mean, there's this great, false dichotomy between capitalism and the worker. It's the worker who gets out of bed and puts their nose to the grindstone, whether they're a carpenter or a labourer using their hands, because that's all their capital is, or a teacher or a nurse using their heart and their passion, or a scientist or an engineer. These people are all capitalists, okay? They all pay their superannuation. They should be allowed to vote on how their capital is allocated. So that is one of the policies the People First Party is advocating. And then the next step in that is superannuation funds cannot vote in AGMs at company AGMs unless they have received direct proxies from their members, because they have no right to assume what the member wants unless they have direct instructions. Because this country is now being driven, our industry is now being driven by ideology and not productivity. And if we want to turn this country around, we need to be attracting people who are looking at balance sheets, looking at profit and loss statements, understand cost management, understand entrepreneurship, not sitting around a boardroom discussing woke ideas and doing welcome to countries at every meetings. It's not good enough. The other thing that we need to also look at doing is changing the way that the energy markets are being priced. They're currently being priced in 5 to 30-minute blocks. This is creating an enormous opportunity for arbitrage on the energy markets, and by arbitrage that means that people are making a riskless profit. That's often where the speculators come into play. And we need to tackle speculation in this country. It is out of control both on the ASX, because Howard got rid of stamp duty instead of getting, well, it wasn't him, but he should have leaned on, when he brought in the GST, the state premiers got rid of stamp duty on marketable securities and not actually payroll tax. Because we need to get serious about productivity in this country, and speculators are a parasite on the capital markets. We need to destroy speculators' stone-cold dead as well, and we need to stop speculating on energy markets, because it is driving up energy costs and it is making it harder for this country to be productive.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the New South Wales RSL. I'm told that Mick Bainbridge and Paul James have been involved in providing legal support to a claimant who was encouraged to take legal action against RSL Lifecare, which is wholly owned subsidiary of the RSL in New South Wales. In another instance, OLA left a veteran to fend for himself in court because the night before the court case was heard, Mr James told him to cop it, and I quote, to cop it on the chin, and that OLA wouldn't be representing him because the money had run out. What a disgrace. I'm also terribly concerned about the treatment of veteran staff, especially females. and the RSL board members by OLA involving bullying, harassment and intimidation. A former employee of OLA told me that Mr Bainbridge and Mr James both spoke about attempting to get women off the RSL New South Wales board because she was, and I quote, feminist and a thorn in their side, end quote. And another that Mr Bainbridge ran down, her fellow RSL New South Wales director, to his staff at OLA, saying she did not deserve to be on the RSL New South Wales board, had no qualification and was a recipient of handouts she didn't deserve. This same woman attempted to raise issues affecting female veterans, and Mr Bainbridge got angry and told her, and I quote, "I don't have time for female effing veteran issues. I don't give a shit about female veterans." I've also been told that Mr Bainbridge bullied one of his female legal staff members who was a former ADF female veteran. This included that would amount to fat shaming by commenting on what she was wearing and eating. It is completely and utterly unacceptable that directors of an organisation that exists to support veterans, whether they're male or female, has financial ties to a firm that has been accused of taking advantage of these very own veterans. The leadership of the RSL New South Wales must be held accountable for their failure. If they are not willing to root out this corruption and take a stand for vulnerable veterans, then we as lawmakers must intervene. In the wake of the Royal Commission, we need stronger regulations and oversight of businesses that market themselves as veteran-friendly or veteran-owned. I call for the following measurements to be introduced immediately. First, the RSL Australia must investigate whether legal services provided by Operation Legal Australia to RSL New South Wales sub-branches actually delivered the services which they were paid and that the costs were appropriate in accordance with industry standards. I want to know if the RSL New South Wales Board has failed in its fiduciary duties to protect the organisation from this behaviour. Secondly, the Law Society of New South Wales should investigate the fee structure and approach to supporting veterans for legal services employed by Operation Legal Australia. I want to let the Law Society of New South Wales know that tomorrow or Monday they'll be getting a heap of documentation on what I am talking about this evening to make your job a lot easier to investigate. Thirdly, the Law Society of New South Wales must examine whether Mr Bainbridge and Mr James should have their practising certificates cancelled. Finally, that the RSL New South Wales seriously consider if Mr Bainbridge and Mr James are fit and proper persons to be directors of RSL New South Wales, and should they hold a position on the board of RSL New South Wales. We have an obligation and a duty to protect our veterans, not only from external threats, but from those within our own ranks who would seek to do them harm. Let me make this very clear. This is not about shutting down veteran-owned businesses. Most of you do a great lot of work out there. You're supportive, you're compassionate, you do the right thing, and you'll go beyond for your fellow veteran mate. We know that. But we also need to call out those businesses who are owned and operated by veterans who are not doing the right thing. The ones that are exploiting veterans and manipulating the RSL. And this system needs to end. Our veterans deserve better. They deserve a system that truly supports them, and businesses that uplift them, and legal services that protect them, not use them as a guinea pig, and not a system that exploits their pain and suffering for profit. And quite frankly, what is going on at that New South Wales RSL, you are atrocious. What is going on with you, Mick Bainbridge, I told you 2 years ago I was on to you. And I am onto you, mate, and the evidence is there. And honestly, you are shameful what you are doing, and I have called you out. The evidence is there. You are finished, both of you, both you and Mr James. Thank you.
I remind honourable senators that Legislation Committee will meet to consider estimates commencing on Monday, 4 November 2024 at 9 a.m. The Senate now stands adjourned, and we will come together again on Monday, 18th of November at 10 a.m.